We are proud to announce the launch of WrestleCopia brand and the WrestleCopia Podcast Network, which you can find over at www.wrestlecopia.com. That's WrestleCopia.com, WrestleCopia.com. You may have heard me mention the WrestleCopia brand in passing on a variety of our shows. You might be asking, what is WrestleCopia? Well, the name derives from the words wrestle, for wrestling, and copia, which is defined as having plenty, or an abundance of. It's abundance of wrestling history over at WrestleCopia.com as the podcast network continues to grow with a variety of podcasts. Everything from our show, The Wrestling Memory Grenade, where we take a trip down memory lane to wrestling history's past as we analyze and dissect complete years of wrestling history from your favorite promotions, to Monday Warfare, The Battles Within, an in-depth look and weekly breakdown of the entire Raw vs. Nitro war, to our newest podcast, TR Shocks the World, where host Tom Robinson makes his long-awaited return to the wrestling airwaves. Tom does everything from break down the current product to share inside stories and memories from years gone by. It's discretion advised as TR shocks the world with his strong opinions, hilarious impressions, and so much more. The WrestleCopia News Network is a special feature podcast. You can expect more late-breaking news, timely discussions, and tributes to the fallen legends on future episodes of WCNN. We've also got other podcasts being prepped for their debuts, including a territory-based show we like to call The Money and the Miles. There's an old saying in the world of professional wrestling that nothing in this business is real except the money made and the miles traveled. In this podcast, we discuss the territory era, with shows focusing on everything from show reviews to yearly breakdowns to episodes focusing on some of the rare, lesser-known territories and outlaw promotions of yesteryear that remain an enigma. Stop on over to WrestleCopia.com for all the latest shows and follow us on Twitter at WrestleCopia. That's on Twitter at WrestleCopia for all the latest news and information on the podcast network.
Turn it on and rip the knob off.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Wrestling Memory Grenade, episode number 41. We're in May now of 1993 in the WWF, and I'm your host, Ray Russell. Joining you this week, we're going to talk all things May of 1993 in the WWF. That's the weekend of May 8th through May 31st. If you guys are looking for May 1st through 3rd, that was episode 39 of the Grenade. We did April of 1993 in the WWF, and we closed out with the first few days of May there. Of course, last week, episode number 40, was the European Rampage dual watch-along show. Hope you guys had a chance to check those out. It's not all about just watching along for those who don't have time or not really interested in actually watching those European Rampage shows. Lots of great discussion about the nature of the business and kind of just all everything in between on that episode last week, episode 40. I encourage everybody to go out and check it out. I've heard in the past people say, and not necessarily just this show, but any show that does watch-alongs, they're a little weary about listening to the watch-along episodes because they don't want to watch a WrestleMania. They don't want to watch Starrcade. You don't have to watch. Just listen to what the guys have to say. If they're any good at what they do, you're going to be entertained with things that have nothing to do with the pay-per-view whatsoever, which is kind of what I go for. So hopefully you guys did check that out. If you didn't, do yourself a favor. Go back, check out episode number 40 of The Grenade. Again, that was a dual watch-along, the European Rampage show. We talked all about two shows that took place, both Group A and Group B, the talent tours last week. But we'll move on now with this week. And before we do, we'll talk all about the social media information. Of course, you can listen to the Wrestling Memory Grenade on WrestleCopia.com. Of course, the WrestleCopia Podcast Network there. Our sister shows, Monday Warfare, The Battles Within, TR Shocks the World, and so much more going on at WrestleCopia.com. We're also available on all your favorite podcast streaming apps from Apple, Spotify, Google Pod, Pocket Cast, Stitcher, Audible on Amazon, iHeartRadio, so many more out there. If you have a favorite podcast streaming app, the Grenade is likely available on that app. And of course, you guys can follow us on Twitter at Wrestling Grenade. That's at RASSLIN Grenade, home of the free prize giveaway. And you can also now follow us on Facebook at facebook.com/Wrestling Grenade. follow us, like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, and you automatically are entered into every free prize giveaway that we do. You guys are automatically entered, and you earn a shot at winning that free prize. And we most recently gave away Bret the Hitman Hart autograph promo pick. We've given away Brutus the Barber Beefcake because that's a scary sight. Give that away on Halloween. And most recently, I gave away an October 1992 WWF magazine featuring Tatanka on the cover, part of Thanksgiving. And I've got some Christmas treats coming up in the next couple of weeks. But before we get there, I am finally and happy to announce that the grenade, yes, the Wrestling Memory Grenade, now has its very own custom URL on YouTube. And to that, I say thank you to those who have subscribed to the Wrestling Memory Grenade on YouTube. Because of you, we finally obtained our goal of that custom URL. And you can now find us on YouTube, get your bookmarks ready, at youtube.com/Wrestling Grenade. I know, put a lot of thought into that one. So again, follow us on Twitter at Wrestling Grenade. Follow us and like us on Facebook, facebook.com/Wrestling Grenade. And now on youtube.com/Wrestling Grenade. Easy to remember, guys. And again, thank you to our loyal listeners who are responsible for making this happen. We needed over 100 subscribers. The YouTube account lay dormant for the better part of a year. We got things going. We picked everything up. I think I've added over 90 some videos in the last few months here. And I just want to thank you guys for subscribing. You guys haven't quit on me. And I promise you, I'm not quitting on you because the grenade is going nowhere. And the show continues on as we get ready. We're going to hop right into things with May of 1993 in the WWF and May news. As we kick things off, we don't necessarily talk about ratings very much here on the Grenade Show, but the April 12th edition of Monday Night Raw, complete with the sensational Sherri and Luna Vachon ripping the clothes off angle.
Ah, rip it off!
Boy, that was raw.
Now that is raw!
That was raw, damn it. That show drew what Meltzer calls a Clash of the Champions-like 3.4 rating. The Sherri Luna Brawl episode of Raw. And you might think, well, of course it did. My God, we never saw anything like that before on Raw. And we'll get to that in a minute. But it's interesting to note that this 3.4 rating makes Raw, this episode of Raw, the highest rated regular weekly televised wrestling show in 20 months. 20 months. That's going back nearly 2 years, going back to the summer, August of 1991. Tremendous deal there. And a lot of people are saying, well, yeah, I mean, Sherri got damn near naked and Luna even got her pants ripped off and they brawled all. It was a cat fight. Cat fight! That was my best Joey Styles right now. It's a little early in the morning. Sorry, guys. I can do better next time. But you have to remember, this wasn't advertised in advance. People weren't tuning over because they knew there was going to be a cat fight. So what you have here is just, you have to give props to the shows that led into this show. It was the shows leading into this Raw. The couple Raws before that built the intrigue to get people to tune into this episode, which did the ratings. So kudos to WWF. They're doing something right here in 1993, especially on Raw. It's doing bigger numbers than Primetime ever was. And that's anybody that knows me know that it hurts me to say that because I am a Primetime fan going back to the 80s. So in other news, oh boy, we got a lot of Hulkamania news, brother. It's News-O-Mania running wild, dude. And a lot of fun pieces here about the Hulkster. So bear with me as I run through all of them. It's reported that Hulk Hogan is working just 3 WWF dates in May. Way to earn that title, Hulk. He's teaming with Brutus the Barber Beefcake in all of those matches, taking on Money Incorporated for the tag team titles in Pittsburgh on the 21st of May, Philly on the 22nd, and the Meadowlands later on the same day on the 22nd. DeMelt says that's sort of strange for a WWF champion to be challenging for the tag team titles, which I'd have to agree, but it's Hogan's first matches. May 21st is Hogan's first match since winning the WWF title back on April 4. So 6 weeks later, Hulkster finally gets in the ring for another tag team match. You have to remember, Hogan's match at WrestleMania, those were his only matches since he's been back since WrestleMania 8. So this guy knows how to play politics, obviously. As he gets the belt, doesn't have to do anything with it, goes and works some tag team matches. And yeah, that's just our first piece of Hulk Hogan news. It's also reported he is working fewer show dates in June than originally anticipated as well. More like a half a dozen shows rather than a full month of house show events. So Hogan going to work maybe a half dozen shows possibly in June as well as the King of the Ring pay-per-view. As he's been filming Thunder in Paradise, brother. Prior obligations, dude. If you remember what Hogan said in some of those promos we've been listening to lately here on The Grenade, he realizes these promos are made not for Hollywood, but rather for wrestling fans. So he's basically on the set of Thunder in Paradise filming Thunder in Paradise, but shitting on Hollywood, shitting on recording things. Says, he really wants to be in the ring, brother. He really wants to be with the wrestling fans, dude. This is just prior obligations he's got to fulfill, dude. So Hogan playing the politician with the wrestling fans and those fans out in Hollywood, brother. Speaking of which, Hulk Hogan, Brutus Beefcake, and Jimmy Hart, what a threesome, were on Entertainment Tonight on May 6th. However, they only talked about acting, and there was no talk about wrestling or any wrestling clips on the segment. So he comes back, he wins the title, he cuts promos dissing Hollywood, but when it comes to Hollywood, he's still the fan. So again, Hogan the politician. Mr. Nanny, you guys might remember that if I've personally never watched Mr. Nanny, but it was a movie starring Hulk Hogan. It's scheduled to be released nationally June 30th. It's already been released, apparently at this point, in England. In the top 10 for 6 weeks was the movie Mr. Nanny in England. England, to that I say, I thought you guys had higher standards. As we continue on, it was announced that Masayo Tiger Hattori, the famous referee in Japan, has been announced as the referee for the King of the Ring match between WWF champion Hulk Hogan and Yokozuna in Dayton. Hattori was the same New Japan referee who did the Flair and Fujinami match way back in 1991 at Super Brawl, if you guys may recall that. The Meltzer speculates that Hogan made this deal to find a cheap way to job, or maybe the WWF has created a business relationship with New Japan. I'm going to go with that whole Hogan cheap way to job thing, especially since he was over there working Muta recently. Tiger Jackson. You guys remember Tiger Jackson. He was the little guy working Little Louie at the recent episodes that we covered, and the future Dink the Clown. Spoiler. Tiger Jackson was at television given a new gimmick, wearing a Hulk Hogan costume as the Little Hulkster. The Meltz speculates that naturally also involves an angle down the road where a top heel beats up the midget Hulkster. Lucky for us, the Hulkster leaves before this can ever happen, although we do get the Macho Midget at some point. In more news, yes, we're moving away from NEWS-O-MANIA, brother, and moving into Vince McMahon news.
Now that is raw!
Raw indeed, as Vince McMahon resigns as president of Titan Sports approximately 2 weeks ago. In a major news item that has been largely kept hush-hush, McMahon, who was both president and CEO of the largest wrestling company in the United States, apparently had company control transferred to his wife, Linda McMahon, a few weeks ago, either on or just before May the 14th. Vince McMahon remains CEO of Titan Sports and will remain as a television personality. It was already reported elsewhere. On May 24th in Halifax, Nova Scotia, there was a production meeting in which Vince McMahon, who has been president of the company since taking over for his father in 1982, he told his employees that Linda was now in charge of the company and also acknowledged the federal investigation. Although the Meltz reports there was no real change in operation. So this is Vince playing it smart, playing the businessman, putting everything in Linda's name just in case, and the fear was certainly there, good reason so, that Vince was headed to prison somewhere about 1994. And so, yeah, he makes the wise decision, I guess, to cover your butt of putting Linda in charge, at least on paper. So Linda McMahon now the legit, sorry, Jack Tunney, president, CEO, whatever you would have you of the WWF at this point. We continue on with more news in the news. Tom Cole. You guys remember the ring boy Tom Cole, the former WWF ring boy, was largely responsible for much of the negative publicity that surrounded the WWF back in 1991-92. He filed a $1.6 million lawsuit against Titan back then, against the WWF, Pat Patterson, Mel Phillips, and Terry Garvin. And he does so again here in the month of May in 93. The lawsuit reopens the claims of sexual harassment of homosexual nature by the top WWF officials mentioned. The original settlement was an agreement between Cole and Titan Sports in 1992, in which Cole received $55,000, that's over $100,000 these days, and was rehired as a ring boy and offered a tryout as a ring announcer. As part of the settlement, according to the complaint, Cole agreed to never bring up his charges again, and Titan agreed never to ask him to retract his initial charges. The lawsuit claims Titan breached that settlement agreement by failing to ever give Cole a tryout as a ring announcer. Clearly, Vince thought they could just get around this without much ado because he's Vince, I suppose, because how hard is it to give this guy a tryout in the tryout matches on a TV taping just to pacify him? They couldn't do that, and so here we are back again in court. Tom Cole again suing the World Wrestling Federation here in 1993, and sadly, and unfortunately, the reason I'm not going too deep into any of this right now or having fun with it, as some may expect or whatnot, is Tom Cole passed away, I believe, earlier this year from suicide. And that's always a sad thing. And so I'm not going to make light of that or any of this, all the allegations or anything whatsoever. Obviously, Mel Phillips was, all three of these guys were fired when this came down. Pat Patterson, Terry Garvin, and Mel Phillips. Terry Garvin and Patterson, obviously ring agents and behind the scenes kind of guys. Mel Phillips was ring announcer. As many of you know, the African-American ring announcer, you may know him pretty well from the 80s, early 90s. All three of them were originally fired from the WWF. Of course, Patterson eventually rehired by the company. Garvin and Phillips never to return. So it's interesting to see what other turns this story takes as we continue on. And now for a little nasty news, guys. DeMeltz reports before their firing that the Nasty Boys are on suspension. Suspension, guys. Are you listening to me? But we're still talked about on Raw, on commentary. So at this point, the thoughts are that they're being brought back. Good call, Meltz. They are mentioned repeatedly on both syndication and Raw in other matches. 1 week later, in The Observer, DeMeltz says the Nasty Boys have contacted indie promoters and given the impression that they aren't coming back at all. So we have all kinds of contradicting stories here. The story going around, and by the Meltz, and by week, I give the devil his due. A lot of times he makes sense. A lot of times his news is accurate when he's not giving his opinion as fact, and this is one of those times. He reported that the Nasties were suspended. That's pretty much what everybody was reporting at the time. A 30-day suspension was what it was supposedly came down on them. And over that period of time, they were essentially released from the company altogether. According to the Nasty Boys, regarding their shoot interview, they wanted to leave because they knew they weren't going to be on top ever again. They were never going to get the belts ever again. There was promises of winning the tag titles in WCW. I don't know when these conversations would have taken place. We've just transitioned from Watts over to Bischoff. It doesn't seem like something Bischoff's clamoring for immediately. I need the Nasty Boys, and I'm going to tell them they can have the belts later this year if they come in now. It's kind of interesting how stories come about from different sides. They say there's two sides to every story. There's clearly at least two sides here. They were suspended for actions, whatever they were doing over being naughty, being nasty, if you will, over in Europe. They come back, they get suspended, and boom, they're gone from the company. According to the Nasties, they requested their release. Now, the suspension seems to be legit. Whether or not Titan fired them or the Nasties really did request their release, that's for them two sides to debate. Only they truly know. But here we are 1 week later after the suspension news in The Observer, and the Nasty Boys are contacting indie promotions, trying to look for work. So that doesn't sound like guys who were offered a guaranteed contract, because I don't think Bischoff was really doing that quite yet. I could be wrong, but I don't believe so. But a serious guaranteed money contract here for the Nasty Boys of all people, just to get them to jump. I don't know about that. Now, I'm curious if anybody out there can maybe get at Eric Bischoff, old Uncle Eric, there on Twitter or one of these social media accounts he's on. I'm not even sure how to locate Eric. If you guys can get a hold of him, why don't you ask him if he recalls how the Nasty Boys coming to the WCW the first time, when Bischoff first took over, how that came about. Because I'm curious to hear his version of the story. It's really the only version that hasn't been told at this point. And another reason I'm grateful that the Nasty Boys are gone, it's reported that Captain Lou Albano, remember we saw him recently on an episode of Raw, he randomly popped in, he was being discussed to become the new manager of the Nasty Boys, which would have been a great fit for a character team like that back in the late 70s, possibly the early 80s. But Captain Lou here, I don't know. Babyface Captain Lou never really did it for me. And then Lou Albano with the Nasty Boys, I wrote, thank God they're gone. But those head shrinker matches, God, those were a thing of beauty, those Nasty Boy head shrinker matches. Another reason why you guys need to go back to episode 40. Go back to the links I provided for those shows, those European shows. There is a wild head shrinkers and Nasty Boys match. You do not want to miss the aftermath, after the match, where they break at least a half a dozen chairs over one another. Oh my God, it's wild. It's the best match you've never seen involving the Nasty Boys anyway. I'll put it that way. It's very entertaining if you like watching chairs break across people's faces. And of course, we're on the downslope financially here in the company, so the WWF is cutting costs. TV tapings took place on May 4th in Portland, Maine, and May 5th in Worcester, Mass. In both cities, they moved the tapings from the main arenas in town into much smaller 3,000 to 4,000 seat secondary arenas, which tells you about the reality and the confidence level of the promotion at this point when it comes to having all of your stars on a show, minus Hulk Hogan, brother, but having all of your stars set up for a show, and you really don't think you're going to draw more than 3,000 or 4,000 people, so why rent out the bigger arena? WWF in a little bit of trouble financially here in regards to drawing houses at this point. They also, at this point, want to concentrate, they, being the WWF, pronouns, pal, I get it. The WWF also wants to concentrate now on doing as many tapings as possible in the Northeast to save them on transit money for production. So WWF just cutting costs around every corner. And I'm not sure if it's here in 93, 94, 95. We know business continues to sink to some degree. But there's that story out there Bruce Pritchard's told where Vince just starts cutting everything, including having water tanks, drinking water tanks, removed from Titan Tower. So it was just another cost-cutting measure. People weren't delivering water anymore. So things were hurting. And I don't know that that was necessarily a thing that happened in 93, but that is a thing that happens eventually. So it's just more cost-cutting here by the WWF, though. Shrinking their arenas, so to speak, at least for the TV tapings. And even though we've already talked about them, there's a little segment I like to call DeMelt Says. DeMelt says Friar Ferguson was nowhere to be seen, and word is that gimmick has been scrapped, but they may still use Mike Shaw with a new gimmick. DeMelt refers to the Friar Ferguson gimmick as one of the worst gimmicks in memory. Oh, Melts, just you wait. Bastion Booger right around the corner. In other news, it appears the Bruise Brothers, the future Blue twins, Jacob and Eli Blue, the Grimm twins, the DOA, the list goes on. The Harris brothers failed their, what Meltz calls, audition with the company. Their tryout match, they didn't do too hot. I'm kind of shocked there. They did have a very brief stint in WCW around this time as well. The Bruise Brothers are not coming in, at least at this point in the WWF. It's also reported the model, Rick Martel, has reportedly been trying to get his old job back, which means full-time on the road. Of course, we know near the end of last year, the model kind of dipped out. He asked for his release or maybe just certain dates here and there. The model does pop up, we find, on random TV tapings whenever he can, or some of the house shows up in his native area of Canada. But Rick Martel looking for his full-time job back. We know he'll get that at least by the fall. But as of right now, no dice for Ricky Martel. And Bill Dunn, the ring announcer, you guys may remember him. Bill Dunn was doing ring announcing on Superstars instead of Mike McGurk. That takes place. You'll see that some here in May of 1993. We'll also see Bill Dunn replace the Fink on Monday Night Raw for a few episodes as well. The Fink undergoing some type of surgery. It's not really discussed on TV other than Vince referring to it as surgery. I'm not sure in the weeks to come if Meltzer covers it in The Observer, but as of right now, that's all I got. The Fink's out for a few weeks. Mike McGurk even out, at least for one taping here, is Bill Dunn replacing her. Of course, later, at some point this year, we will lose Mike McGurk as our ring announcer. But at this point, Bill Dunn just subbing in for guys left and right, getting his feet wet for the future here on TV. And finally, here in the news, in the Yikes department, on the May 31st Monday Night Raw, in the dark match prior to the show, Bob Backlund went to a time limit draw with newcomer Bastion Booger.
I'm the Booger Man.
Talk about yikes. Picture this, people. Bob Backlund versus Bastion Booger to a time limit draw. I don't care if it was 10 minutes. It was 9 minutes and 45 seconds too long for my taste. Oh my God, Bob Backlund and Bastion Booger. Is that match out there anywhere? Does anybody have that? You guys let me know. Hit me up. DM me on Twitter at Wrestling Grenade. I would, I hate to say I'd love to see that match, but it's like a train wreck. I gotta see how that one worked out. And now we move on to some really interesting news. I titled this one, Will the Real Dan Farren Please Stand Up? You guys may remember back in February TV, the Steiner brothers wrestled a couple of job guys, one of which by the name of Dan Farren. The odd thing was Dan Farren worked some of the other TV tapings around that time period, and this didn't look like Dan Farren. In fact, this guy was wearing a hood. He was wearing a mask, people. Yet he was called Dan Farren, which just seemed odd in itself. Turns out that this Dan Farren wasn't Dan Farren at all. It was Beau Beverly. Yes, Wayne Bloom under a mask. And I'd always wondered, why is this exactly? Why was Dan Farren wearing a hood? And then it wasn't Dan Farren, it was Beau Beverly. Why was Beau Beverly subbing for Dan Farren? Why was the name never changed? Did nobody alert Mike McGurk? What was going on with that entire story? So it took like 10 seconds to locate this Mr. Dan Farren on social media. I won't say where or how because he's entitled to his privacy. But I contacted him in regards to this match, pitting these Steiners against Mr. quote-unquote Dan Farren and Moondog Moretti, Ed Moretti. So I spoke to the real Dan Farren. You say the real Dan Farren? You mean the guy that did the jobs on the other shows? No. Turns out he's not the real Dan Farren either, but rather a friend of the real Dan Farren. So yes, we are now 3 people removed from the actual Dan Farren at this point. So Beau Beverly in the Hood, not Dan Farren. The guy doing jobs on the other TV shows around this time, not Dan Farren. No, this Dan Farren is the real Dan Farren. I found him on social media. I spoke to him. And yes, people, there is in fact a third Dan Farren who ironically is finally the real one. This is what Dan Farren wrote back to me. He said, "Hi, Ray. My friend and local California wrestler Augie Loya was hired by the WWF for squash matches for that taping. As a rib, he always used my name, Dan Farren, as his WWF ring name. At the last minute, he was pulled from the Steiner brothers match. Augie said it was because the WWF was concerned he might be too big, he was a large boy, to take the Frankensteiner." And there's no way Ed Moretti was taking the Frankensteiner at this point, I'll tell you that. So they subbed Beau Beverly under a hood. Dan Farren tells me, "I think his name was supposed to be the Prowler." I'm thinking that maybe the Predator, they used that a little bit there around that time period. But he says he thinks the name that Beau was supposed to go by was the Prowler and forgot to tell Mike McGurk, which is why she still introduces him as Dan Farren. "It's been almost 30 years, and this story has a life of its own," says the real Dan Farren, and he hopes this helps. So not only was Beau not Dan Farren, but the Dan Farren we saw in the other tapings, he wasn't Dan Farren either. It's a little complicated, but easy to figure out. And I even went online, and Augie Loya, the Dan Farren that we saw in some of the other tapings, he wrote this, explaining why he also was Dan Farren. He says a couple of things influenced that decision to be Dan Farren. First, Billy Anderson had a student named Thor, and that was his legit last name. When he was asked what his name was, he told the agent, whom I believe was either Rene Goulet or Chief J. Strongbow, probably Strongbow, that he told them that day that his name was Thor. The agent looked at him and asked him again, to which he replied, "Thor." The agent thought about it and said, "Tonight, your name is Matt Burns." Get it? Matt Burns. Well, Augie didn't want a similar situation when he told them his name was Augie. I get it. So he came up with the idea of using Dan's name, which led some seriously funny shit, he says, that he could not have foreseen. Since they were in San Jose and knew Dave Meltzer could be there, so that made it even more epic because Dan Farren was a longtime Observer reader and contributor. And that's how the legend of Dan Farren was born. So Dan Farren, the real Dan Farren, I should mention, was the name of a Viva La Lucha newsletter co-editor. He was a referee in the California area, a timekeeper in the Southern Cali independent scene back in the day. But his friend, a wrestler, a trained wrestler, I guess under Billy Anderson's school, perhaps since he mentions this Thor guy was, but Augie Loya used Dan Farren's name, this local indie wrestling referee, used his name on TV because it sounded better than Augie Loya. He didn't want the WWF giving him a comedy name, perhaps. So he goes out there as his buddy, Dan Farren. Makes sense. Then they take these 2 big guys and they stick them in the ring with the Steiners. And the Steiners can throw you around any which way, but the Frankensteiner's a bit of a different trick. And they figured maybe these guys are too big to take the move. So at the last minute, the right agent or maybe Vince is walking by. Who knows what the hell's going on? But somebody says, that doesn't look good. Let's throw whoever in there. We end up with Beau Beverly under a hood. They forget to tell Mike McGurk that his name has changed, and she just goes off whatever it says on the card. And poof, that's how the masked Dan Farren is born. So for anybody who actually wondered about that all these years, or even since a few weeks ago when we first told the story, there you go. There you have it. We broke the news. So yes, guys, that's it. The real Dan Farren did stand up, and I appreciate him very much for contacting us on social media and letting us know that story. Thank you, Dan Farren. And now we move on to major injury notes here in the WWF. We know Owen Hart went out on, I believe it was March the 8th with that blown out knee. Owen returns here at the beginning of May 1st, in fact. So he's been out nearly 2 months. He was getting ready to get that run, supposedly, according to DeMeltz, with Bam Bam Bigelow. Of course, Bam Bam now married to Tatanka, and that storyline. Owen Hart is going to come back, though. He'll be back. Well, he's already back as we're diving into May. So Owen Hart has returned from injury. Beau Beverly injured his back, reportedly, in the month of April, and he's done. Beau Beverly done. He may be collecting a Lloyd's of London at this point. I'm not really sure the story with Wayne Bloom without actually digging into that, but he's definitely out with the back injury. I don't know that we see him again until he collects a little dough there later on in WCW when they were giving contracts to everybody that ever had a name. And of course, Beau Beverly, Wayne Bloom, being a former member of the AWA, he was in with Bischoff anyway. So that may have been, being one of the Minnesota boys, may have gotten him those paydays on those Disney tapings and whatnot. But Beau Beverly is done here with the WWF at this point, and he'll be replaced on house shows, at least briefly, by Damien Demento. Picture that tag team, guys. Blake Beverly and Damien Demento are now a tag team, at least for a few weeks on the house shows. Imagine, did anybody attend those shows? I'd love to see pictures. If anybody has a picture of Blake Beverly and Damien Demento teaming up, I'd love to see it. And I'm just going to touch on this because it happens at the very end of the month, so we will talk a lot more about this next month in the June 1993 news bit on the Wrestling Grenade. But it is important to note that on May 31st, the final day of the month, Scott Steiner will suffer a pulled hamstring, and he's going to miss a few house shows during that time period. So Rick Steiner, his new partner for those shows, will be Bob Backlund. Yes, so Blake Beverly paired with Damien Demento, Rick Steiner teaming with Bob Backlund. And Scotty only misses like one weekend of house shows. He returns pretty shortly after that. It's only a pulled hamstring. But wow, Rick Steiner and Bob Backlund, I mean, two collegiate wrestlers. That's pretty cool. But at the same time, I would love to see what that looks like. If that's out there in a handheld somewhere, God, somebody point me in the right direction, please. And as we talk about house shows and handhelds and things like that, let's talk about the house show run here in May of 1993 in the WWF. Of course, they're back from Europe, so we're back in the States. And they continue with the two touring groups, Group A and Group B. We'll look at Group A first. And this is kind of what the roster looked like for more often than not, most of at least early and mid-May of 1993. We kick off the shows with the Brooklyn Brawler over Jimmy Powers, Damien Demento over El Matador. The Head Shrinkers are going over on the Smoking Guns, who haven't even debuted on TV yet, but they will very shortly. The Guns actually subbing for the Nasty Boys. Afa doing interference there, causing the Smoking Guns to lose every night to the Head Shrinkers as they just make their debut. Of course, the Guns, again, being plugged in here simply because the Nasty Boys are suspended and then gone from the company. Yokozuna over Jim Duggan with the Banzai drop after Mr. Fuji interference on the outside. Bam Bam Bigelow pins Kamala with a roll-up. Too bad we missed that at WrestleMania 9. Mr. Perfect fights Intercontinental Champion Shawn Michaels to 20-minute time limit draws. So these guys had some matches in them before SummerSlam. Really no excuse for what we wind up getting at SummerSlam at that point. It says Michaels had almost pinned Perfect earlier after hitting him with the Intercontinental title belt, but the Smoking Guns and Jimmy Powers rushed to the ring and told the referee what had happened. So the match continued because I know if I'm going to listen to anybody as an official, it's going to be Jimmy Powers. If only he could have pled his own case a little more often, maybe he would have had a few more wins. So they go back into the match. The match is restarted. Michaels gets caught in the Perfect Plex, but the bell rings. Time limit expires at the 20-minute mark. Hennig has Michaels in the Perfect Plex, and that's pretty much the finish everywhere around the loop. These two are going at it here in May. Bob Backlund over Blake Beverly, and then Bret Hart defeats Lex Luger out of disqualification. When this is very interesting to note, this happens on several house shows during this time period. They're basically turning Razor babyface on these house shows as obviously the plans are coming up here on TV. It says Bret Hart defeated the Narcissist by DQ when Razor Ramon interfered as Hart had Luger in the sharpshooter. After the bout, Hart was double teamed until Luger accidentally knocked Razor out with the running forearm. With Hart then knocking Luger to the floor, the bout was scheduled for earlier in the show but was postponed after the referee ordered Luger to wear a protective pad over his forearm or face losing the match by forfeit. So we got two things going on here now. We're doing the Lex Luger forearm cover pad gimmick as we just read there, and we're also doing the Razor Ramon babyface turn. Obviously he doesn't turn on Luger here, but it's implied that maybe something more is coming out of this. So they're kind of setting things up, testing the waters, I think, here with some of the house show fans. And that's Group A. The big matches there. Obviously, you want to see the Yokozuna-Duggan revenge match. Hennig and Shawn Michaels for 20 minutes. Hopefully it was better than the SummerSlam ordeal. But, I mean, God, give me that on paper any day, and I'm signed up. I'm buying a ticket to Shawn Michaels versus Mr. Perfect. Easily my two favorite wrestlers here in 1993 in the WWF. And Bret Hart and the Narcissist doing the main event here on the Group A shows. Of course, there are no WWF title matches because Hulk Hogan's in Hollywood, brother. So this is what we get, guys. Over on the Group B shows, it's Owen Hart over terrific Terry Taylor. Owen, welcome back, getting wins on the undercard, defeating Terry Taylor. Long way from Bam Bam Bigelow. is Terry Taylor here in 1993. Crush fought Doink the Clown to a double countout when two Doinks attacked Crush on the floor. Sounds like a disqualification to me, but a double countout it is with two Doinks on the floor. If I remember correctly, I think I went to a show that had this matchup. I think the story was the second Doink's under the ring. He holds Crush's foot, causes the countout, and then it's exposed that there's two Doinks, and Crush takes them both out post-match, I believe, if I remember correctly. I'm going back nearly 30 years in my memory here on a house show. But I do know that we see both Doinks exposed. They're both in the ring at the same time, and Crush out there with them. Mr. Hughes gets wins over Virgil on the undercard, continuing to build Mr. Hughes up for what was supposed to be his future push against The Undertaker. Speaking of The Undertaker, he's going over the Giant Gonzalez by disqualification every night here early on in the month of May, when Gonzalez grabs the urn and uses it as a weapon. So Taker over Gonzalez on disqualifications, just like at WrestleMania. Then Terry Taylor pulling double duty on some of these early shows, sub for Razor Ramon, I believe because they're wanting to turn Razor babyface, and they have him on the other group shows now. It was supposed to be Tatanka taking on Razor, but it looks like plans have changed for the bad guy. So Tatanka pinning Terry Taylor, doing double duty on some of these early shows, like I said, with the Papoose to go. Papa Shango pins Typhoon every night when Typhoon misses the big splash. And then the main event of the Group B shows, the Steiners over Money Incorporated, Tag Team Champions Money Incorporated, by disqualification. The typical finish of these nights, we saw this match actually back in the April European Rampage tour. Scotty hitting the Frankensteiner on DiBiase, and then IRS breaking up the pin by hitting Scotty with one of the title belts. And that's basically, that was the main event of your Group B shows at this point. Disqualification matches between the Steiner brothers and Money Incorporated. Don't forget the double countout between Crush and Doink, the disqualification between Undertaker and Gonzalez. So it seems like the pattern here, at least for the last couple months in the company, last 3 months in the company really, has been to load up the Group B shows a little more with a few more bigger names, but give them less finishes. I don't know which one I'd want at this point. Although Group A, it's Hitman over Luger on a disqualification. So you're not really getting a lot of finishes here on these house shows in the month of May. And so they're testing out a lot of different matches, a lot of different possibilities and things here throughout this month, because we see a lot of different matches on a lot of these house shows that we didn't really see in any of the other months prior. They kind of stick to their format for the most part. They do play musical chairs with the undercard. They change around some of the guys, Damien Demento, Repo Man. They were switching those guys around with guys like Jimmy Powers, and even Tatanka was in that mix and things. But here it's more of the mid-card and even the main eventers that are getting random weird matches on these shows, just testing things out, just a bunch of different things. And I wanted to mention some of these matches because they're kind of intriguing. We see in Hartford, Connecticut on May 3rd, it's Bret Hart over Razor Ramon with a backslide. Later on that show, Tatanka pins the Narcissist by lifting his shoulder out of a back suplex. That's what we saw Hennig beat the Narcissist with back in the European Rampage show tour. So Luger doing that same finish here with Tatanka. Tatanka pinning the Narcissist. And this is prior to King of the Ring, so it makes you wonder, maybe they could have done that. I don't think they would have beat Luger on pay-per-view. But here we go. We see Luger doing jobs here on the house shows. We move forward to May 6th in Youngstown, Ohio. Tatanka over Razor Ramon, again with the back suplex gimmick. Tatanka raises up his arm. So the undefeated Native American, he's actually getting some wins here on these house shows. They're testing him out, maybe seeing if they can move him up the card a little bit. Of course, he's working with Bam Bam at this point, though. But Tatanka pinning Luger and Razor Ramon in the same week on the house shows, he had to be flying high at this point. We go all the way out west to Los Angeles, California, the Sports Arena. And May 14th, it's the Steiners over Money Incorporated, again by disqualification. But the finish here, a lot more fun. It says, the Steiners defeat Tag Team Champions Money Inc. when the Brooklyn Brawler interfered and hit Scott Steiner with IRS's briefcase, which Brawler had brought back to ringside after the champions were ordered to return it to the locker room or they would be stripped of the titles. So I guess here in Los Angeles, they did a gimmick prior to the match, or maybe it was caught being used during the match, where the briefcase had to be removed from ringside or Money Inc. would be stripped of the belts. So obviously they send the briefcase to the back, and out comes the Brooklyn Brawler to use it rather than IRS this time around. So that had to be fun. I would have enjoyed seeing that one. As we go on to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Boy, what a different card this is. May 21st, all kinds of stuff going on here. Remember, Hogan finally returns to the company. This is Hogan's first night back since WrestleMania 9. Randy Savage over the Giant Gonzalez here by disqualification on May 21st, when Gonzalez refused to release a chokehold. After the bout, the Macho Man hit 4 double axe handle smashes off the top rope to finally knock the Giant down. Later on this card, the Head Shrinkers defeat the Steiner brothers by pinfall, guys, in just over 14 minutes when Scott Steiner's pinned after being hit with Afa's kendo stick. So the Head Shrinkers getting a win over the Steiners. You might be asking, wait a minute, the Steiners have been Wrestling Money Incorporated every night. Why was the match changed up here in Pittsburgh? Well, didn't I forget to tell you? No. Hulk Hogan is in town, guys, and yes, he's challenging Money Incorporated for the tag team titles. So move over, Steiner brothers, dude. It's the Mega Maniacs returning to the ring for the first time since April 4. Here on May 21st, they take on Money Incorporated for the tag titles. And the Mega Maniacs pick up the win, but don't worry, they don't get the belts. It's only another disqualification as IRS tried to use the briefcase as a weapon on Brutus Beefcake, but the guest referee, Sergeant Slaughter, stops him in the process. So Sergeant Slaughter, if you guys remember from those promos, announced as the guest referee here for these matches, kind of add a little bit more to it. I don't know why Hogan, of all people, would ever trust the Sarge, but apparently he does here in 1993, all things forgotten. And Sergeant Slaughter is kind of playing a part there in the finish of the match as the Mega Maniacs pick up the win on a DQ. Did you really think they'd lose, guys? We look at the other side of the tour also on May 21st, this time in Hershey. In Pennsylvania, Luna Vachon pins Sensational Sherri, so we're finally getting those Luna-Sherri matches on some of the house shows. Luna pins Sherri in only 5 minutes with an elbow drop after Bam Bam Bigelow came to ringside and tripped Sherri, so we're moving Bam Bam into that spot with Luna Vachon. Also on this show, the new, I'm giving you a spoiler here, the new Intercontinental Champion Marty Jannetty, substitution for Mr. Perfect, pins Papa Shango. Marty Jannetty did defend the Intercontinental title before losing it back to Shawn here in the weeks to come. The main event in Hershey, it's Lex Luger and Bret Hart, but a little different this time, guys. Lex Luger, the narcissist, pinned Bret the Hitman Hart in over 20 minutes of a match after adjusting his forearm pad when the referee was down and hitting the forearm, the loaded forearm of doom, on the Hitman to pick up the win. So for whatever reason here tonight, we actually get a finish in the Luger and Bret Hart match. And then, guys, it's off to Japan, brother. We're going to go back to May 3rd because the Mega Maniacs, while no, they don't have time to challenge for the tag titles or Hogan to defend his WWF title here in early May of 1993 in the WWF, he does have time to go make quite a bit of cash working for New Japan for one night only, and he gets his buddy Brutus Beefcake and even Jimmy Hart a payday here as Brutus Beefcake on the undercard picks up the win over Mr. Saito, Mr. Torture, in 8.5 minutes with a knee drop and a headbutt after hitting Saito with Hart's megaphone. Beefcake obviously playing the heel for this matchup. And then a main event match, which you guys may not even know had ever existed. WWF Champion Hulk Hogan took on IWGP World Champion, the Great Muta. Hulk Hogan versus the Great Muta. And yes, Hulk Hogan even has the power of Hulkamania, dude, in Japan, because it's Hulk Hogan who pins the Great Muta in 16 minutes after the boot to the face and the lariato. Yes, Hogan using the old Axe Bomber lariat in Japan to pick up the win. Of course, to save face prior to the lariat, Muta kicks out of Hogan's famous leg drop. Neither title on the line here, so no, guys, you don't have to go look at the history of New Japan. Hulk Hogan did not walk out with the IWGP title here. Hulk Hogan's still the WWF champion, but defeats Muta. So Hogan has the pull everywhere, brother. Then in more news, gone after the April European tour, we already talked about the Nasty Boys gone. We also learned that at some point here in May, Typhoon gets pulled from all of his show dates. So no more Typhoon here before the end of May, which is just sad to report. Of course, he's going to go on to become
none other than the Shock Master!
All right.
The Shock Master!
Oh, yeah. Can't wait to see you there in WCW, Uncle Fred. But with the departure of the Nasty Boys and the soon-to-be departure of Typhoon, coming in, several new names. We saw Friar Ferguson. Mike Shaw will be given a new character called Bastion Booger. It's reported to be a gargoyle-type gimmick. Can't wait to see Bastion Booger make his debut here in the World Wrestling Federation. Very soon, people. The Kamikaze Kid. You may have seen him recently on Raw. We saw him take on Doink the Clown on the May 3rd edition of Raw on episode 39 of The Grenade. the Kamikaze Kid will continue on here as the Cannonball Kid, the Kid, and eventually, well, if you guys haven't figured it out by now, I won't spoil it for you. But the Kamikaze Kid, this fellow who used to wrestle as the Lightning Kid, he's also working a New Japan tour, and he'll be out until the middle of June, so don't expect him to work too many dates beyond the initial storyline we have coming up until the middle of June. Finally, Bonnie Blackstone, also someone I recall fondly from the Global Wrestling Federation. Bonnie Blackstone hired on as a new interviewer. DeMeltz says she's already better than Raymond Rougeau after watching her for 1 week. I'll be the judge of that too, Meltz, when we get to that later in the show. But clearly, Meltzer not a fan of Ray Rougeau. Bonnie Blackstone, though, hired. She's coming into the WWF. Tryouts here in May as they continue to look for new talent. We see the likes of a match between Big City Mike taking on Mo Payne. Not the most cleverest of names. These guys both out of the Boston and New England indie territory. Just a little information on both guys. Big City Mike was a rather large guy, actually going in around 465 pounds. He worked the New England indies, like I said, specifically Century Wrestling during that period in time. Also known as Man Mountain Mike, real name Rick Martello. He actually passed away in 1997 at the young age of only 39. Again, a very large guy, so you have to speculate what may have been the cause of his death there. But he's given a tryout here against his good buddy, or I'm assuming his buddy, Mo Payne, who is also a larger built African-American wrestler. Now, he's nowhere near 465, but he's also a large guy, so this is probably not the best match to go out there against each other to showcase yourselves. Mo Payne, real name Kevin McMahon, also passed away since this tryout. He passed away in 2009 at the age of 38. So Mo Payne was relatively young here when he got this tryout in 93. I think only about 22 years old. Neither guy gets hired, obviously, by the WWF, but both guys pass away at the ages of 38 and 39, sad to say. Other guys getting tryouts, though, here in May. They debuted a segment on Wrestling Challenge. It was a dark segment called The King's Court. Yes, The King's Court will soon be making its appearance here on TV, but this was a dark segment with Jerry the King Lawler, and Colin Scott was Lawler's first guest, and they ended up in the ring with Scott cleaning house on Lawler and looking terrible doing so, says DeMeltz. Scott is said to be around 6'7", but he's never been in a wrestling ring before. DeMeltz compares him similar to Kevin Nash when WCW tried to debut him at the Live Clash in the fall of 90. Of course, this King's Court was only a tryout. It never airs. For those wondering, Colin Scott was from Australia and played football at the University of Hawaii and later for the Phoenix Cardinals and the Houston Oilers. There's a flashback to NFL teams of past. Also on tryouts in May is the Spellbinder, who you guys may also know as Fantasio for those who like to do a little research and one-hit wonders in the WWF. He shows up and does a few magic tricks in a match I think maybe was on the Action Zone, something along those lines, as Fantasio a couple years after this. But the Spellbinder here in 1993 worked the USWA, had a hell of a look, good size, likely pretty green here in 93, I'd have to guesstimate. But yeah, the Spellbinder getting a shot with the company in 1993. And of course, Jerry Jarrett working for the company at the time, Jerry Lawler working for the company at the time. It only makes sense that we see so many of these USWA guys getting these tryouts. Speaking of USWA guys, we've recently put up videos on YouTube. That's youtube.com/wrestlinggrenade. And some of those videos in USWA are of a new tag team called the Harlem Knights. And they're heels there in the USWA, but they're here in the WWF in a tryout as babyface rappers, a babyface rapping tag team. The Knights were pushed, DeMeltz says, as if they were already hired. I think this is just the right place at the right time for Mo and Mabel as they will become to know the men on a mission here in future weeks with the WWF, because we have all of the WWF guys going down to Memphis right now doing the crossover stuff. Mo and Mabel down there at the same exact time. They just come into the Memphis. Mabel, the size that he is, you can't overlook that. Somebody got it back to Vince, and these guys are hired within weeks of debuting in the USWA territory. Finally, the Tasmaniac. You guys may know him better as simply Taz. Gets a tryout here over Scott Taylor, the future Scotty Too Hottie. Sometimes working against Skip Taylor also on some of these shows. I don't know why his name was batted back and forth, but Tasmaniac over Scott Taylor. I believe this is part of the unreleased footage in the 3 DVD set the WWE released several years ago now with unreleased matches. I think this was also part of the hidden gems on the WWE network for anybody who has access to those still. The Tasmaniac match. I can only blame his size, his height, for the reason they wouldn't have hired him, because he certainly came built in with the gimmick. It seems like something Vince would have loved. He had the look, the body, the ability. Don't know that he could have cut a promo at the time. Didn't need to as a Tasmaniac. Vince surely wasn't moving away from these type of gimmicks. We have the Giant Gonzalez. We have a clown. I don't know why Taz wasn't hired here other than I can only guess perhaps his height. I don't know what else is holding him back. Perhaps a little green here in 93 as well. But hey, some of these other guys had to be as, I'm looking at some of the other guys coming in, and it just seems like this was a perfect fit for Taz, character-wise, here in the WWF. And we were just talking about the USWA, so let's talk about the WWF and USWA crossover storylines here in May of 93. Of course, we were talking recently in April that the Macho Man Randy Savage was back in Memphis feuding with Jerry the King Lawler all these years later. Well, Randy Savage was back working with Lawler in April. Savage set the all-time record against Lawler on April 16th, 93 in Jonesboro, Arkansas, the all-time record in Jonesboro. A sellout of 1,200 fans. Don't laugh, guys. Jonesboro was a common stop for the Memphis territory. They'd always come through there to pop a territory or pop a city like that, a big deal for USWA. However, the next night in Nashville, Lawler and Savage, only 500 fans show up in Nashville. 500 fans for a show featuring the longtime popular Tennessee star Lawler and, of course, Macho Man, the internationally known star of Randy Savage. Well down from the sellout the two drew the previous match they had in Nashville of 1,800. They dropped nearly 75% over the course of one match to the next. Lawler had Savage pinned in these matches after the fist drop off the middle rope when sensational Sherri shows up and interferes and beats up Lawler for the DQ. She attacks Jerry Lawler before he can pin Randy Savage. Sherri back with the King, or the Macho King is what I mean. Sherri back with Randy Savage here. At least in Memphis, Lawler makes his own save, clearing the house of both Sherri and Savage after the match. We fast forward to April 17th TV. Sensational Sherri shows up for the first time on TV and now announces she is with Brian Christopher. She's Brian Christopher's new girlfriend. And she challenges Miss Texas, the future Jacqueline, for the USWA women's title. Later on in the same episode, Lawler was doing an interview when Sherri comes out to mock him. She makes fun of the King. And that's probably not a good idea, at least back in 93 when Lawler really had the chops. The King then asked Sherri what was the difference between herself and trash. Sherri didn't know the answer. Lawler responded that at least somebody wants to pick up trash. Wow, yikes. This leads to Sherri slapping the taste out of Lawler's mouth.
What is the 5 fingers say to the face? What? Slap!
Sherri slaps the taste out of the King's mouth, thus provoking Jerry Lawler to commence to man-on-woman violence, or at least he tries to. He tries to pile drive the sensational Sherri, but Randy Savage out to make the save. And Sherri and Savage beat down on Jerry Lawler. That's when Eddie Marlin, former wrestler and grandfather of Double J Jeff Jarrett, Eddie Marlin tries to break up the entire fiasco. But then Savage and Sherri attack him as well later on in the show. Even later on in the April 17th episode of USWA, Miss Texas was doing an interview and Sherri shows up once again and tears off half of Miss Texas's clothes. I'm sure she didn't mind. And threw her over the announce desk. So Sherri all over this episode. And I'll have those videos up soon. Sherri in the USWA here back in April of 93. And it's so cool to see her back with Randy Savage. What a tandem they really made in 89, 90, early 91. And we move on to April 19th in Memphis, Mid-South Coliseum, when we talked about that a little bit last week, or in last month's episode of April. Lawler takes on Savage in a steel cage match. He refers to this night of action as Macho Monday. Aha! Macho Monday, Lawler and Savage in a cage. Again, we touched on this a little bit, a couple of episodes here on the Grenade, but I want to talk a little bit more here. As the match goes on, it's Lawler and Savage in the cage on 4/19, drawing 1,800 people. ending with sensational Sherri, who's actually just being called Sherri Martel here in Memphis, interfering for the DQ. Yes, there are DQs in cage matches, as I pointed out prior, in Memphis anyway. Sherri interferes in the match. Sherri and Savage then double team on Lawler until he makes his own comeback and knocks Savage out of the ring. Sherri then caught inside the cage with the King. She tries to climb out. He rips her dress off.
Rip it off!
And we've seen that before. Not that I'm complaining.
Now that is raw!
It should be noted, though, earlier in that night, Sherri won the USWA Women's title, beating Miss Texas after hitting her with a foreign object. So Sherri, at least for the brief moment, the USWA Women's Champion. Yes, they had won at periods of time. And Randy Savage and Lawler continuing to do battle. Sounds like a fun little story continuing there at the Mid-South Coliseum. By the end of April, just that fast, the Harlem Nights are gone. So they've been with the USWA maybe a total of a month, maybe a month and a half if I'm being generous, and they've already finished up their dates. It's almost like they found a better job somewhere. April 24th on TV says Sherri Martel, she's no longer with Brian Christopher. This week, her mana of the week, the flavor of the week, if you will, is Scotty Flamingo, the future Johnny Polo. And then on 26th, we see a tag team match at the Mid-South Coliseum. It's Scotty Flamingo and Sherri teaming up, taking on Jerry Lawler and Miss Texas. No Randy Savage here this week. With Lawler, it's Flamingo and Sherri against Miss Texas and Lawler. Then we finally move on. I promised you, and I wanted to cover all of that because I finally had time to go back and really thoroughly watch the USWA stuff from April and do it some justice and give it its just desserts by doing a little more information than I did a couple weeks ago in regards to that month. But we move on to the month of May now in the USWA. It's no longer Randy Savage coming into the company, but rather Papa Shango. Papa Shango in town on May 1st, and he's reportedly going to be in town for at least 2 weeks. The storyline is that on April 26th show in Memphis, which was headlined by Lawler in Texas against Flamingo and Sherri, that Lawler gave Sherri a pile driver. So Flamingo, in an interview on this episode of TV, calls Lawler a woman beater. On May 1st, Sherri then did an interview saying she was injured, but was sending Papa Shango in from the WWF to get revenge because Sherri's got it like that with Papa Shango. You saw him cross paths on that episode of Raw when she was leaving and he was coming out for a minute. Well, I guess if you pay attention to the small details, you'll know what I'm talking about. But Sherri basically, she's down, she's out, she's not coming back to the company right now. So she's sending Papa Shango in to do her dirty work for her. Papa Shango headed into the USWA. In Nashville, they announced Lawler will take on Shango on the next card. It got zero crowd reaction at all. So DeMelt says, don't expect Shango to help the crowds. I wasn't. The May 3rd show at the Mid-South Coliseum saw Papa Shango win the USWA title from Jerry Lawler. Scotty Flamingo was at ringside distracting Lawler during the match. Lawler ended up throwing fire at Papa Shango, who was hit but didn't sell the fireball. DeMeltz calls it a first. Of course, everyone sells the Lawler fireball, but I love the story here. I'd love to see this. I'm not sure if this plays out on TV. I'm looking forward to seeing if I can find footage of Papa Shango taking a fireball to the face and no selling. It just sounds very cool, and it works for the character too. So I'm very intrigued. And then Shango's stick sprayed sparks back into the eyes of Jerry Lawler, and Shango picked up the win, won the USWA title. On May the 1st, we fast forward to May the 10th, they announced Lawler would only get one rematch against Papa Shango for the USWA belt. That took place on the 10th, and it ended in a double disqualification. So Papa Shango will retain the belt, and supposedly he doesn't have to wrestle Jerry Lawler again. Of course, this is Memphis, and all things change on a week-to-week basis. But we'll continue on talking about the Mid-South Coliseum show, May the 10th. Scotty Flamingo came out wearing a polo outfit. You know, the game associated with the snobby rich people, and said he came out to reveal that his real name was not Scotty Flamingo. That's silly. His real name's Johnny Polo of the California Polos, of course, and talked all about having rich parents. The announcers still called him Scotty Flamingo for the rest of TV, which didn't really help him. He managed Papa Shango also on the show. Papa Shango destroys Jerry Lynn. Yes, that Jerry Lynn on TV over that weekend, and Shango picking up that win. So Papa Shango being managed by Johnny Polo, at least for a week here, before all things change again. DeMelt says business has been pitiful the last 2 weeks in the USWA, which is the downside of using all the WWF talent on top. And sorry in advance, this is Meltzer's writing. it gets fans to when they aren't there, or when they are, but it's someone like Papa Shango who isn't a WWF star anymore, they no longer want to come. I guess basically what Meltzer's trying to say is that you're training them to come to the shows for these mega stars like Randy Savage, and then every once in a while, Vince doesn't send anybody down. You have no WWF talent. Nobody wants to go to the show. Or they send Papa Shango down, and no disrespect to early Papa Shango, but this is 1993 Papa Shango. He's doing jobs to Duggan in 3 minutes on Wrestling Challenge. So they don't have any interest in coming to the shows. They're losing. They're hurting themselves in the long run, I suppose is what Meltzer's saying, but you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't, because if Vince is offering you Randy Savage, you're going to take it. The May 15th saw the return to Memphis of Koko Ware. Yes, Koko, the Birdman, back in Memphis. He comes out and claims that he knew Burt Prentice, who was a manager here in the USWA during this time period. Also the former Christopher Love, honey. Burt Prentice has been claiming to be affiliated with the WWF at this point. He's working for the WWF, almost that Lance Wright ECW gimmick where he's working for the WWF. Here in the USWA, it's Burt Prentice playing that gimmick here. Koko comes out, though, and he says he knows for a fact that Burt is in no way affiliated with the WWF. He says he knows both Vince McMahon and President Jack Tunney, and they didn't associate with that type of person. For those who know Burt Prentice, you get what Koko's hinting at here. Prentice said he'd prove it, and he'd show the USWA title belt that Shango holds. Of course, Shango part of the WWF, so if Prentice has the USWA title, that somehow that means that he's part of the WWF, I suppose. A melee then ensues when Burt Prentice's tag team of Rex King and Steve Dahl, the future Well Done in the WWF, here in USWA, it's Rex King and Steve Dahl. Prentice aiding them in doing a triple team attack on Koko Beware, including hanging him with a strap until Jerry Lawler finally makes the save. Koko, according to the Meltz, then did one of his hottest interviews of his entire life, vowing revenge on King, Dahl, and Burt Prentice. So Koko Beware back where he started in the Memphis territory. And then on the May 17th Mid-South Coliseum show, it was Jerry Lawler and Koko Ware taking on Steve Dahl, Rex King. And then we close out the month, another little bit of information here, May 31st in the USWA. Again, a Mid-South Coliseum show was a one-night, 8-man tournament with the winner getting a shot at Papa Shango's USWA title in the main event of the June 7th show. Any guesses who wins this 8-man tournament? No? Well, if you guess the King, you'd be right. And you're saying, wait a minute, he's not allowed to wrestle Papa Shango anymore. Well, I guess Luger isn't allowed to wrestle Yokozuna at WrestleMania 10, but we'll see that eventually happen as well. Jerry Lawler wins the tournament, thus, I guess, sidestepping the rule of not being permitted to have another title shot. He gets his revenge, his return match against Papa Shango for that USWA title, supposedly on June 7th. We'll see how that plays out on the June episode of the WWF 93 here on the Grenade. But for now, it's that time, people. It's time for Virgil of the Week. And just like indie guys love to get their spots in, here on the Grenade, we like to get our Verge in. Get it? Verge in? Virgin? And a shout out to Howie out there, good friend Howie, who sent me that joke. If it bombed, everybody blame Howie. If you liked it, it was all my delivery. Love you, Howie. Anyways, we go on, and of course, Virgil of the Week. Every week, we listen to a new promo from Verge. This week, I deep dived. I went back a little bit. I cheated. I didn't do a 93 Virgil promo this week because they're kind of running thin at this point in the year. They kind of realize where Virgil belongs on the card. But we're going to go back to the summer of 1992. And here's Virgil talking about a whole host of wrestlers coming into the company. He has a lot to say. So let's listen to good old Verge.
I'd like to give all the people all around the world a good hand because yours are behind Virgil. 100%, man, because in the WWF, man, they got the top competition, man, and the top competition is mean and rough, man. So I got to be ready, man. They got these strange people coming in like Kamala in the jungle, man. Well, I love the jungle and I love the rumble, okay? They got this guy called Papa Shango, the witch doctor, and all this action, man. Guess what, man? I was born on Friday the 13th, so I'm ready for any kind of action. And now they got this convict they call Nails. Well, down on it, brother. I'm from the streets, and I love the rumble in the jungle, Nails. So when it comes down to it, any of you guys, I'm be here, ready. Guess what? Me.
My absolute favorite close of all time of maybe any promo ever from any wrestler. Guess what? Me. And it's much, much funnier than it even sounds if you guys go back and watch it. It's on an episode of Superstars from 92. You guys might have to sift through it. I did have the date down at some point, but I can't find it right now. But it's one of the event centers from Superstars around that time period. And it's Virgil basically stuck for words. He doesn't know how to close out the segment. He goes, guess what? I don't know why he says that. Virgil probably didn't know why he said it, but Virgil goes, guess what? And he clearly looks completely lost. And his response is, me. It's quite the ordeal. I should actually go find the video, throw that video up on social media so you guys can actually see, not just here, but see old Verge here, but some good stuff. He likes to rumble in the jungle. He uses it kind of with the Kamala line. It makes sense. Kamala from the jungle. Then turns around, uses the same exact line for Nails. I like to rumble in the jungle. He's coming for Nails. And then in between, Papa Shango, that voodoo guy. Well, he's not afraid of voodoo because Virgil, he was born on Friday the 13th, whatever that means. So good old Verge, we appreciate you. And guess what? Me. And we're going to move on. It's finally time. We're finally there, guys. Just a little over an hour into the show, but it is that time. It's time for WWF TV for the month of May. We're going to kick things off with WWF Superstars, May 8th, 1993, taped all the way back April 6th in Tucson, Arizona at the Convention Center. And I noticed something funny here on this episode of Superstars. I'm sure it's been here all along and I hadn't really been paying attention, but Roddy Piper's still in the intro video, yet they've edited things out and in since that time, since Piper's been gone. Hogan most recently added to this intro video. So you have to believe that, I'm not sure if Roddy was really under contract with them still at this point, but at the very least, they felt like they had that tie-in with Roddy Piper to where they can continue to use his likeness as if he's actually there with the company. So you know the relationship, it's still there at this point in 1993. And as we kick off the show, it's Mother's Day weekend, people. And the Macho Man rocking this awesome looking black and white shirt of himself on the pic. You know, that might be my favorite Macho Man shirt that he's ever actually worn. It looks pretty damn cool here. But as we go on, Macho Man wants to wish his Macho Mama, my Macho Mama, happy Mother's Day. Aha! So what a good boy Macho Man is here wishing, and we know how much he did care for his parents. So Macho Man wishing his mother a sincere Macho Mama's Day. As we kick things off in interesting fashion, it's actually a 6-man tag team match, something we don't really get a whole lot of during this era in the company. But not only do we get a 6-man, it's a competitive 6-man featuring Money Incorporated teaming with Mr. Hughes. What a trio that makes. Taking on the Nasty Boys and Kamala. Remember, the Nasty Boys gone from the company, but they were part of these early April TV tapings. So we'll see them a couple times here in this episode of The Grenade. But fear not, the Nasties are gone. And as I look across there, it's the Nasty Boys teaming with Kamala and Slick in his corner. So we have Money Incorporated, Mr. Hughes, the Nasty Boys, Kamala, even Slick out there. What a hodgepodge. I don't know if you could be more random than these teams here, but if DiBiase were still hot, I feel like if DiBiase were still singles, it might have even worked with Money Inc. here, but Money Inc. honestly have lost a lot of momentum since forming the tag team. But if DiBiase were still hot here in 1993, Mr. Hughes would have made a perfect, no pun intended, Mr. Hennig, a perfect upgraded bodyguard to like Virgil. He could have taken out Virgil. I know the feud's over. It's been over since 1991, but it would have been great if we got like that squash match between Hughes and Virgil on TV. Just kind of like, bah, ha, ha, I showed you, Virgil. And then, you know, we see Mr. Hughes in the corner of DiBiase moving forward. Would have been a great deal. And then DiBiase, we know, is going to eventually retire from the ring. Would have been kind of cool to see him flip-flop. Now DiBiase, why should I dirty my hands? Why should I get my hands filthy? I'm the millionaire. I'm going to pay this guy to go in the ring and earn money for me. And of course he sends Hughes in, and Hughes becomes the wrestler and DiBiase becomes the corner man. I thought it would be kind of cool. It would have been interesting if they had worked it out that way. Of course, DiBiase gone after SummerSlam, does the All Japan tour before he comes back at the Royal Rumble. It should be known, we discussed this on the May 3rd edition of Raw. Vince McMahon announced on May 3rd when Kamala came to the ring without Slick that Slick was gone from the company. He was no more. Slick had felt he had done everything he could do for Kamala. So it was announced on May 3rd that Slick is gone from the WWF, but here we are on May 8th, and he's back. Here's Slick in the corner of Kamala with no real explanation other than this was taped a month prior. So clear, it appears Slick's departure from the company was fairly abrupt, as we'll see this continue on for a few weeks, actually, in commentary with Slick appearing or being discussed, even though Vince has already announced him as gone from the company. Before the match gets going, Kamala with handshakes all around to his manager Slick and even the Nasty Boys. Another fun sight. Match gets going. It's DiBiase, and he wants to buy off the Ugandan giant Kamala. DiBiase flashing those Benjamins to Kamala. And Kamala then responds in what appears to be English, maybe even a joke to DiBiase, but we can't pick it up at home. Vince McMahon refers to whatever Kamala's saying as Ugandanese. As the match gets going, Slick tells Kamala, "Take the money, brother. Take the money." That sounds like the old Doctor style to me. And Kamala finally takes the money from DiBiase, who then gloats, but Slick wants that money. Give me that money. Give me that money, brother. And Slick stuffs that money right down into his suit pocket. And Slick pockets it and then tells Kamala, "Get him. Get him." So Slick 6 Kamala. Say that 3 times fast. Slick 6 Kamala on DiBiase. So DiBiase gets screwed out of this deal. Lawler on commentary then proclaims that Slick stole the money, which Vince is quick to reply. Vince says the money is going to the collection plate.
You know the money's going to the collection plate at the Mount Ephraim Baptist Church in Fort Worth, Texas.
So Vince McMahon's selling the Slick's church in Texas here. And we've talked in recent episodes of The Grenade about DiBiase's herniated disc. Well, you wouldn't know it here. He seems to be doing a little better as he takes bumps aplenty for both the Nasty Boys and Kamala. IRS even jumps in, and he eats a pit stop for the Nasty Boys as the match continues on. Kamala tries to hit an avalanche splash in the corner, but he gets confused. He doesn't know which way he's going, and he misses the corner splash, and that allows Money Incorporated and Mr. Hughes to pick up some brief heat on the Ugandan Giant. Late in the match, Mr. Hughes and Kamala collide, and what a sight that is to see two 300-plus pound men smashing into each other as we get what I thought to be a hot tag to Brian Knobbs, but he winds up getting triple teamed by the heels while the referee is busy in the corner with the baby faces. Money Incorporated then double clothesline Knobbs to the mat, and the heels take over. We do eventually see the hot tag to Jerry Saggs, who nails a nasty-looking pile driver of all things to IRS, and this leads to a 6-way melee between all 6 combatants as Kamala with a big splash to the back of IRS, but as usual, in typical Kamala fashion, he's confused on how to pin IRS, and when he gets up to question Slick as to what to do, IRS with the schoolboy picks up the win. Slick tries to explain to Kamala post-match what went wrong. Meanwhile, Vince says Slick has the patience of Job with Kamala. Oh my, Vince, you can really stretch it sometimes. Match went 8 minutes. On paper, it looked odd. In the ring, I was kind of intrigued with how we were going to pull this off. In fact, I was almost impressed. I'm not saying it was really good, but I was kind of impressed by how much they made it work. Of course, a lot of pros in the ring. The finish itself, hot garbage. If you're going to give the pin to anybody, I say give it to Mr. Hughes. Certainly, it was very lame. IRS never even made the tag out. He just rolled Kamala up after eating the splash. There was no real chicanery, no major cheating going on. Just Kamala, again, confused, getting rolled up for the finish. And then the Nasty Boys kind of talking with Kamala post-match. So I was into it to a degree. I was curious to see how we were going to play this out. Unfortunately, the finish was flat at best. But we move on to Mean Gene Okerlund in a face-to-face. It's the debut edition of face-to-face. It replaces the old event center, as Mean Gene most often talks to 2 wrestlers at the same time who are supposedly in different studios having a conversation with one another. Typically, 2 guys that are pitted against one another on the upcoming house shows. This week, Gene talks to Shawn Michaels, rocking his full unibrow at this point, and Mr. Perfect, who will be colliding for the Intercontinental title on several house shows throughout the month. They talk about Mania 9 and the trash can incident where Michaels smashes Hennig across the head with the garbage can, of course. We have upcoming matches between the 2. Of course, we talked about the finish every night, doing the 20-minute draw, and they'll eventually showcase the match at SummerSlam. Then we move on. It's the Smoking Guns. This is vignette number 3.
Yeah!
In this episode, we see the Guns riding, they're shooting, we see their names appear on the screen, both Billy and Bart. Believe it or not, they're coming to the WWF.
Yeah!
Back to the ring, it's Yokozuna over Sean Dakota, known locally in that area of the world as the Navajo Warrior for many years. Bonsai drop ends this, and this is, we talked about Yoko in the early matches, really laying in the Bonsai drop to get his character over, really smashing guys, not protecting them, just crushing them with that large behind coming down on them. No support of the ropes as he just smashes poor Dakota flat here as well. Of course, Yoko back to doing the non-protection spots, the non-protective Bonsai drops more often than not here. After winning and losing the title at WrestleMania 9, I think it was a way to save face to keep himself looking like a monster, but Yokozuna's really been letting these job guys have it here the last few weeks on TV after the fallout of WrestleMania 9. I wrote, why does Mr. Fuji already have the winning paycheck pre-match? You ever notice that? These matches, these squash matches with Yoko, he picks up the win. Fuji already has the paycheck. He pays him. I get it's a sumo thing, but Fuji here, this is the World Wrestling Federation. How do you know your man's winning? How do you, it's kind of interesting that Fuji does this. I like that they play off the whole sumo thing by doing this, but at the same time, if you're using any type of logic, you're questioning, hey, how does he have that paycheck already for Yokozuna? Jerry Lawler on commentary in between matches here. He talks about Sensational Sherri, which kind of ties in with the USWA, but as they're discussing Sherri and Luna, Lawler says Sherri is so ugly, she couldn't get a date on her tombstone, which I found good enough for a chuckle. And it's off to the King of the Ring report. We get interviews from Lex Luger. He says the gall to make the narcissist qualify for his matchup at King of the Ring. Of course, Luger in the completely opposite bracket of the Hitman Bret Hart, but yet he predicts a finals of himself taking on Bret Hart, which it makes you wonder, was that really the end game initially? Before they obviously changed some plans here. But it's very intriguing here in the interview as Lex proclaims he will end Bret Hart's career in the finals of the tournament. So Lex not only predicting himself as to going to the finals, he's predicting the Hitman headed to the finals as well. Of course, one of those will actually happen. I don't know if it's going to make Lex happy, but yeah, it's very interesting. It makes you wonder, was this the plan all along and things changed? Obviously, we know why. Just something to think about. As we go back to the ring, it's time for Crush over Steve Vega. Vega billed from Walls, Mississippi. Of course, that's the home of Harvey Whippleman, downtown Bruno. I wonder where they got that idea from. The Cranium Crunch ends this one in only 2 minutes. Crush over Steve Vega. And then it's...
From inside the pages of the WWF magazine, here's Update.
Update time with Gorilla Monsoons. He talks about the recent sensational Sherri Luna Vachon feud. We see clips from WrestleMania 9, the Shawn Michaels Tatanka match where Luna attacks Sherri after the match. We see the attack also backstage later at WrestleMania in the first aid room. Luna again attacking the sensational one. Then we see the angle from Raw where the ladies rip it all off. Then we go back in time and we get an excerpt from the Luna Vachon in her dungeon promo. And that's followed this week by a very brand new promo from the sensational Sherri.
At WrestleMania, Luna Vachon, you attacked me from behind, and then, on top of that, you come back in the emergency room after you almost break every rib in my body. You want a piece of me, little girl? Well, come and get it, because you're looking at a woman that invented mean, and you want some of me anywhere, anytime, one-on-one.
You know, guys, I have nobody to discuss this with this week, but I've got to say, they did a tremendous job here for at least the first month or so of really pushing this storyline, the angles, and everything they did with this feud between Sherri and Luna. They've done a really good job. Obviously, it starts at WrestleMania 9. It continues at WrestleMania 9. We get that wild brawl with some amazing cleavage.
Now that is raw!
As a part of Monday Night Raw. And then, of course, Luna gets the promo in her dungeon. Sherri responds here. They've really been building this up nicely. Better than I even really remembered, to be honest with you. It all makes sense. We're getting something from them every week. If we're not getting something from them, at least they're being showcased here in the update segment. This particular update I really enjoyed because it gives you a little bit of every single thing. The entire feud really is played out here in this update. So they're doing a tremendous job of pushing this as a big deal on their upcoming shows. Then it's back to the ring for another King of the Ring qualifier as the bad guy, Razor Ramon, takes on El Matador, Tito Santana. And prior to the match, Razor Ramon continuing to harass poor Mike McGurk. As the match gets going, it's Tito He gets Razor up against the ropes for a break, but Ramon with a nasty back elbow, and he takes over the match just for a moment before Tito comes right back. Flying forearm. Tito nails his former finisher just moments into the match, but Razor manages to get his foot on the ropes before the 3 count. Saving himself, here's Tito. Locks in a wrist lock, and then it's wrist lock-orama from El Matador as the match continues, as you might imagine. Ramon then with a hot shot to finally get some heat on El Matador. Tito does make the comeback, goes up top for a top rope body block, but Razor Ramon floats over, rolls on top of Tito, hooks the tights for good measure. Razor Ramon picks up the win. The entire match, only 3 minutes, 15 seconds. Wow, these King of the Ring qualifiers, they went a little shorter than I actually remember them being way back in the day, but I guess that was just cool to get these competitive matches. Hey, 2 competitive matches on the same show. We had the 6-man, and now Razor and Tito Santana later on the same event. Pretty cool stuff. Razor Ramon advances. He'll wrestle Bret Hart in the first round of the King of the Ring. And it's a nice little 3-minute match anyway. You know, I wanted to point this out, though. This was interesting commentary by Jerry Lawler as this match goes on. Lawler says at one point during the match,
you know, if this is the Matador's last match in the WWF, he's already got a second job lined up. Look like that. He helps his fellow Mexicans enter the United States illegally. He does. You know how he does it?
Another forearm, down goes Razor Ramon. Say what you will. Santana's ready for this. A big slam. Santana with the momentum. Santana trying to set up. Yes, it does again. Razor Ramon. Come on.
Tito helps Mexicans illegally cross the border. As Lawler tries to continue to explain the story, Vince cuts him off immediately and continues commentating at a rapid pace. Luckily for Vince, it works out. Tito is in the middle of the comeback, so
Tito Santana, doing this, doing that, Tito Santana.
Lawler continues to try to talk, but he's clearly cut off by Vince on purpose so that he doesn't continue the story. But Lawler does easily get out the line about Tito having a second job helping Mexicans illegally cross the border. This made air even in 93. Unbelievable by the King, as he used to have a lot of fun with things you could say that you can no longer say. I don't even know if you could really say that back then. But nowadays, King, you would no longer have a job. And it's back to another edition of Face to Face with Gene Okerlund. This time, he talks to Doink. As Doink talks about his feud with Crush. Yes, that feud is still going on the house shows. So Doink calling out Crush. Gene also talks to Hacksaw Jim Duggan during this face-to-face, and Hacksaw talks all about King of the Ring, attempting to qualify for King of the Ring and being a part of that, as well as his feud with Yokozuna. Back to the ring. No, it's not back to the ring. We're closing out this episode of Superstars, oddly, with an interview. It's Raymond Rougeau up on the stage for a closing interview with Harvey Whippleman and the Giant Gonzalez to end the show. Odd placement on the show for sure. Not really used to seeing the WWF do this, but they have been testing some things out, changing some things around on the shows as of late. And this week, the Giant is airbrushed, for those wondering. Of course, we've seen him rock the fur, rock the airbrush at WrestleMania. After WrestleMania, he was back to the fur. Here he is again in the airbrushed muscle costume. Anatomically incorrect, I may add. No schlong for the Giant Gonzalez. Giant talks about his match with Tatanka next week on Superstars. That will be a King of the Ring qualifier. Going to be very interesting. He also talks about The Undertaker. Harvey Whippleman says The Undertaker just keeps coming back out of stupidity. But the next time will be The Undertaker's final time in the ring with the Giant Gonzalez. The Giant will end The Undertaker's career. The Giant then says, "Goodbye, Indian," referring to Tatanka. And the only thing I noted from this as they panned down to the Giant Gonzalez from head to toe was, man, I wish the Giant Gonzalez's boots were feet. Yeah, I know. Odd choice of thought there. But he's got that full body suit that they pan down, and he's got these black boots with the white shoelaces. And it just feels like he's supposed to be Bigfoot, right? Or the Sasquatch or some variation thereof. Why doesn't he have airbrushed feet to go over his boots? I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking too hard, or I'm just having a little too much fun with this. We move on to May 8th in WWF Mania with Todd Pettengill. Jim Ross visits the studio to say hello to old Todd this week. On Mania, the Mania exclusive this week, Bam Bam Bigelow over Kamala. We get that WrestleMania match on Mania. So it wasn't on WrestleMania, but it was on Mania. Bigelow over Kamala in only 4 minutes with a roll-up. Schoolboy by Bam Bam over Kamala. This was from Worcester, Mass, taped back on May 4th. Then it's on to May 9th and WWF Wrestling Challenge, taped back on April 5th, Phoenix, Arizona, at the American West Arena. Continues to be Mother's Day weekend, so Jim Ross and Bobby talk all about Mother's Day. Jim Ross asks, what did Bobby get his mother for Mother's Day? Bobby responds, when you have a son like me, he's the one that gets the gifts. So classic Bobby Heenan fashion. As Jim Ross goes on, he says, get your mother something really nice. Bobby responds, she's got something real nice. Me. And then Bobby kind of mutters under his breath, she better get me something nice. I got the mortgage on her home. So Bobby having fun any which way he can. Bobby still being Bobby. God bless him. I love him. Greatest all-around entertainer in the entire history of the business, if you ask me. And we kick things off at the ring. It's another King of the Ring qualifier, Hacksaw Jim Duggan, taking on Papa Shango. As Papa Shango jumps Duggan from the beginning, but it's Duggan firing back not one, not two, but a trifecta of clotheslines, which finally take Papa Shango off his feet. So I think it took 3 or 4 to knock Yokozuna down, and here it takes 3 to take down Papa Shango. Very interesting, Mr. Wright. Shango takes over the match with some generic offense, as you might imagine, the Chinlock O'Doom. Before he misses a corner charge, Duggan comes back with a simple shitty backdrop, barely gets Papa Shango up and over on that, and the 3-point stance clothesline. Duggan picks up the relatively easy win here with doing next to nothing. Duggan advances into the King of the Ring in 4 minutes and 38 seconds as we get some more face-to-face. And it's Money Incorporated, who are still the tag team champions. They're talking the Mega Maniacs. And Sergeant Slaughter is the referee in those upcoming matches we talked about. Since Hogan is too busy over in Hollywood, dude, to do face-to-face with Money Incorporated, we get Sergeant Slaughter on the other side of the screen. Sarge basically announcing he's going to call it down the middle. As DiBiase and IRS imply, they may attempt to buy him off. Then it's back to the ring with Virgil, our buddy Virg, as he takes on Tim Patterson. Jim Ross during this match reiterates a happy Mother's Day, to which Bobby Heenan again responds, better buy me something nice. As the match goes on, Jim Ross also mentions that Tim Patterson is from the famous Patterson wrestling family. A little inside joke there from JR about Pat Patterson and company. Virgil calling his spots again. We've talked about this before. We don't see a lot of these squash matches where the superstar calls spots in the ring, but Virgil constantly calling spots on the fly with these guys. The spot he calls here, a headlock takeover. Yes, he hooks the guy in a headlock, has a lengthy conversation with him, then takes him to the corner so he can walk up the ropes and do a headlock takeover. So, way to be, Virg. Virgil even tries a shitty plancha to the floor on this poor guy, and a dangerous-looking top rope dropkick. Not for Patterson, but for Virgil, the way he lands. Ugh, don't try that again, Virg. As a Russian leg sweep picks up the win here for Virgil, 2 minutes, 20 seconds, and it's on to Special Report with Lord Alfred Hayes. He talks about The Undertaker and Paul Bearer's interview from Superstars last week. That would have been May 1st on the April episode of The Grenade. Taker then talked about how he had grown tired of the futile attempts at trying to destroy what cannot be destroyed, meaning himself. Of course, he's discussing the Giant Gonzalez here for those who don't know. He says he will draw power from the souls of the deceased and the souls of the living. Taker then tells the Giant Gonzalez to meet him in his element, the dark side. Only the Undertaker will survive. Rest in peace. We get a rebuttal from Harvey Whippleman and the Giant Gonzalez. Harvey basically says, anytime, anywhere, dead man, keep coming until one time you won't come back at all. So the feud between the Giant Gonzalez and Undertaker easily continuing here into the summer of 93. Back to the ring, it's Damian Demento taking on Billy Jones. Demento busts out the old Ivan Putski Polish hammer here, which I marked out for. He looks to go for his hangman's neckbreaker, but then he releases Jones because he hears voices, not in his head like Randy Orton, but into the sky. Demento releases the neckbreaker in order to have a conversation with someone up in the sky as he starts counting on his hand. 1, no, 2, no, 3. Okay. Then it's the neckbreaker, and now the voices make sense as Demento drops not 1, not 2, but 3 of his loaded knee drops to get the win in only 2 minutes and 7 seconds. Think about that, people. He hesitated on a neckbreaker and did 3 knee drops, and the match still only went 2 minutes. That's Damian Demento. During the match, the commentary was also fun. Jim Ross says, this guy's a little goofy. To which Bobby Heenan replies, if he was any goofier, he'd be hanging out with Pluto and Mickey. And only Bobby Heenan can make jokes like that work. We again see the Smoking Guns vignette number 3. And then it's interview time with Raymond Rougeau as he talks with Luna Vachon. She says Sherri is jealous of Luna and she will destroy Sherri when they get in the ring. Luna says she will rip Sherri to shreds. And it's at this point that my wife's walking through the room and listening to Luna Vachon's voice for the first time in her life. And not only does she hear Luna's voice, but Luna used to have that screeching noise, however the hell it went. My wife goes, "What the hell is that?" So it's always funny when you have a non-wrestling fan or a casual wrestling fan who doesn't know the history, doesn't know these characters for the most part, and they're walking through the room and there's something weird going on, and they kind of call you out like, "What the fuck is going on? What the hell are you watching?" It always seems to work out that way, doesn't it, guys? You guys know what I'm talking about. And it's back to the ring with the Steiner brothers, taking on Louis Spicolli and Bobby Young. Bobby Heenan actually put Spicolli over early in the match. He says he's going to be a good wrestler someday. As the match gets going, it's the Steiner brothers with much more polite, careful, less murderous offense here this week, unfortunately. I'm not saying they don't do some cool moves. I'm just saying they're not as wild and unpredictable and dangerous and careless with the moves, so it's a little less fun, but it's more WWF-y, so maybe something's finally come down. Maybe a mandate came down to the Steiners here. We'll see this more than once in the coming weeks. The Steiners still doing their moves, but not necessarily to the level we were watching them do it for the first 4 months here in the company. For instance, we'll see Scotty in the match. He delivers the Dragon Suplex to Spicolli, which is a hell of a move in itself, but it's much more of a guided Dragon Suplex. Scotty follows through with it, makes sure he takes care of Spicolli here. Apparently, though, at some point, Bobby Young pisses Scotty off, so he eats a nasty release German suplex, and it's out of nowhere. It's not done in the context of the typical offense. Scotty just grabs him and launches him at one point. So I'm thinking Bobby Young, something he didn't sit well there with Scotty Steiner during this match. We do get the double underhook powerbomb. Again, a very guided, polite double underhook powerbomb for the Steiner brothers. And it's the Doomsday Bulldog. The assisted Bulldog off the top rope. Scotty pins Young. 3 minutes, 25 seconds. For the Steiners, they were safe. It's time for another King of the Ring report. We get promos from Bret the Hitman Hart as well as Hacksaw Jim Duggan. That was fast. Duggan just advanced a couple segments ago and he already has a promo in the can? Okay, I won't question it. We also hear from Yokozuna, Mr. Fuji, and WWF champion Hulk Hogan, who has his ear in the sand on the beaches of California, or maybe it's Florida, I guess. Thunder in Paradise. He's still on the set. As Mean Gene interviews the Hulkster, he's listening to the Hulkamaniacs talk to him in the sand. More nonsense from Hulk Hogan. Back to the ring, Bam Bam Bigelow taking on Terry Zeller. And Zeller moves a corner charge early in the match, allowing Bigelow to flare flip over the top rope to the apron. Bigelow then swats a running dropkick from Zeller and does a bombs away slingshot splash back into the ring. So clearly a spot Bigelow talked over with Zeller going into the match, but a really cool spot to showcase Bigelow as an agile athlete. As he's charging at Zeller in the corner, Zeller moves. Bigelow does the flip upside down in the corner a la Ric Flair, landing on the apron. Zeller charges at him with a dropkick. He swats that away. Down goes Zeller, and Bigelow then slingshot splash over the top rope back into the ring. Really impressive there from Bam Bam. Then Bam Bam tries a standing question mark, I wrote. It looked like he might have been going for an enziguri or a drop kick of some sort, but it just kind of looked like he jumped up and kicked Zeller and landed on a flat back bump. I think he should have just stuck with the bombs away and we would have been good. But the match goes on, and Bigelow continues with that nasty senton splash he's been hitting as of late. All 300 plus pounds, 400 pounds, I don't know what he is here in 93, but oh my God, every bit of that weight right onto the chest of Zeller, and the diving headbutt picks up the win. 2 minutes, 54 seconds, back to face with Gene Okerlund. This time he's talking with Harvey Whippleman and the Giant Gonzalez on face to face. And they have matches coming up in the Northeast area against the Macho Man, Randy Savage. And I also noticed the Giant has trimmed his beard here. It's not all scraggly and long anymore. Now he just looks like a man in a naked suit. He no longer looks like a Sasquatch. He's getting rid of all of his hair left and right. It's like the original Gold Dust, if you will, the Giant Gonzalez here in 1993. What do you guys think about that? The Giant Gonzalez is the original Gold Dust with this whole naked suit thing going on. Anyways, we get a few words from Harvey Whippleman in regards to the matches with the Macho Man and Randy Savage upcoming in places like the Meadowlands. And when that's over with, we hear Crush, who has some comments about Doink the Clown and matches he has with him scheduled in the upcoming weeks on the house shows. And then we close out this episode of Wrestling Challenge. Next week's King of the Ring qualifier, it's Doink the Clown against Mr. Perfect in a rematch. Of course, the first match went to a time limit draw. These guys are coming back again. This time it's a rematch as Hennig and Doink get ready to square off one more time.
Mr. Perfect! Next week we get to meet in the ring for the second time. You're perfect, so what does that make me? You're equal. Now it's for the King of the Ring. And it's serious this time. I was playing with you last time. But now there is no clowning around.
Doink, you consider yourself equal to Mr. Perfect? You didn't look too perfect when I had you in the Perfect Plex and the bell saved you. Well, next week we're gonna do it again. And I guarantee you, there will be no bell to save you.
All right, so Doink and Mr. Perfect 2 coming up next week on Wrestling Challenge as we go to All-American for May the 9th. Gene Okerlund and Bobby Heenan. Of course, now we're back with green screens. They no longer afford to send them on tour to actual cities and walk around and film shows. So now we get comedic green screen things going on in the background that are relatively comical. As this time they're in the country somewhere, perhaps the prairie, and they're on some railroad tracks, as you might imagine what could happen there. There's no exclusives this week, but there's also no...
There's no hope with dope.
Yes, the Undertaker No Hope with Dope PSA promo continues to air on all of the WWF programming. And again, I marked the Gorilla and the Wizard. Yes, Bruce Pritchard doing the Wizard gimmick. 5 weeks running now. I didn't remember it going on this long, but we hear from the Gorilla and the Wizard again on commentary on the May 9th episode of All American. As we move on to May 10th and Monday Night Raw at the Manhattan Center. This week we are live. As we go to a clip, it says 2 hours earlier, out front of the Manhattan Center at 7:02 p.m. to be precise, in front of the Manhattan Center, Alfred Hayes trying to interview Shawn Michaels for tonight's show when Shawn is attacked out of nowhere by Mr. Perfect. And there's a wild brawl going out onto the sidewalk, out of the streets of New York City, guys. It's wild, it's fun, it's awesome, it's different for the time. Shawn then smashed down onto the hood of a car parked in front of the arena. I should mention there's a bunch of fans standing around watching this go on. Shawn's cowboy boot goes straight into the window, breaking the windshield of this vehicle. And then we end up with a wild pull-apart brawl on the street as security, Tony Gurria, trying to separate the two. We even see fans getting a little close to the fight. We even begin to hear police sirens. Maybe they don't know what was going on. I'm not really sure, as we cut to the Monday Night Raw opening. So what a great way to kick off the show. We'd never really seen a fight outside like that, especially between those two guys. Mr. Perfect looking for revenge on Shawn from that WrestleMania 9 attack, also outdoors. So it was really cool, really fun. So we look at it from that aspect of this segment, and now we'll look at it from the other aspect of this segment, and that's poor Howard Finkel. The vehicle in which Shawn is slammed on and his foot goes through the windshield on was a brand new car purchased by one Howard Finkel, who was very proud. He was proud that he had gotten the car and he new purchase and all that good stuff. He felt good about himself. Good old Howard. And this was to be a prank created by Vince McMahon and Bruce Pritchard, those evil guys. Another poor prank on Howard Finkel that goes wrong. They smash the windshield of the car. They dent in the hood. Of course, the story goes Vince paid for Howard a new car. Really not the point, Vince, but you really are the $1 million man, aren't you, Vince McMahon here? As you have your laugh at the expense of a helpless guy under your employ, and then just so you don't feel bad about it afterwards, you just buy him the same car. So poor Fink here, but it's still, if you move that aside and you don't know that that's what's happening as these two are fighting on the car, it's a pretty awesome segment and a great way to hook the audience in to continue watching the show. As we kick things off, it's Vince McMahon, Randy Savage, and Bobby Heenan at ringside. And there's old Vladimir, superfan Vladimir, in the front row of the crowd there. What's up, Vladdy? As Bobby, on commentary, says he thinks that Hacksaw is the one that paid Mr. Perfect to soften HBK up prior to tonight's Raw, because let's not forget tonight's main event, It's Intercontinental Champion Shawn Michaels defending against Hacksaw Jim Duggan in a lumberjack match, of all things. So Bobby thinks Hacksaw paid Hennig off to attack HBK. Vince says,
that's ridiculous.
Of course not. Don't be ridiculous.
And it's straight to the ring. Another King of the Ring qualifier. Wow, 3 of them this weekend. Bam Bam Bigelow taking on Typhoon. Dude! Typhoon early on with a big body slam on the Bammer. Bammer kind of slams Typhoon back, but Typhoon sandbags him, and it's not really as easy as it sounds. Typhoon in control with a nice long armbar before tossing Bigelow out to the floor. Typhoon then sends him back inside. When Typhoon tries to get back in the ring, Bigelow sends him into the ring post. Repeatedly, the story here with the Heat is Bigelow simply doesn't want Typhoon back in the ring. Should be noted that Bam Bam sometime early in this match got an open gash on the top of his head. Skull busted open there on the top, bleeding. Typhoon is so over that we actually get a Bam Bam chant in the middle of this match. This slow, awful match, I should point out, as we go into a commercial. And when we come back, the two men trading blows, and we go right into the finish as Typhoon misses a avalanche in the corner. Bam Bam with an impressive Samoan drop with ease. And then the diving headbutt picks up the win in 8 minutes. That's with commercial, guys. And the crowd cheers. Are they cheering because Bam Bam got the win, or are they cheering because it's over? Ugh. But Bam Bam will advance to take on Hacksaw Jim Duggan in the first round of the King of the Ring tournament. Meanwhile, this is bye-bye Typhoon. Toot! There's one final toot for the Typhoon man as he's on his way out of the WWF. This is his final TV appearance with the company here in 1993, as he will go on to become
none other than the Shock Master!
All right!
The Shock Master!
And we see the Smoking Guns vignette number 3 yet again.
Yeah!
And they'll make their debut this coming Saturday on WWF Mania. I hadn't remembered that the Smoking Guns get the Mania debut treatment. And just wait until you see who their opponents are. I'll keep it a surprise until we get there. And this may be the debut of the Raw girl, Themis Clarities. We have heard tell of her in the past. She was a Raw girl for a very long time here during this period in the WWF, and she went on to do some politics. Look her up. She became a pretty big deal, way outside of her modeling career. I doubt she lists the WWF Raw girl on her LinkedIn account. Back to the ring, it's Yokozuna with Fuji in his corner taking on PJ Walker, the future Aldo Montoya, the future Just Incredible. Not sure this may be one of the, if not the first time we see PJ here on the show. We learn immediately that Yoko will take on Kamala next week on Raw. That should be entertaining, as Bobby Heenan says he feels awful for the way Yokozuna was jobbed at WrestleMania.
What a proud man Yokozuna is. I felt so sorry for him at WrestleMania, the way he was jobbed.
Well, whether he was or whether he wasn't, he'll have his opportunity to regain the title.
Vince continues the commentary. Well, whether he was or wasn't jobbed, that remains to be seen. But Bobby Heenan, that's the second time he's used the word job in the last month of TV. So I found that interesting. I obviously didn't notice it way back then. I didn't even know what that meant in 93. But Yokozuna did doing the job to Hulk Hogan at WrestleMania, to say the least, Bobby, to say the least. And then it's back to the match quickly as Yokozuna nails the belly-to-belly, the big leg drop, the butt splash in the corner, and yes, the bonsai on poor PJ Walker. And holy shit, did he bounce. Go check this match out. Yokozuna literally bounces off the chest of PJ Walker, kind of a double bonsai as he lands back on his chest for a second time. Yoko picks up the easy win, 2 minutes and 12 seconds. And it's off to the King of the Ring report, and we see the narcissist shilling Ico Pro, of all things, and Vince just can't resist a guy with a body like that not shilling his Ico Pro product, even if he is a heel and in love with himself. So out of character at this point for the narcissist, but he's shilling Ico Pro. You've got to want it. And then Mean Gene runs down the current card for the King of the Ring as he promotes Perfect versus Doink 2 on Wrestling Challenge, and Tatanka and the Giant Gonzalez on Superstars. Again, both of them King of the Ring qualifiers coming up this weekend on WWF syndication. Back to the ring, Mr. Perfect takes on Iron Mike Sharp as Perfect grabs the large Raw girl, who's showing the Raw cards at this point, by the face and places his gum out of his mouth and into hers, and she digs it.
Now that is Raw!
Raw indeed. As the match gets going, Mr. Perfect dominates Mike Sharp A lot of R's from Mike Sharp because it just wouldn't be an Iron Mike match without all that noise. We get a chop fight as Hennig really lays in some nasty chops to Sharp. Sharp finally starts fighting back with chops of his own, both of them making quite a bit of noise as Hennig finally wins, and he drops the strap to make the comeback. Meanwhile, over on commentary, we get another shot of Bobby Heenan, and he's shown again this week, flipping TV channels. Always loved when he did that. The little tiny monitor up on top of the wrestling monitor. He's watching other channels. Really, the idea is there's nothing on, but Monday Night Raw is the whole point of this, is Bobby flips through the channels, seeing what's on. Of course, nothing on, like I said. And the idea here this week, Bobby claims, is he'd rather watch anything than Mr. Perfect wrestle. He even tries to watch porn on a scrambled channel, and Vince says, hey, get it off that. What are you trying to watch there? So pretty funny stuff for those who get the era and what scrambled channels looked like, and Bobby being Bobby. And the point is, even though he'd rather watch anything than Mr. Perfect wrestle, there's still nothing on worth watching rather than Mr. Perfect wrestle. So Monday Night Raw is the place to be, I guess, is the end game and what we're getting to here with these segments of Bobby Heenan on this television screen. Of course, remember that started, it was Rob Bartlett who did it first. So I'm not sure if it was a Bartlett idea that they continued here with Bobby Heenan or what the deal was, but very cool stuff. I always liked when Bobby did it. Didn't do it often, but we get it a couple times here so far. And then my next thought was, as we cut back to the ring, did they literally have to pay for cable just to do this? Like, how did these channels come? How are they picking up these channels? This isn't 2021 where you just stream an app and all you need is internet access. To get all these channels, TNT and A&E and whatever the hell else he was flipping, the Playboy channel, all these channels he was flipping the channels across, you had to pay for this somehow. So did they run a cable wire? Is the Manhattan Center loaded with cable? I don't know what the deal was here, but I in hindsight, when I thought about it, I go, how the hell do they have cable in the Manhattan Center? Different times, guys, different times. And the finish sees, well, you can't backdrop Mr. Perfect. Iron Mike doesn't learn the lesson. He tries for the backdrop, and it's the Perfect Plex. Picks up the win in 4 minutes and 39 seconds. The action goes on. Mr. Hughes, who is now managed the debut of Harvey Whippleman as the manager of Mr. Hughes. Meanwhile, Bobby Heenan comically getting up from the announce table before the match, trying to get the phone number of new Raw girl Themis around ringside. But back to the match. Mr. Hughes now managed by his new manager, Harvey Whippleman. This week he takes on a fellow by the name of the Cannonball Kid. You guys remember him as the Kamikaze Kid just last week against Doink the Clown. Before that, the Lightning Kid. The finish last week saw Doink dispose of the Kamikaze Kid in quick fashion. No different here this week, as it is a pure slaughter, as Mr. Hughes just takes out the poor Cannonball Kid with an 8-foot sidewalk slam. He had to have picked Waltman a good 8 feet in the air as he drove him down into that sidewalk slam. Hughes with the win in only 2 minutes and 19 seconds. And then he tosses the Kid to the floor after the match because he's a heel. We see a promo for WWF All-American. We learned this week's exclusive is Crush taking on Blake Beverly. So you make sure you tune into All-American for that one. As we go back to the ring for the main event, it's a lumberjack match between Intercontinental Champion Shawn Michaels and Hacksaw Jim Duggan. And why a lumberjack match, you might ask? Well, go back to the April episode where we cover May 3rd edition of Raw. It was Shawn and Hacksaw in a match that led to a double countout because Shawn kept trying to run away. Well, this week, the idea is there is no running for Shawn Michaels, as the lumberjacks will surround ringside to make sure nobody escapes the match. The lumberjacks for the match include Mr. Perfect, Yokozuna, Mr. Fuji out there with him, Terry Taylor, Bam Bam Bigelow, Bob Backlund, Mr. Hughes, Tatanka, and Typhoon. And to add a little WWF flavor to the lumberjack match, the lumberjacks are actually wearing flannel shirts to the ring. And somehow this works for Typhoon. It actually works on Typhoon, this flannel shirt. Not so much for Mr. Hughes. A little silly on Mr. Hughes. No luck for Yoko. They couldn't find a flannel shirt big enough, so Yoko just rocking the Yoko trunks. I wrote in an extra line here. Typhoon finally finds his next gimmick, and he's off to be
none other than the Shock Master!
All right!
The Shock Master!
So just as they found something new for Typhoon to do, a lumberjack gimmick, he's off to do the Shockmaster gimmick, which ironically, and actually now that I think about it, I think by the end of the year, isn't Uncle Fred wearing flannel shirts? Or am I just am I just being crazy? I don't remember WCW 93 all that great, but I don't expect to do that on the Grenade anytime soon. What's fun here as Jack Tunney, being the intelligent man that he is, he has booked Yokozuna, who attempted to end the career of Hacksaw Jim Duggan, as a lumberjack. He's also booked Mr. Perfect, who is currently in a feud with Shawn Michaels, as we saw at the beginning of this episode, as a lumberjack. So we've got two guys on the outside who have agendas against Duggan and HBK. And right away, that shows as Hacksaw makes his way to the ring. He doesn't even enter the ring. He goes out and attacks Yokozuna during his entrance and drops him outside onto his big keister. Oh, so Hacksaw taking down the big Yokozuna before the match even gets going. Then it's Shawn Michaels to the ring, but he's on crutches, guys, with a fucking 1991 WWF t-shirt on, which is pretty badass. Not only do I want this shirt, but it's so out of date. It's hilarious. We got the Ultimate Warrior, Mr. Perfect. The guy he's feuding with is on this shirt he's wearing. The fucking Rockers are on this t-shirt, guys. Shawn Michaels wearing a shirt with his own self as the Rockers here this week. A very old shirt. I'd love to have it. Love the neon colors on the black shirt. But nevertheless, Shawn Michaels out on crutches. He is not dressed to wrestle. He can't wrestle. He's injured his ankle, guys, because of that fight with Curt Hennig earlier. And that's when after Shawn announces he can't work the match, Mr. Perfect attacks HBK at ringside and rolls him into the ring. And this pisses Shawn off, so he forgets about that fraud injury, and he pops up mad, challenging Curt Hennig to a fight. And it's a miracle because Shawn Michaels is healed, and the match will go on. As Hacksaw tosses Shawn Michaels immediately out to the Lumberjacks, and the bell sounds to start the match. Shawn wrestling in the street clothes here today. He's going to have to work in these cowboy boots, jeans, and the t-shirt. As the match gets going, it's Duggan dominating the first 6 minutes with lots of slams and punching and clotheslines, basically in that pattern over and over again. Slams, punching, clotheslines. I mean, it is Hacksaw. As the match goes on, we get not one, not two, but three chants of Shawn is gay, which seems to be a weekly chant here in the Manhattan Center for Shawn Michaels. Shawn does the flip up into the corner and takes a hell of a fucking bump as he goes flying upside down into that corner at 100 miles an hour. At this point, I notice Duggan's gut appears to be growing bigger and bigger under that singlet. Wearing a singlet doesn't make it okay to continue to not work out. Hacksaw. As the match goes on, Duggan pitches Shawn out to the floor, and a lot of good these Lumberjacks are doing as Shawn makes it all the way back to the entrance curtains before Mr. Perfect and Bob Backlund get a hold of him. Perfect then picks Shawn up and drags him back to the ring. God, guys, let's see if we can do a better job as Lumberjacks. Hennig throws Shawn back in the ring as we head into a commercial 6 minutes into the match, and back from break, Duggan immediately misses a knee drop as Shawn takes off his cowboy boot and wham! Nails Duggan with the boot as the referee is distracted. Shawn then puts the boot back on his foot and continues on the offense. Duggan manages to break a chin lock and come back with more clotheslines and slams, even a nice backdrop. Duggan then goes down, 3-point stance time, nails the big finisher clothesline, but it sends Shawn down and he rolls out to the floor, avoiding a pinfall as we go into a second commercial break during this match. And then back from this commercial break, Shawn misses a stinger splash. In the corner as Bam Bam Bigelow jumps up onto the apron to distract the babyface Lumberjacks as well as the referee. And while they're tied up with Bam Bam running interference, Shawn Michaels dumps Duggan out to the floor near Yokozuna, who, you guessed it, lands a leg drop on Hacksaw on the outside floor. Yoko then rolls Duggan back inside. Shawn tries to make the cover with 1 foot across the chest of Duggan, but Mr. Perfect has seen enough. Mr. Perfect out of nowhere clothesline Shawn Michaels for the disqualification. Shawn Michaels will win on a DQ in 17 minutes and 30 seconds, but Hennig wouldn't let Michaels pin Hacksaw after that interference from Yokozuna. We immediately run into a promotional consideration by Alfred Hayes, but back from that, and it's Shawn Michaels jumping back into the ring, attacking Mr. Perfect, which leads to all of the Lumberjacks getting into the ring and jumping in for a wild brawl, except Yokozuna, who's wise. He just walks away. So after Yoko wisely leaves, it's the Lumberjacks. Shawn Michaels all in the ring going at it. Wild brawl ensues as Hacksaw Jim Duggan grabs his trusty 2x4. He hits the ring and swings it wildly at everyone in sight. Everyone clears the ring. Duggan even gets to land a shot of the 2x4 across the back of Iron Mike Sharp to conclude the show as we go off the air, with Hacksaw Jim Duggan standing tall but not the Intercontinental Champion. On behalf of the Wrestling Memory Grenade and the WrestleCopia brand, we are proud to announce our very own Patreon account. We encourage everyone to stop on over to patreon.com/WrestleCopia and check out an amazing 14 tiers. And depending on your budget, we have everything from as little as a $1 tier to as much as a $100 tier. Get you all sorts of exciting offers. It really all depends on what offer you value the most. You can do anything from join Steve and I right here as co-hosts for an episode of The Grenade, all the way down to unedited versions of the show, early access to upcoming episodes, beat everyone else to the punch, see what we're saying before everyone else gets to hear it, plus my insanely detailed show notes, which I value ever so dearly. You can even pick the flick. And what that means is, if you subscribe to one of our You Pick the Flick tiers, you'll tell us, me and Steve, what show it is you want us to review. It can be a watch-along on the WWE Network, YouTube, Daily Motion. It can even be a live review of a rare show from my personal archive vault of videos at home. No promotion, no territory, no era is off limits. You can request anything from your favorite WrestleMania to an episode of 1982 World Class to the 60-minute classic between Jack Briscoe and Dory Funk Jr. from 1970's All Japan. Hell, if you want to put us through the misery, we'll even pull a Mystery Science Theater over here and watch Hell Comes to Frogtown starring Roddy Piper. You tell us what you want us to review, and we'll do our own little watch-along and do our best to entertain you guys and give you guys insight in the process. And it doesn't end there. There's a $5 tier, the all-access tier. Not only do you gain access to everything on every lower tier, but you'll also have complete access to our entire full library of random show reviews and watch-alongs we've done and continue to do as a side project. We review everything from the Flair Steamboat 2 out of 3 fall match from Class 6, all the way down to the Halloween 1985 edition of Saturday Night's Main Event. It's a proverbial hodgepodge of randomness, as you never know what we'll review next. And it's exclusive to the all-access tier or any of the higher tiers over at patreon.com/WrestleCopia. Check it out now. That address again is patreon.com/WrestleCopia. That's Wrestle C-O-P-I-A. We move on to the following weekend in WWF Superstars for May 15th, taped back on April 6th in Tucson, Arizona. We kick things off with those face-to-face type promos I've mentioned before. Giant Gonzalez looking to the left, Tatanka looking to the right. Harvey Whippleman doing the promo for the Giant Gonzalez, while Tatanka has his own things to say, as that will be the King of the Ring qualifying match later here today on Superstars. But first, we kick things off with the Steiner brothers taking on Mark Ming and Jim Armstrong, and Scott Steiner is clearly on something here, people, and it's not Ico Pro. As he gets in the ring and flexes for the camera, Scotty really beefing up here as of late. Speaking of which, you can call it Ico Pro Rage if you want, as Scott just dominates poor Mark Ming. Short clothesline to the throat of Ming, and then a very nasty dragon suplex o' death. Oh my God, did he launch him here? Remember how polite and kind the Steiners were last week when they were in action with the job guys? Not so much this week. I wrote, what did Ming do to Scotty? Shit. Scott Steiner just destroys Mark Ming, and then they send Ming into the corner to tag in poor Jim Armstrong, and now it's Rick's turn to take over. Rick Steiner murders poor Jim Armstrong in what Vince calls reckless abandon. And he just mauls the poor job guy. Rick then delivers a release German suplex onto the top of Armstrong's head. Vince McMahon lets out a what a maneuver like you've never heard before. It's almost like a serious what a maneuver. Well, I'll let you guys listen.
Oh! What a maneuver!
What a maneuver! That was Rick Steiner German suplexing, release German Armstrong onto the top of his head. Very nasty. Steiner's just demolishing these guys this week. Scott Steiner back in with a very, just disgusting looking arm bar as he tries to break or dislocate the elbow, maybe the shoulder of Armstrong, twisting it in ways it just absolutely shouldn't twist. And then we go into the finishes. Scott tosses Armstrong back to the corner, forces him to tag in Mark Ming, who I'm sure didn't want to come back in, but he does so. And it's the Doomsday Top Rope Bulldog. The Steiners pick up the win on Ming in only 2 minutes and 40 seconds. The Steiner brothers clearly in a bad mood this week. All right, guys, and it's time for Face to Face with Gene Okerlund. And while I've been listening to the generic promos that air on the Peacock Network on these Face to Faces and the old event centers, obviously everybody knows, anybody that grew up in this era knows that the localized promos, maybe they were cutting promos when they were coming to your town, aired in the local markets. And Howie D sent this little ditty in, as 2 heels are scheduled to go at it at an upcoming Madison Square Garden card in the middle of June. It's Shawn Michaels scheduled to defend his Intercontinental title against the bad guy Razor Ramon. Here's their comments about going up against one another.
Against Razor Ramon for the Intercontinental. Hey, just a second. You guys both dress in the same locker room.
You're looking good, Sean. You're looking good, man.
You
Get that chrome dome off the set.
Oh, yeah.
There's got to be something wrong here, Mean Gene. My good friend Razor and I, we're not a couple of guys going to get out there and mess up these good-looking mugs. The World Wrestling Federation must have made, I don't know, some kind of mistake. We'll get on that before we get there.
Hey, Sean, we just coming to MSG, man. Madison Square Garden. That ain't no Chinese food additive. We're going to come down. There are going to be so many chicas around ringside. Sean, hey, and this time, Sean, you take the fat one.
Why don't you take your
I don't want
else
the fat one. I always get the
like
fat
it or not,
ones.
the two of you are going to be meeting head on in the Garden on June 12th. Don't you dare miss it.
A real bummer. I have nobody to discuss this one with. A couple of fun lines there by Razor Ramon. Scott Hall's on a roll here. First, he says, we're coming to MSG, and that ain't no Chinese food additive. And then later on, they talk about all the chicks coming to the Garden, and Scott Hall tells Sean, this time you get the fat ones. I loved it. It was pretty good stuff there. Clearly, these guys immediately having fun with this face-to-face, maybe a little too much fun, as they're not necessarily taking this seriously, and I'm enjoying it at Vince McMahon's expense anyway. So good stuff there by Sean and Razor, who at this point are both heels, and they're scheduled to go up against one another at the Garden. And over on the Peacock version, the face-to-face featured Hacksaw Jim Duggan and Yokozuna and Mr. Fuji. Of course, Hacksaw mocks the Japanese language during the middle of this promo. So, yeah, again, a little outdated, but Duggan gets away with it. Again, it's face-to-face, and these guys having a little fun as the Yokozuna Hacksaw Jim Duggan feud continues on the house show circuit. And back to the ring, it's Mr. Hughes over Bobby Young with the sidewalk slam in just 1 minute and 49 seconds. And I've been informed that Bobby Young is actually the upcoming Bobby Bradley, not Bob Bradley from WWF fame, if you want to call it fame, but rather Bobby Bradley, the man who teamed with Rob Van Dam for a period of time. There's Aerial Assault in the early 90s. I've been told Bobby Young is that Bobby Bradley. So very cool deal. As the commentary here is very interesting, you can see Jim Ross rubbing off a little bit on Vince McMahon, at least early on, as Vince covers Mr. Hughes, Curtis Hughes he calls him, his credentials from high school to college athlete. Also, during the match, we get a Slick insert promo wanting to manage Mr. Hughes, even though he's been gone for like 2 weeks. Shame on you, WWF, or maybe shame on Slick. Was Slick just trying to ditch Kamala? Did he pretend like he was leaving the company, thought maybe Kamala wouldn't notice? Then he kind of runs around the corner and, hey, Mr. Hughes, I want to manage you instead because you're a real winner. Either way, it doesn't really happen. Slick is obviously gone from the company at this point, and it's just we're just behind the times here as far as syndication goes. This was recorded a month ago, but again, it continues on with the theory of this Slick absence. The leaving the company, it was spur of the moment, as it just felt like they had no plans of Slick being gone, as you can easily see at this point. And it's even to the point here where Vince McMahon on commentary even mentions that Slick is still the current manager of Kamala, which contradicts what he said on Raw 2 weeks ago. And it's time for Smoking Guns vignette number 4. Yeah! This is their fourth and final vignette, as we hear what we would come to know as their theme music play, as we see a short promo from Billy and Bart Gunn. They're coming soon, as Billy shoots us right in the face with his Alec Baldwin's. Back to the ring, it's Bob Backlund taking on Terry Zeller, and Bob does Bob stuff. A bunch of counters on the ground, a lot of mat wrestling. The double underhook suplex into a leg scissor roll-up, and Bob picks up the easy win, 2 minutes, 30 seconds. And now it's time for another debut, but not of a wrestler, but rather Bonnie Blackstone, as she's up on the interview stage getting ready to interview the narcissist Lex Luger, who has a mirror ready for him. The clever Blackstone asks Lex to pose so that she can point out the screws protruding from his forearm skin, which upsets the narcissist. She says the referees are demanding that Lex begin to wear a protective covering over his arm. Luger says the decision was already made. WWF is powerless in the matter, and he won't wear a protective cover. Bonnie says the 6-inch steel plate is like using a brick or a baseball bat as a weapon in the ring. Luger says it doesn't matter who he has to knock out in order to get to the top, he's going to do so. And I thought this was a really solid job by Bonnie Blackstone here. She understood what they wanted out of her, and I won't say that she's 100% better than Raymond Araujo, as Dave Meltzer said there in the Observer, but I think Bonnie did a great job coming out here. She knew exactly what to do. There didn't appear to be any real nerves or anything like that, so she did a great job in screwing with Lex Luger, kind of setting him up, getting him invested in himself, looking at himself in the mirror so that she could point out the screws, and I'm sure that was, discussed backstage, but just a really good job by Bonnie Blackstone. Unfortunately, she's not long for the WWF, but it's fun while she's here. The only other comment I can have here is I wish she hadn't cut her hair. I don't know if that was a Vince thing. I know he loved to make guys shave their mustaches off, any announcers when they came in. But yeah, Bonnie Blackstone looked better with the longer hair, but I thought she did a good job no matter the length of her hair here. Pretty good job, Bonnie Blackstone. And it's back to the ring where it's anything but a good job as the man, Virgil, gets ready to take on Jose Martinez. This match I wrote is awful, sloppy. Virgil clearly calling spots with the job guy yet again. Virgil tries a swinging neck breaker. At least that's what I think it was supposed to be. Terrible job, but he lands it. So it was just an episode or two ago, we were talking about Virgil trying to slide through the legs of Bam Bam Bigelow, but not really having the momentum to follow through, and he just kind of comes to a dead stop right at the feet of Bam Bam. Well, here Virgil's outside on the apron, and he tries to do the old rocker slide through the legs back into the ring bit with shitty momentum once again, though he does finally get through the job guy's legs, and he stands up and throws a really crappy-looking punch to follow up with. Virgil looks absolutely lost here, and it appears to me as if referee Danny Davis is doing a ton of talking to Virgil throughout the match. It's almost like he's giving him the offense to do, as if Virgil has no idea what the hell's going on. I don't know if he's inebriated. I have no idea what's going on here, but Virgil just not with it. Worse than normal is all I can say. And then he goes for his finisher. This is the move Virgil's been doing for months, people. The Russian leg sweep. I don't know what the hell goes on here, but it is not a Russian leg sweep. Not one you're used to seeing. Not one I'm used to seeing. He kind of takes the jobber, just jerks him backwards as Virgil takes a bump on his side. Really weird stuff going on here, but Virgil does pick up the win after that Russian leg sweep. 2 minutes and 43 seconds. We continue on with the action in the ring. It's Intercontinental Champion Shawn Michaels against Billy Jones. And during the match, Shawn actually jumps out to the floor, has a little fun, sits next to Mike McGurk, puts his arm around her as he just leaves the jobber laying in the ring. The finish sees the job guy get a little bit of offense on Shawn. But when Shawn goes for a scoop slam, the job guy, Billy Jones, slips over, slides behind, lands behind Michaels, but runs right into a super kick, and it made that exact noise. Really nice looking super kick, maybe the best in a while from HBK. Shawn picks up the win in 3 minutes and 38 seconds. So he's completely ditched the entire teasing the teardrop suplex at this point. He's completely eliminated that from his arsenal. So Shawn Michaels picks up the win with the super kick, 3 minutes, 38 seconds. Once again, a heel narcissist Lex Luger shills the Ico Pro. You've got to want it. Sorry, guys. Vince couldn't help it. It's time for the King of the Ring report as we hear promos from Razor Ramon, who will wrestle Bret Hart. The Narcissist will take on either Giant Gonzalez or Tatanka. At King of the Ring, we'll find out who here in just a little bit. And Hulk Hogan. And it's in the sand listening to his Hulkamaniacs once again. He refers to himself as the rare white Bengal tiger, dude. And I made a note of that because that's usually what the master in the Dungeon of Doom, King Curtis, would call Hulk Hogan, the rare white Bengal tiger. So all the way back here in 93, Hogan thinking he's that white Bengal tiger. Hogan says he's had it with Hollywood, brother. He's going back to the ring, dude. He's won the title for the 5th time, and it was no fluke. Hulk's been drinking his own sweat to survive out here in the sands. What you gonna do? Mean Gene then says he thinks Hogan has been preoccupied with the movies while Yokozuna has been focused on the return match. So Mean Gene, we're playing the Rocky gimmick here with the local hero, the local champion out in Hollywood and things of that nature, while the foreign challenger has been preparing himself for the biggest fight of his life. So pretty cool stuff. Not the Hogan promo, but just the closing with Mean Gene. Definitely not the promo. Not good at all. Then we have a little odd piece here as we cut to the announcers. It's Vince McMahon, Randy Savage, and Lawler. Lawler doesn't say a whole lot in this little segment as he's a heel, but Savage and Vince thank the fans that how much they appreciate them watching the show and everything they do for the company. It was really odd that this just gets slapped in here. Maybe some more Vince stuff going on with Court looming around the corner at this point. So, but yeah, they spend a couple minutes just thanking the fans. Really odd placement on the show as we go back to the ring. King of the Ring qualifier, Tatanka, taking on the Giant Gonzalez with Harvey Whippleman in his corner. Vince refers to Gonzalez as an 8-foot creature rather than a man. Tatanka rushes out. He runs out to the ring like the Ultimate Warrior. But then he stops short. He gets up on the apron. It's like he's rushing to the ring to attack the Giant Gonzalez, and then he realizes, holy shit, This guy's nearly 8 feet tall. And he just kind of stands there on the apron in awe for a moment. And Tatanka missing that red hair, courtesy of Bam Bam Bigelow, I should mention. Tatanka dances around the ring and tries a chop, but runs right into the Giant's chop instead. And the Giant Gonzalez chops Tatanka down immediately as the match gets going. Giant with a choke and a big boot on the Native American. Tatanka makes the comeback, though, striking Gonzalez in the legs and gut. Giant Gonzalez, though, sells his face. So go back, check this match out. Tatanka's kicking and hitting at the Giant's legs and his ribs. And the entire time, Gonzalez is selling his face, covering his face with both hands. Oh, that hurts. Oh, my face. Tatanka sees the Giant wobbling, so he goes up top for the tomahawk chop. Not once, but twice. Tatanka nails the tomahawk chop. Still can't take the Giant Gonzalez down. Tatanka goes back up a third time. He's going up for a third tomahawk chop, but he gets caught in a chokehold on the way down. Gonzalez then tosses the official, Bill Alfonso, to the side and nails the choke slam on Tatanka. But Gonzalez is disqualified for tossing Bill Alfonso. Tatanka picks up the win on disqualification in only 3 minutes. So I guess we won't have that awesome King Giant Gonzalez coming up at King of the Ring. And as Tatanka is being helped out of the ring, the Giant once again tosses Bill Alfonso post-match as he is upset he's been eliminated from the King of the Ring. And the Giant's trunks, midsection, if you will, of his bodysuit are rolling downwards, so you can clearly see their trunks and not a real human body like I thought they were. So absolutely ruining my suspension of disbelief that this is really a thing, the Giant Gonzalez. It's back to face as Money Incorporated talk the Steiner brothers in this episode. And as we close out the show, Vince McMahon announces the Superstars debut next week of the Smoking Guns and the debut of
Mr. Bomb, Mr. Atom Bomb.
Mr. Atom Bomb, Mr. Bomb, Mr. Atom Bomb, coming to the WWF next week. And that should be fun. Also next week, it's another King of the Ring qualifier as we hear from Intercontinental Champion Shawn Michaels. He's going to take on Crush.
And then one-on-one and a King of the Ring qualifying matchup. It's Shawn Michaels squaring off against Crush. We had an occasion to pick up these pre-recorded comments.
Right here next week, a non-title match to see who qualifies for King of the Ring. Me and you, Crush. See, I'm the IC champ. I shouldn't have to qualify. I'm already the king. But you're gonna find out, being big doesn't make you good. Being good makes you good.
You, Shawn Michaels, you keep telling everybody about how good you are. Well, I agree with you, brother. You are good. Good for nothing. I may have you in a non-title match, but this match is very, very important. This match determines on who goes on in the tournament of the King of the Ring. I'll meet you, Shawn Michaels. I'll show you I'm not only big, but I'm good too, brah. Shaka.
Shaka, brah. Crush taking on Shawn Michaels non-title next week for more reasons than one. We'll get to that in just a little bit. But Shawn Michaels and Crush going at it in a King of the Ring qualifying match next week on Superstars. Good little promo there from Shawn. You don't have to be big to be good. You just have to be good to be good. That can be said to a lot of guys. Hulk Hogan. As we move on to WWF Mania for May 15th, Todd Pettengill hosts. It's the in-ring debut of the Smoking Guns. Yeah! And they take on, how's this for some trivia? Their first opponents on TV, Damien Demento and the Brooklyn Brawler. Yes, you heard me right. Bart Gunn picks up the win over the Brooklyn Brawler after 7 minutes of action here on Mania. And there's a problem when the Brooklyn Brawler is your hot tag partner, Damien Demento. This was taped back at a Raw taping on the May 10th episode of Raw. So the Smoking Guns, now a thing in the ring here in the World Wrestling Federation as we move on to Sunday and Wrestling Challenge for May 16th, taped back on April 5th in Phoenix, Arizona. Razor Ramon picking up a win over Sean Dakota with the Razor's Edge in just a mere 2 minutes, 14 seconds. Always fun to see Jack Doan pop up here prior to his run as the referee. We've seen him in the toga at WrestleMania 9. We've seen him so many times running out and doing things with security and personnel and things of that nature. Here's Jack Doan, typically the man who takes the gold from Razor. Something happens to that gold, something going to happen to Jack Doan. And now, guys, it's time. Oh, there's so many debuts as of late. We got Adam Bomb coming up, the Smoking Guns, Bonnie Blackstone face to face, the King's Court right around the corner, but yet another debut. No, not of a wrestler, not of an announcer, not even of a talk show segment, but rather another music video as we present to you Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
I got my 2x4, 2x4. I got the American flag, American flag, American flag. I got my 2x4, 2x4. I got the American flag. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
A powerful new force. Hacksaw Jim Duggan, a powerful new force here in 1993. That was one song of many on the WrestleMania album that was released back in 1993. Of course, you know the one I'm talking about. Yeah, that one, exactly. And of course, the SummerSlam Jam, amongst many other odd songs, like a slow version of the Boss Man's Hard Times theme, Undertaker's Man in Black, Tatanka, Buffalo. Even the Nasty Boys had a song, and of course, this song here by Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Hey, let's hear a little bit more. USA, 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 ho, ho. Sorry, guys. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that. Just having a little fun, reliving times in my bedroom when I had the, I don't know if I had a cassette tape or the CD version of that album, but I had that album when it came out. Actually, I didn't even realize it was released. I was walking through a store, and it happened to be on an end cap of one of the aisles where you check out. Way back in 1993, I said, oh my God, there's wrestlers on that. What is that? I pick it up, I look at it, I go, I got to get this. And I came home and I probably played it and listened to it with my cousin every day. We had a lot of fun. Not that the songs were good, but I think that's what we were having fun with, was the fact that some of them were so bad they were good. And we just had a whole lot of fun with that for many, many weeks, maybe a few months of listening to that album. Good stuff, though, in a bad way, and bad stuff in a good way. And what does Hacksaw do best, guys?
Hacksaw Jim Duggan. People up. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. People up. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. People up. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. People up.
And yes, before you even bother to ask, nobody actually sang a song throughout the entire album. Everybody talked. They cut promos basically wrapped around some gimmickry, as you just heard there with Hacksaw's voice, or another singing chorus line. Mr. Perfect had a song on the album, if you want to call it that. Mr. Perfect. That's pretty much how it went. Just kept saying, I'm perfect. Bret Hart has a nice slow shoot me in the eyeball song that matches Bret's personality pretty well. But yes, Hacksaw Jim Duggan beats people up, 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 up. Walk around the house singing that song, why don't you? As we go on with the show, it's the Nasty Boys. In fact, it's our final appearance of the Nasty Boys here in 1993 as they take on Barry Horowitz and Steve Vega. And this was taped right before the European tour. And this is also, sadly, probably the best, quote-unquote best, Nasty Squash match I've seen here in the WWF. They actually look like a real team that does wrestling and shit for once. Unfortunately, they're on their way out the door, so a little too late, guys. And both guys get the pit stop. Both Horowitz and Vega eat a pit stop here. And it's the two-part death drop, the Knobs Power Slam, and the Sags elbow drop of death off the top rope. And oh my God, did Sags launch himself across the body of poor Vega. The entire body. It wasn't an elbow drop. It was a side body drop. Sags just lands all over the chest of poor Vega. Bobby Heenan on commentary says, who will he fall on today? Mr. Vega? And that's when Sags, boom, hits the death elbow across Vega's entire body. I wrote, oof. The Nasty Boys pick up the win, 3 minutes, 2 seconds, and the Nasty Boys gone from the WWF. As we look at more face-to-face with Gene Okerlund, he talks to Bret Hart and Mr. Perfect standing together. Mr. Perfect has upcoming matches with the narcissist Bret Hart, has Bob Backlund in the ring at Madison Square Garden in June. So another interesting match coming up at the Garden. We know Shawn is wrestling Razor. Bret also stepping into the ring with Bob Backlund, who are both baby faces at this point in time, as they have comments for those guys. Also, Shawn Michaels on Face to Face But as soon as Gene calls on him, Shawn Michaels, I got a few questions for you. Shawn has a few things to say, and Gene cuts him. I'm sorry, we're out of time. And I popped tremendously, not because of what happened, not because it just played out like that. It was awesome because Gene introduces Shawn to the show. Shawn says 2 words, and Gene says, sorry, we're out of time. What do you mean we're out of time? And we go to commercial break. Not only was that classic, but you guys go back, you see that all the time. Back in the 1970s, maybe even the early 80s, Vince McMahon would do that with the localized promos. He would talk to Bruno Sammartino or Bob Backlund or whomever, and every once in a while, the heel would come on for their side of things, and as soon as they stepped into the camera to get heat, Vince would go, I'm sorry, we're out of time. It was just great. And Lou Albano, whenever he would do it to Lou, would just lose his mind. So I love that old school mentality here, as Mean Gene does that with HBK. As we go back to the ring, it's Mr. Hughes taking on our good friend Dan Farren. No, remember, not the real Dan Farren, but rather his friend Augie Loya. And there's no Harvey Whippleman here at ringside, although we do get an insert promo from Mr. Fuji. Mr. Fuji wants to be the manager of Mr. Hughes, Boy-san. So the syndicated show's still out of date, as managers are still pleading their case, trying to become the manager of Mr. Hughes, even though we've already seen Harvey Whippleman manage Hughes at the Monday Night Raw taping. And of course, no Harvey here, because when this was taped, Hughes didn't have a manager yet. The commentary even suggests that Hughes has no manager as of yet here in the WWF. And Wrestling Challenge, very much an afterthought at this point, as you can tell. Hughes hits a really nice-looking dropkick for a man his size and a dangerous powerbomb before finishing things with his sidewalk slam. Mr. Hughes picks up the win, 2 minutes and 19 seconds. And it's time for the King of the Ring report, as we hear from Hulk Hogan, who is near the ocean. He says his Harley is parked in the water, brother. As he was on his way down the highway, Hulk was hit by a lightning bolt between the eyes, and he had a palm tree in one hand and a hippie in the other as he flew to the sands with his motorcycle landing in the ocean. I can't make this shit up, people. He asked the big brother in the sky, who will win at King of the Ring? Because if I had one question to ask God, that would be it. Hulk then says, and I quote, that I am the greatest champion there was, is, and ever will be. Think about that for a second. Hulk Hogan shitting all over the Hitman here in this promo.
That's when I realized, brother, that I'm the greatest champion there was, is, or ever will be, dude.
Just wow, Hulk Hogan taking shots at Bret Hart, even all the way out in Hollywood. To close things up, Hogan has comments for his opponent, Yokozuna, at King of the Ring. He refers to him as a 500-pound stench of wart-infested Japanese. Yokozuna will bow to Hulkamania at King of the Ring. Yikes. Then it's time for the Undertaker PSA one more time.
There's no hope with dope.
And it's time for the King of the Ring qualifying rematch between Mr. Perfect and Doink. Of course, they battled to a time limit draw the first time around on Superstars a couple weeks ago. This time, Bobby Heenan on commentary. He calls Mr. Perfect the toughest wrestler he ever managed, besides Andre the Giant. But he won't listen. Heenan's basically saying that Mr. Perfect is uncontrollable. Heenan constantly putting Kurt Hennig over by pretending he's not putting Kurt Hennig over. Doink, on his way to the ring, squirts a little boy with his flower, in which enrages Mr. Perfect, who attacks Doink in the aisle as the match gets going. Hennig with the Indian Deathlock in the ring as he works over the leg of Doink the Clown, but Doink rakes the eyes to get the break. Mr. Perfect back to the legs and locks in the figure 4 leg lock. Doink reaches and finally gets to the ropes in order to make the break. I wrote at this point, this feels backwards. Hennig dominating the entire match, Hennig working the body part, Doink finally reaching and making it to the ropes to break the hold. Mr. Perfect the one on the offense all match, at least thus far, as Doink does grab Hennig then by the singlet and yanks him out to the floor, where Doink takes over as he clotheslines Mr. Perfect on the outside. And Hennig, who gets hit awkwardly, should have taken a really shitty bump here and still made it look good because he's just absolutely perfect. And then back inside the two-man trade shots, great punches from Doink the Clown here, lefts and rights. Of course, Matt Bourne a southpaw. And as they're trading these punches, the bell sounds. I wrote, what the fuck? Another 7-minute time limit draw. If you guys remember, the last match went 7 minutes when they called it a draw, although they never mentioned exactly how many minutes it supposedly was. I thought Mr. Perfect said in his promo last week that time won't be an issue this time around. I guess he didn't mean that there wasn't a time limit. I guess he meant he thought he was going to take care of Doink fast. Unfortunately, that doesn't happen, and we have our second time limit draw between these two. But no fear, I believe there's a third match coming around the corner. And following the sound of the bell, both men continue to trade shots. Another perfect plex this week. Hennig makes the perfect plex, but the time limit has already expired, so there's no pinfall to be had. Perfect. Begs for 5 more minutes. He gets on the mic and refers to Doink as Bozo. Get back in the ring, Bozo. 5 more minutes. I popped for that. It was simple but effective, calling him Bozo. Doink sneak attacks Hennig when he turns his back, but Hennig turns right around. Mr. Perfect chases Doink off. They run backstage. And that concludes that segment. So another time limit draw. Nobody advances again as we see a King of the Ring promo.
To be King of the Ring, you have to beat one of the biggest and toughest superstars of the WWF. Then another. And another. All in a single night. 8 superstar wrestlers bang heads in a grueling single elimination tournament until only one man is left standing. WWF King of the Ring. Witness the coronation Sunday, June 13th, only on pay-per-view. Call your cable company to order.
King of the Ring coming up very soon in the middle of June. And even though we saw their debut on Mania, it is the Smoking Guns vignette number 4. Yeah! And they'll be making their debut on syndicated TV next week. El Matador Tito Santana taking on Reno Riggins in the ring. Tito rocking that WrestleMania 9 gold attire this week. El Paso de Muerte ends it in only 3 minutes, 6 seconds. More face-to-face as Money Incorporated talks Sergeant Slaughter as referee of their upcoming title defenses against the Mega Maniacs. Sergeant Slaughter then joins the face-to-face to talk with Money Incorporated, but IRS and Ted DiBiase say they can take really good care of their friends, if you know what they mean, Sarge. We also hear from Harvey Wibbleman and the Giant Gonzalez again. This is always a fun sight as the Giant Gonzalez stands center frame with his hands on his hips, Harvey talking underneath the arm of the Giant Gonzalez, barely peeking up over the hand of the Giant Gonzalez as they talk about the Macho Man, as Gonzalez will be taking on Savage in a lot of Northeastern house shows. We even get a response from Randy Savage here who says he's going to take down the Giant Gonzalez. And that concludes this episode of Wrestling Challenge. But before we close, it's more King of the Ring qualifying promos for next week when Kamala is scheduled to take on Mr. Hughes.
Next week, Kamala, King of the Ring. I am gonna leave the winner, Shrek. Come on and get in my way. I got something for you because I am Mr. Hughes, and I guarantee you this one thing, you will go down. I promise you this. I am Mr. Hughes, the man.
You know, Mr. Hughes, Kamala and myself are men who walk in the light, and we walk on the side of the right. We wanted to welcome you to the World Wrestling Federation, and then we've heard those negative remarks that you made toward Kamala Uganda Giant. Well, next week, in the King of the Ring contest, it will be the Uganda Giant who advances.
I was really hoping Slick was still around for this promo because I was wondering how Kamala was going to rebut whatever Mr. Hughes had to say here. And sure enough, Slick's still with Kamala, at least by the end of this episode of Wrestling Challenge. Next week, it's Mr. Hughes and Kamala. Can't wait to see how that plays out as we take a quick look at All-American for May 16th. Of course, Gene Okerlund and Bobby Heenan. This week, they're rocking ponchos as they're in a stormy ocean side, or at least that's the way the green screen behind them portrays. Bobby Heenan, always fun. Just having all kinds of fun here with these green screen shenanigans on All-American. This week's All-American exclusive, it's Crush over Blake Beverly with the Cranium Crunch in just 6 minutes. That was taped back in Worcester, Mass. on May 4th. And it's on to WWF Monday Night Raw for May 17th, live at the Manhattan Center as Vince McMahon, Macho Man Randy Savage, Bobby the Brain Heenan, all here. They talk the Special Olympics as we see clips at the beginning of the show of the Macho Man and the Smoking Guns involved in the Special Olympics. We also see clips from last week of Shawn Michaels and Mr. Perfect brawling out in front of the building. Of course, that's when they destroyed the poor Howard Finkel's car. But this week, Alfred Hayes standing outside again. Remember last week he tried to get a word with Shawn Michaels before that brawl ensued. This week they talk with Alfred and he says earlier today he saw someone enter the building in a disguise. And everyone will be as surprised as he was when they find out who that man is. I guess Alfred knows the storyline, but nobody else does. At this point, I can't wait to see who this gentleman is. And guys, I have to go on record. This is this is my most favorite episode of Monday Night Raw for this entire period of time. I don't know that we're going to come to another one in 93 that I find any better. I certainly don't believe I'm going to find one in 94, 95, maybe even 96 that I put up to this level. Maybe not of in-ring wrestling, but certainly for excitement and delivery. As the show gets going, we hear almost immediately that this week on WWF Mania, Tatanka will be taking on terrific Terry Taylor, and we go to the ring. It's the Raw debut of the Smoking Guns. Yeah! As they take on Glenn Ruth, the future headbanger Thrasher, and Tony Vadja. I think that's how you say that. And the Guns enter the ring, firing those cap guns, those blanks, those beautiful Alec Baldwins into the sky. And the Guns, they're trying here. They're really trying to get over with the crowd. A lot of up-tempo offense throughout the match. But the finisher, which they call the Revolver at this point, it's supposed to be one of the Guns delivering a backdrop on their opponent, sending them into a powerbomb by the second Gun. Of course, that never works out. Everybody who has ever attempted to do this move, it never works out appropriately. It always looks dangerous as hell. It always looks sloppy at best. This just can't really be pulled off. I think the Freebirds did it a couple of times pretty okay. I mean Michael Hayes and Terry Gordy era Freebirds. I don't mean Michael Hayes and Jimmy Garvin Freebirds. But it's a backdrop supposedly into a power bomb by the second member of the team. Here, the second member of the Guns, I think it was Bart, I can't remember without looking, but one of the members of the Guns actually catches their opponent and then realizes I can't drop him without breaking his neck, so he has to adjust after catching him in the backdrop and delivers a really sloppy-looking pile driver. And I simply wrote, why does anyone still try this? I don't think this has ever worked. But the Guns pick up the win with the Revolver. I get it, the guy's revolving. In 3 minutes, 42 seconds, as Vince McMahon hits the ring to interview the Intercontinental Champion Shawn Michaels, and New York City clearly thinks Shawn is gay, as the chant rings out yet again this week for I don't know how many weeks in a row now. Michaels says that he told everyone that he'd become the Intercontinental Champion, and he is. He said he'd defend it successfully all over the world, and he's done that. He told us he'd retain against Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Done. He said he could take Mr. Perfect's best shot, and he's still here. Shawn says he is a fighting champion, and he'd defend the IC title anywhere, anytime, against anybody. Oh boy. Shawn may live to regret that, as a man wearing sunglasses and a hoodie jumps in the ring, and he removes that hoodie to reveal himself to be none other than Marty Jannetty, the man who Shawn legitimately got fired the day after the Royal Rumble earlier this year. Shawn is also inadvertently the man who got Marty Jannetty rehired. When Mr. Perfect found out what Shawn did, he made him go tell the truth to Vince McMahon, allowing Marty Jannetty to be rehired, and he's brought back here as a surprise opponent of Shawn Michaels, at least in theory at this point, as Jannetty heard the words, any place, anytime, anybody. Marty Jannetty wants to step up. He questioned Michaels again if he was a man of his word, and would he put the title on the line. McMahon and Marty Jannetty push Michaels into accepting the match for tonight on this episode of Raw. Jannetty goes to get his gear while Shawn reluctantly agrees that the match is on. So Marty Jannetty makes his return here in May after being released at the end of January. And that's just the beginning, people, because we go back to the ring. It's Razor Ramon. Do you see what's coming here, guys? It's Razor Ramon taking on a fellow by the name of The Kid. A couple weeks ago, he was the Kamikaze Kid. Last week, the Cannonball Kid. He's been mauled and obliterated by the likes of Doink the Clown and Mr. Hughes. This week, he has the bad guy in the ring, and the announcers have simply given up on his nicknames, so they just refer to him as The Kid. This week, as Razor chants break out, Razor dominates the match, a nice-looking fall-away slam. Razor, though, misses a charge into the corner as he gets a little bit too cocky, and the Kid jumps up to the top rope, moonsault body block. Holy shit, the crowd doesn't know what to make of it, as the Kid has pinned, yes, the job guy has pinned Razor Ramon. Razor Ramon does the job to the Kid in a mere 2 minutes and 11 seconds, and a great sell job on commentary. Vince loses his mind. Randy Savage loses his mind. Bobby Heenan as the heel loses his mind in a different perspective. It's great stuff all around. Razor argues with the announcers. He jumps out of the ring. He's livid. He can't believe this little punk kid, this 100 and some pound soaking wet kid, has just beat the bad guy live on Raw. Unfucking believable. What an angle, guys. As loser chants ring out on Razor Ramon following the match, I got to admit, after the initial pin, it was almost as if 50% of the crowd didn't like they didn't want to see the job guy beat Razor, but once they understood the story with the rest of the crowd, everybody chanting loser, everybody into this thing, everybody into the kid. What a phenomenal storyline. What a different storyline by the WWF and Vince's way of thinking, certainly at the time of guys and the size of the guys involved in this company. The kid beating Razor Ramon, who had no problem jobbing to the kid. Of course, they've told the story over the years that when Vince asked them, would you mind doing this angle? What did you think about bringing this kid in? They had seen him work as the Lightning Kid in Global and enjoyed him. They were like, yeah, bring that dude in. Hell yeah, I'll work an angle with them. So they had realized the talent of the Lightning Kid all the way back in 91. And here he is in 1993. The kid has arrived. Vince McMahon thinks that maybe we should even call him the 1-2-3 Kid. And the great thing about Vince McMahon suggesting maybe we call this kid the 1-2-3 Kid, Bobby does his job again perfectly as usual. Bobby says, we can't do that. Don't do that. If we do that, people will start chanting 1-2-3 all the time and piss Razor off. So Bobby Heenan just doing that reverse psychology with the fans, trying to get that 1-2-3 chant started early here in the infancy of the 1-2-3 Kid. The action goes on, though. It's Themis Clarity's in the ring, back as the Raw girl this week. And it's Tatanka taking on Scott Taylor. Tatanka is pissed off about having his hair cut, so he backdrops Scott Taylor to the floor, over the top rope to the floor, and then follows him out with a tomahawk chop off the apron. And some more nasty knife-edge chops across the chest of poor Scotty 2 Hotty. Just chops and more chops from Tatanka in this match before the Papoose to go picks up the win 3 minutes and 41 seconds. And we head to a King of the Ring report as Gene Okerlund puts over the Kid's win and the upcoming Shawn versus Marty match later here on Raw. He says Sherri will join Gene Okerlund and Bobby Heenan on All-American this weekend. That's a fun bit. And then we get this little line here on Raw between Gene Okerlund and Randy Savage in regards to Sherri.
Right now, let's get back to more of Monday Night Raw with the Macho Man, Randy Savage, my good friend Vince McMahon,
you got it,
and of course my co-host on All-American Wrestling, Bobby the Brain Heenan. Bobby, I've got an old flame of yours joining us this weekend on All-American. Yeah, sensational Sherri. Hey, Macho Man, you think you should be watching out for a head scissors?
Ooh, I got it. Or a sunset flip. Sexy.
Oh, sunset flip. Sexy. Head scissors. Oh, my.
Now that is Raw!
Gene Okerlund having a little fun here on Raw, along with the Macho Man and at Sherri's expense, and I can only imagine.
Now that is Raw!
Back to the ring. It is the match that was promised last week. It's Yokozuna with Mr. Fuji taking on Kamala with No Slick in his corner. And whenever somebody thinks about this show, they think about the epic Shawn versus Marty storyline. They think about the 1-2-3 Kid's night, the night the 1-2-3 Kid was made in the WWF. They totally forget that in between, there was a match between Yokozuna and Kamala. People, think about that for a minute. Never do I think of this being on this episode of Raw, but here it is, as they announce Yokozuna is bulking up for his match with Hulk Hogan. He's bulking up all right. I don't know about for his match with Hulk Hogan, but boy, you can see the girth of Yokozuna continue to grow here as 93 continues on. So we have an African Savage taking on a Samoan Japanese sumo wrestler, only in the World Wrestling Federation. They run and collide and slap bellies against one another. It's Yokozuna who staggers from Kamala. However, Yokozuna does manage to take over control and nails the big leg drop on the Ugandan giant, but Kamala makes the comeback with a bunch of chops of his own. But Mr. Fuji from the outside grabs the foot, distracts Kamala, allowing Yokozuna to land the thrust kick, which sends Kamala staggering into the corner where Yoko nails the running butt splash and then the bonsai! Total protection. Yokozuna respects Kamala as he holds the ropes and safely lands the bonsai drop. Yokozuna picks up the win in this match that really wasn't much of anything. Match did go 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Total squash here on Kamala. I wrote, poor Kamala. Not much else you can say. They force him to turn babyface. They stick him with Slick. They take Slick away from him. They made him go bowling. They made him learn the word amen. And now here he is doing jobs to Yokozuna in 3 minutes on Raw. So we can kind of get an idea of where Kamala's career is going at this point in the WWF. It's main event time on Raw's Intercontinental Champion Shawn Michaels is set to take on Marty Jannetty, former partner in the Rockers. As Shawn makes his way out and enters the ring, we get more Shawn is gay chants. Can't believe this crowd. It's a fast-paced opening by both guys. Shawn initially gains control, but Marty takes over, and some great shit, pal, here. Good stuff from both guys. Shawn takes a great clothesline over the top rope to the floor. Jannetty with a baseball slide kick, skins the cat back in. A plancha back on the outside onto Michaels as Marty chants break out. And we get a near fall back inside. Marty Jannetty with a flying head scissors. Shawn then sent hard into the corner, does his flip upside down, and takes the bump all the way out to the floor. Great bump there by Shawn Michaels. Did I mention? We're only 4 minutes into the match at this point, and Shawn Michaels tries to bail. He tries to leave like he did in the Duggan match. But Mr. Perfect shows up through the curtains just in time to make Shawn Michaels turn around and return to the ring as we head to a commercial break. And when we come back, Shawn Michaels takes over control after a hot shot across the top rope. Mr. Perfect remaining at ringside, though, to make sure Shawn doesn't try to bail again. Jannetty makes a comeback with a catapult, sends Shawn into the corner, and off we go. Marty Jannetty with the comeback. More fast-paced stuff from Jannetty. Great bumps by Shawn Michaels. Jannetty fakes a reverse body block from the middle rope. Shawn ducks, but when he stands back up, Jannetty on the top rope instead with a reverse body block for a near fall. Jannetty then with an O'Connor roll, but Shawn reverses and hooks the tights. Shawn Michaels with a near fall there of his own. Marty Jannetty right back up, but he runs right into a super kick from Michaels as Shawn turns around and then begins to taunt Curt Hennig, who's standing outside the ring. He continues to piss Mr. Perfect off until Hennig has had enough. Perfect takes his perfect towel and throws it into the face of HBK, which distracts Shawn just long enough for Marty Jannetty to land an inside cradle. 1, 2, 3. Our second upset of the night. Marty Jannetty wins the match, and he's the new Intercontinental Champion in 11 minutes. Marty Jannetty, the new IC Champion, finally gets that win over Shawn Michaels. A little help from Mr. Perfect, never hurt no one. Marty Jannetty, though, the new Intercontinental Champion. I was so excited. Even though Michaels one of my favorite wrestlers, I always wanted to see Jannetty finish that storyline for Shawn to get his comeuppance, and he does here, at least for a few weeks anyway. And it's reported that Jannetty winning the belt here was really Vince's way of apologizing to Marty and maybe just a little bit of punishment for Shawn for getting Marty fired in the first place. Of course, we know what's going to happen here, but it's short term, but what a phenomenal segment. What a fun night of Raw. Marty Jannetty celebrates with Mr. Perfect as the show concludes. So this match only gets 11 minutes on the show. Of course, Duggan and Michaels get 17 minutes last week. I wish they'd flip-flop those times on those matches. Maybe give Shawn and Marty 17 minutes here. But nevertheless, a good, fun match. Lots of fast-paced action in between. And a good storytelling. Continues to put heat on the Perfect and Michaels storyline. We even get a little bow on the Marty Jannetty and Shawn Michaels storyline, at least for TV purposes for the time being. So, great episode of Raw. This crowd, though, woof. And for as exciting as this was watching this live when it happened, and for exciting as it is watching it even today, the crowd here tonight, we talked about this in the past. This is one of those Manhattan Center crowds, just not very good. I'm not saying they were dead. There's just not a lot of excitement there, even for great moves, big stories, big angles, the 1-2-3 kid scoring the win, Jannetty winning the title here. Yes, there's noise. Yes, people are popping, but it's just very low considering what's going on. You would expect a whole lot more from the crowd, and we just don't get that here. But I don't want that to take away from the night of action, because what a fun night of Monday Night Raw that was. We move on to the next week. WWF Superstars for May 22nd, taped May 4th in Worcester, Mass. So we're catching up a little bit. The tapings are in May. The airing of the show is in May, so we're a little closer than we were a week ago. And here we are, May 4th, Worcester, Mass. Memorial Auditorium. It's Vince, Lawler, and Savage on commentary. And I thought it was funny, as Vince was talking, his hair was actually flopping. It made you think maybe he really did have a toupee once upon a time. Of course, that's not true, but his hair was flopping back and forth. Usually, Vince's hair stayed in place, and I just thought it was kind of funny watching Vince's hair flop around as he spoke. When we kick off this episode of the show, they announced there's a new Intercontinental Champion. They also mentioned the 1-2-3 kid defeating Razor Ramon. So I question this. Why is Superstars commentary up to date, but Wrestling Challenge so far behind the times? Meanwhile, also Jerry Lawler says that the King of the Ring tournament is a conspiracy to let someone assume his throne. You have to be born into being a king. There's only one true king, and it's Jerry Lawler. So Lawler getting a little more heated about this upcoming King of the Ring tournament. Off to the ring, it's the Superstars debut of the Smoking Guns. Yeah! Taking on the duo of Dwayne Gill and Chris Duffy, as the Guns bring out those Baldwin cap guns one more time. And in the ring, oh my God, I almost forgot. I should mention this. I think I mentioned this on a show a long time ago, maybe a Monday Warfare. Billy Gunn's mustache used to give me nightmares. Not legit nightmares, but we had some fun talking about it all the time. Me and one of my cousins, we would have a lot of fun about Billy Gunn's. I'd talk about how gross it looked. It just creeped me out. I wasn't a big fan of Billy Gunn's mustache in general. Don't ask me why. I just wasn't. And I would pretend to be scared of it to the point where it became a running joke. Perhaps when he came out, I would run out of the room or something like that. So just a little fun stuff there with Billy Gunn and this mustache, which unfortunately sticks around for about 3 years. In the match, it is the Guns, however, with a double Russian leg sweep. Eat your heart out, Verge. Not one, but two guys who know how to do the move correctly. And the finisher sees Bart Gunn pin Duffy with the revolver. That was the backdrop by Billy into the powerbomb by Bart. I put powerbomb in quotations because, again, a sloppy drop. The Smoking Guns pick up the win 3 minutes and 3 seconds. As it's time for another edition of Update with Gorilla Monsoon. He talks about the night of upsets from Monday Night Raw. Of course, Marty beats Shawn for the Intercontinental title. Then they show clips of the 1-2-3 Kid losing to Doink the Clown, losing to Mr. Hughes. But last Monday night, he beats the bad guy Razor Ramon. And we understand that Razor Ramon will have a special announcement this Monday night on Raw. To the ring for Bam Bam Bigelow taking on Jerry Seavey. And Bigelow in the ring with a plastic bag of Tatanka's red hair as he holds it up to mock the Native American. Bigelow ends this match with the senton of death, all 400 pounds, right onto the frame of Jerry Seavey, and then grabs Tatanka's bag of hair, places it in Bammer's mouth, and Bigelow dives off the top rope with the headbutt with the bag in mouth, gets the win 2 minutes and 25 seconds as he continues to mock Tatanka here. And it's off to face, and here on the Peacock version, we hear from Yokozuna and Mr. Fuji, and even Mean Gene instigates here with them that Hogan has been worried about Hollywood while Yokozuna's been in training. So Mean Gene really backing Yokozuna here, telling him, you guys are the ones prepping for this. You guys are the ones that may be the favorites going in. We also hear from Mr. Perfect, who seems to still be gunning for match number 3 with Doink the Clown in the King of the Ring qualifying round. And Mean Gene announces here that there must be a winner. Their third match is upcoming this week on Monday Night Raw. Mr. Perfect and Doink 3 coming up on Raw, and there must be a winner. As we see another King of the Ring promo. And as I mentioned earlier, loyal listener Howie D sent in a promo. We heard Shawn Michaels and Razor having a little fun on an edition of Face to Face last week. This week, Howie D found us another treasure. It's Mr. Perfect and the narcissist Lex Luger having words with one another. And boy, do they have some fun.
The narcissist Lex Luger and Mr. Perfect. Gentlemen, no horsing around. June 12th, the big date, a very important one for you, Mr. Perfect.
Horsing around?
Horsing around.
You weren't looking at Lex Luger's head when you said that, were you, Wilbur?
No, even if I were, I wouldn't say it.
Look who's talking a ski slope nose and that mop you call hair. What do you call me horse face for?
Because you look like a horse, of course.
Hey, wait a minute. Hey, gentlemen, please. Let's talk World Wrestling Federation action. Narcissist Lex Luger, this man, Mr. Perfect, knows you all too well. I recall what happened in your match out at WrestleMania 9, and then what happened after the match was over.
Well, I knocked him unconscious, naturally.
Well, I'm trying to refresh some memories here.
You better refresh his. He's the one who got knocked unconscious.
Yeah, I'll talk about it. That's right. You got a steel plate in your arm. You say you wiped out on your motorcycle. And you got a steel plate put in your arm, is that right?
I don't do everything, Gray. I'm not quite as good at motorcycle
why don't
riding
you
as
try
I am at
training
wrestling.
wheels on your neck set? Maybe you won't fall off. What I'm talking about here, Luger, you got a steel plate in your arm, that's fine. I know about it now. You're going to come face to face, you're going to try to hit me from behind. I'm ready for you. Madison Square Garden, I'll be perfect.
I don't know if Madison Square Garden...
Perfectly awful, you mean? The big city, the big apple, and a big defeat for you once again.
Right, Wilbur.
Oh, please, you guys.
That's all I don't say is Wilbur.
I don't know if New York City and the Garden is big enough for the two of you to meet, because I'll tell you what, they're talking about this matchup already. And Mr. Luger, as I understand, your fan club will be at the Garden on Saturday night, June 12th. Is that correct?
My fan club?
Your fan club? You haven't heard about the fan club?
Fan club.
What are the names of those two gals? I'm sorry. I'm
the
sorry
Lee
to
sisters,
interrupt.
ugly
Mr.
and
Perfect,
sick. Yeah.
meeting the narcissist Lex Luger, Madison Square Garden, Saturday night, June the 12th.
Oh, that was tremendous. I want to thank you again, Howie D, for sending that in. Without that, I don't even know. We'd be lost forever if we didn't get to hear that promo between Curt Hennig, who's really having fun at the expense of Lex Luger, and Luger trying to take some shots at as well. Not nearly as good as Curt Hennig, obviously, but of course, everybody always references Luger. They kind of mention that maybe he has the face of a horse, and perfect. And clearly Mean Gene was in on this as he set it up going right into the promo. And Mr. Perfect consistently referencing the old Mr. Ed TV show, Wilbur. And Lex Luger having some fun, too, trying to hold back some laughter at times in this. Great back and forth by both guys. Mean Gene instigating and having a little fun in between as well. Just really good stuff all around. I'm sorry, I can't ride a motorcycle. I'm not great at everything. I'm great in the ring. Lex Luger kind of defending that. And it's really good stuff. In fact, I saw the video of this. And it's even better when you actually watch these guys' mannerisms as this is going on, if you guys can find this out there. In fact, you know what? I'm going to go grab this and throw this up on my YouTube. So if you really enjoyed this, check out the YouTube account, the youtube.com/wrestlinggrenade account. Should be up in the next week or two. I'll throw this promo up there. You guys are going to love it. And we continue on with this episode of Superstars. It's the King of the Ring promo. And back to the ring, another King of the Ring qualifier is Crush, set to take on the former Intercontinental Champion Shawn Michaels. Of course, this match would have been non-title anyway. And Crush to the ring. You may notice Shawn Michaels was already standing in the ring when we came back from the face-to-face. The reason for that, when this was recorded, Shawn Michaels came out with the Intercontinental title. In order to avoid and show that on TV, we get no entrance here. From HBK, it's just simply Crush to the ring, Shawn awaiting inside. Early on, Crush dominates on the offense, sends Shawn out to the floor. Back inside, Crush misses a corner charge, and Michaels takes over with a high knee and sends Crush right back through the ropes, out of the ring, and then sends him into the steel ring post. Then back inside, HBK with the Chinlock of Doom. Crush finally escapes that. Shawn attempts the super kick, but Crush catches his foot and nails a clothesline to take Shawn Michaels down to the mat. It's comeback time for Shaka Bra. Crush sends Shawn hard into the corner as HBK lays across the top rope. Crush gets in some serious kicks, one of which sends Shawn flying all the way off the top rope down to the floor on the outside. And as Crush leans over the ropes to get his hands on Shawn Michaels, Shawn pulls down on the top rope, causing Crush to spill out to the floor as well. The two men begin to brawl outside, but it's odd. It's immediately called a double countout, which was kind of odd. I wrote, that is the quickest ass double countout I've ever seen. Crush takes a bump to the floor, and the bell sounds almost immediately for the double countout here. Both men eliminated on a supposed 10 count in 5 minutes and 26 seconds. Post-match, Crush with an awesome-looking tilt-a-whirl backbreaker in the ring.
What a maneuver!
And the cranium crunch on Shawn Michaels, but the match has already ended. The announcers make it a point to tell us nearly a dozen times that both men have been eliminated from the King of the Ring by this double countout here. I wrote, so why do Hennig and Doink get 3 matches? Because there must be a winner, but here's Shawn Michaels and Crush immediately eliminated. We know immediately neither guy will advance into the King of the Ring tournament. Is it because one was a time limit draw? This is a double countout? That doesn't make any sense to me. But it is what it is. Shawn Michaels and Crush both eliminated from the tournament, so somebody else going to have to take that spot in the pay-per-view. And as we head immediately to a King of the Ring report, Mean Gene Okerlund reaffirms, he says, neither Crush nor Shawn Michaels will advance, so everybody already seems to know this. Mean Gene also announces an 8-man tag added to the King of the Ring pay-per-view. It's the Steiners and the Smoking Guns teaming up to take on the Head Shrinkers and Tag Team Champions Money Incorporated. We even get another interview on the sands, brother, of Hulk Hogan, rocking black, brother. Hulk Hogan in his black attire we become more accustomed to in the WCW. On the beach, he's shilling his Harley Davidson yet again, talking about big, nasty, stinky, wart-infested Japs, brother. So he was using that line long before the Giant, apparently. I wrote, man, I can't wait till King of the Ring, so this guy goes away forever, at least here in the WWF. And it's debut time again here in the World Wrestling Federation. It's time for
Mr. Bomb, Mr. Atom Bomb.
You may keep wondering, why do you keep playing that soundbite of Vince calling him Mr. Bomb, Mr. Atom Bomb? Well, he did it the week before Atom Bomb's debut. He does it here this week before his debut. He does it tomorrow on Raw. Vince did this quite often early in Atom Bomb's. I'm not sure what he was going for. Did he think it sounded like Bond, James Bond? I'm not really sure what Vince, who knows what Vince is going for at any point in time. But yeah, I just thought it was funny. So that's why it's here. Mr. Bomb, Mr. Atom Bomb, making his in-ring debut here in the World Wrestling Federation, getting ready to take on Bert Centeno. But Atom Bomb isn't the only man making his debut here in this match. Atom Bomb's manager, the former Scotty Flamingo, now known as Johnny Polo. And Johnny Polo on the video wall, actually before Bomb even comes out, he tells the fans to get ready for an explosion as we see the old mushroom cloud explode into the sky, and we hear the bomb noise before a commercial break. When we come back, it's the entrance of Adam Bomb. And pure money look, if you ask me. Adam Bomb had it all. Outside of maybe the promo, Adam Bomb had the strength, had the agility, certainly for a man his size, had the look from head to toe. Even the gear was awesome. Yes, the name and the gimmick, the back story of the gimmick, a bit ludicrous from 3 Mile Island and all that nonsense. But the look alone, if you just look at the man, oh my God, Adam Bomb, I thought he was the next big heel in the WWF upon his debut here. Unfortunately, that never comes to fruition, but you can't tell me the guy didn't look phenomenal here. Vince even mocks the name of Mr. Bomb, though. He says, do you think that's his real name? So Vince doesn't even buy the silly name Adam Bomb. Do you think that he was really born Adam Bomb? But it doesn't take away from the action. Very impressive is the 300-pounder Adam Bomb with a slingshot clothesline from the apron into the ring. And then he asks Johnny Polo, do you want to see the bomb? As he lays down a power bomb on Bert Centeno and picks up the win in 2 minutes and 40 seconds. And as I mentioned, this was Johnny Polo's debut as well. And it was kind of like a gimmick cross of several managers, in my opinion. Guys like Freddie Blassie, based on some of the mannerisms Polo was doing. I'm not sure if he was even going for this. Just some of the ways he was walking and things he was doing. It reminded me of Freddie Blassie. Of course, he's doing the Jim Cornette spoiled rich kid deal as well. Instead of carrying a tennis racket, it's a polo stick or a lacrosse stick at some points. There may even be a little bit of an old school Captain Lou Albano thrown into Johnny Polo's gimmick here. It's hard to say. It'd be interesting to ask Raven where he got his ideas for the Johnny Polo character, if he was just doing himself. Who knows what the deal was? But I did point out, this is just my observation, that Johnny Polo and Adam Bomb, both great. I loved Johnny Polo. Loved the character. Loved everything about it. Adam Bomb, loved the look. Loved everything about it. Together, it just didn't look right. It didn't mix well. Johnny Polo just not the right looking manager for a guy as scary as Adam Bomb. Harvey Whippleman know better, don't get me wrong. I long for the days of Johnny Polo when Harvey takes over for Adam Bomb. But Adam Bomb here looks tremendous in his debut with the company. And once again, we get another special reminder as The Undertaker with the PSA.
There's no hope with dope.
And following the PSA, even Jerry Lawler says he doesn't even mess with dope. So even the King doesn't fool with drugs. And that's a shoot. Jerry Lawler, straight edge before straight edge was a thing. No drinking, no drugs for the King. Back to the ring, Hacksaw Jim Duggan over the Brooklyn Brawler with a 3-point stance clothesline in only about 2 minutes. And it's back to face. This time it's Bret Hart and Razor Ramon talking all about their match at the upcoming King of the Ring. More fun nonsense between these two. Let's take a listen.
Standing by face to face, a couple of gentlemen who are in the King of the Ring. And as a matter of fact, in the opening round, they are going to be facing each other. Razor Ramon, who just qualified recently, and the first man seated in the tournament, former World Wrestling Federation champion, Bret the Hitman Hart. Bret, your thoughts on Razor Ramon?
Well, you know, Gene, this is not the first time I've had to step in the ring with Razor Ramon, and everybody knows that Razor Ramon's probably one of the most dangerous wrestlers in the World Wrestling Federation. But you know something? This is a chance for me to get right straight back up to the top. I want to be the King of the Ring so bad I can taste it. And Razor Ramon, it looks like you're just going to have to give up to the sharpshooter one more time.
Okay, Chico, stop right there, man. First of all, Razor Ramon has been in the sharpshooter. Yes, that's true. But I never gave up. I ain't no quitter, man.
What do you mean? A referee didn't hear right? You did not give up?
He was asking me, hey, shut up, Gene Mean. The people want to hear the Razor, man.
This is what the fans are saying.
The referee asked me, do you want to continue? And I said, yes, it don't hurt. I was just getting ready to counter, man. It was a fluke. You know it, Hitman. The Razor gonna carve you up, Chico. You a pampered daddy's boy. Your whole life, you have everything handed to you. Look at me. I come from the gutter. Now I'm dripping gold and oozing machismo. I fought my way into this tournament. Who'd you beat? Nobody. Who's gonna save you? Huh?
You know, it just doesn't matter, because either way, when you face me, you're still gonna lose. You're gonna cry uncle just like you did last time.
Yeah?
And this time,
prove it.
Excuses. You won't need any excuses, because excuses are for losers.
Yeah, you're a loser.
We'll see.
Yeah, we will see. I can't wait, you monkey. I'm gonna slap
Whoa,
the
whoa,
grease
whoa.
out of your hair.
There
I'm
is
gonna
no
carve
reason for you to start name-calling here, Ramon.
Shut up, Gene.
We don't need it.
Nobody cares about you. Get that camera on Razor Ramon, the bad guy. I'm coming to the Nutter Center with one thing in mind. I'm gonna go through you, Hitman, because I want to be the king.
Thank you,
of
gentlemen,
the
very
ring.
much.
We'll see who gets crowned.
Boy, how eloquent the words of
you're
Razor
so
Ramon.
witty.
In the opening round of the King of the Ring tournament, he's going to be facing Bret the Hitman Hart. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see it live on pay-per-view cable TV June 13th.
Some really fun back and forth. And as we've already seen with the face-to-faces, we're going to have guys who are on here who are friends, having fun with one another, like the Clique, Shawn Michaels, Razor Ramon. We're going to have guys who are maybe a little competitive with one another, trying to outdo each other, but still in a competitive, fun spirit, like Mr. Perfect and Lex Luger, trying to do his best to show up Razor Ramon here. But Scott Hall typically gets the better of Bret in most of these promos. And no different here. Razor really fun in this one is he says he never submitted to the sharpshooter. The referee asked him, do you want to continue? And he says, yes. He said, yes. He didn't say, yes, I submit. Yes, it hurts. So it was good stuff by Razor Ramon. He calls Bret a monkey for absolutely no reason near the end there. And talk about pot calling the kettle black. He says he's going to slap the grease out of Bret Hart's hair. Razor's hair looks equally, if not more greasy than the Hitman's here in this face-to-face. And this one, available on the Peacock, guys. So you can actually go watch this one yourself if you have the Peacock Network or the WWE Network. Good stuff by both guys. And another video I may consider putting up on YouTube as well as we move on to WWF Mania for May 22nd. Todd Pettengill with the Bushwhackers. They're in the WWF warehouse, which makes for a couple of fun segments throughout this episode of Mania. The exclusive this week sees Tatanka over terrific Terry Taylor. This match is joined in progress. Tatanka picks up the win with the Papoose to go. 6 minutes shown here. Taped back in Manhattan at the Monday Night Raw from May the 10th. It may not be the showdown at the OK Corral, but it was the WWF versus WCW, Raw versus Nitro, the Monday Night War, the Ratings War, the NWO, the Attitude Era. While everyone discusses who won the war, it's truly the battles within the war that made this weekly episodic rivalry so exciting. We break it all down, from episode reviews to backstage news to those ever-important TV ratings. It's Monday Warfare, the battles within, exclusively as part of the WrestleCopia brand, available on WrestleCopia.com and all of your favorite podcast streaming apps. And we move on to Sunday in WWF Wrestling Challenge, May 23rd, 93, taped back on May 5th, 93 in Portland, Maine at the Exposition Building. And we kick things off. It looks like Jim Ross's influence may be catching on here with Vince McMahon. As we kick off this show, we see Jerry Lawler before the intro mentioning his upcoming debut of his King's Court, his new interview segment, the King's Court. Remember back in the old 605 days, I'm not talking the podcast, I'm talking the old WTBS days, the old NWA days, when you would get about 10 seconds of a glimpse of things that have recently happened in the company or things to happen later on the episode of TV. Well, that's what this felt like here. So it felt like Jim Ross had a little play here on that new intro, the way they open up Wrestling Challenge. And it makes a little sense because Jim Ross hosting the show now with Bobby the Brain Heenan. And as we kick things off, we go into the intro video. And I notice now that quote-unquote Dan Farren has made it to the intro video here on Wrestling Challenge, as it's Beau Beverly in the hood here as Dan Farren eating the Frankensteiner. So that's going to live in infamy for at least a few more months on the Wrestling Challenge intro. As the show gets going, it's Jim Ross and Bobby Heenan. They're talking about the new interview segment, The King's Court.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to WWF Challenge. I'm Jim Ross along with Bobby the Brain Heenan. We've got a great broadcast for you, but what's all this about Jerry the King Lawler and the King's Court?
The King's Court. It's going to be the hottest talk show on television. It's going to be better than Arsenio Winfrey. It's going to be better than Sally Jesse Letterman. It's going to be better than Maury Pupapach. It's going to be the greatest talk show in the history of the World Wrestling Federation.
Maury Pupapach. That was the entire reason I grabbed that soundbite. I couldn't do it justice myself if I had said it for you guys. So I wanted you to hear Bobby Heenan talk about the King's Court, as that will debut later on this episode of Challenge. But first, we go to the ring. Yokozuna with Mr. Fuji taking on Scotty Too Hottie Scott Taylor here in 93. Solid Yokozuna offense. Still looks great here in 1993. Delivers the belly-to-belly suplex, a thrust kick, and what JR refers to as a Hulk Hogan-like leg drop. We'll see more of that at King of the Ring. The butt splash in the corner and the bonsai drop, I wrote splat. Ends this one 3 minutes and 3 seconds. I wrote splat because, well, he squashed this poor Scott Taylor with the bonsai. It's off to face as Mean Gene talks more about the Madison Square Garden card June 12th and The Undertaker. And Paul Bearer discusses the Giant Gonzalez. Then it's Mr. Perfect talking about his upcoming match with the Narcissist. Mean Gene says there will be no horsing around in that Perfect and Lex Luger match. Show continues on. It's the challenge debut of the Smoking Guns. Yeah! As they take on the latest, greatest team here in the WWF, Mike Bell and Tony DeVito. And the Guns head out, complete with cap guns in hand as the match gets going. Bobby Heenan laughs at Jim Ross's mention of Billy Gunn getting a rodeo scholarship at Sam Houston State. Bobby then jokes how, well, now I'll let him do my taxes. Graduating from Sam Houston State. Bobby having a lot of fun early on this show, mocking Jim Ross, mocking the South, mocking Dayton, Ohio throughout the first couple matches on this show. Jim Ross gives him some softballs, and Bobby has been hitting him out of the park best he can with JR here so far on the show. At the end of the match, they try again that revolver, the backdrop into a power bomb or pile driver, whatever the hell they're trying to do here, and I just wrote, holy fuck, because Bart Gunn delivers a deadly-looking pile driver on DeVito, picks up the win in 2 minutes and 45 seconds. The Guns have now made their trifecta, or counting Mania, I guess the quadfecta? Is that a word? Is that a thing? Even still, they've made it to Mania, Superstars, Raw, and Challenge. They've been exposed everywhere now, so no matter what shows you've missed, if you watched anything, you've seen the Smoking Guns. The thing is, the fans are behind them. They're a babyface team. They're getting their typical response, but there's no real big pops here. The fans not really super enthused by this new character tag team of the Cowboys Smoking Guns, and it's time for the King's Court with Harvey Whippleman and the Giant Gonzalez. It's the debut of the King's Court, and who bigger of an interviewee to have on the show than the Giant Gonzalez? Get it? Bigger, the Giant Gonzalez. Harvey Whippleman says it's an honor to be the first guest on the King's Court. Lawler asks Harvey about The Undertaker, who ruined Kamala for Harvey. Harvey says that's why he had to go out and get Gonzalez to seek revenge. The Giant Gonzalez then tells The Undertaker, Undertaker, I own you, to end the segment. And as great as Jerry Lawler was on promos here in 93, Gonzalez, probably not the best choice for first guest. As we go back to the ring, it's Tatanka taking on Gus Kanarakis. And you know you're an old school fan when you can say Kanarakis without stuttering. Gus mocks Tatanka and his Native American heritage early on, but that doesn't pan out too well for poor old Gus as the Papoose to Go picks up the win 3 minutes and 2 seconds. And I wrote here, I noted the Bigelow feud with Tatanka seemed to have started hot, and then they've just kind of let it simmer here for the last few weeks, or at least it feels like weeks now. And I feel like they should be doing something a little more. No, not more physical altercations, but just more conversations between the two, another face-to-face, if you will, of sorts. And maybe it wasn't the best idea to run both angles between the two in the same episode. Maybe split them up over 2 episodes instead of one. That would have prolonged this and continued the heat going. Of course, I'm talking about Tatanka knocking Bigelow off the stage to save Sherri, and then later on in the same show, Bigelow laying Tatanka out, cutting his hair. Maybe we should have spread it over 2 weeks after all. Who knows? It's time for special reporting Alfred Hayes, who talks the upsets on the recent edition of Raw, the 1-2-3 Kid pinning Razor Ramon, Marty Jannetty beating Shawn Michaels for the Intercontinental title. Then we see the Macho Man, who goes, back to school, stay in school, as Macho Man visits an elementary school telling the kids to take advantage of your opportunities. Stay away from drugs. And be a leader instead of a follower. Dig it. So the Macho Man going back to school, telling the kids to get an education. Back to the ring, it's the Narcissist to take on Tim McNeely, or as Jim Ross refers to him as Tim McNeary for this match. They tease the anything can happen, anyone can beat anyone deal. Of course, we've seen the Kid pin Razor. Here in this match, McNeely lands a couple of surprise arm drags on Luger and a dropkick before Lex finally clotheslines his face off, and the pounce, the crisscross into the forearm, gets the win here as Lex Luger with the kneeling double biceps pose, gets the pin 2 minutes 35 seconds. Off to the King of the Ring report. Hulk Hogan wearing black, brother. We also hear from Bam Bam Bigelow and Jim Duggan. They'll take on each other in the opening round of the King of the Ring. Also, Mr. Perfect talks his upcoming match with Doink the Clown. It's Doink and Perfect number 3 on Raw, and this time there must be a winner. As we go back to the ring for another King of the Ring qualifier, Mr. Hughes, with Harvey Whippleman in his corner, taking on Kamala. No more Doctor of Style, no more Reverend Slick. Harvey is said to have outbid the other managers, and that's why he is now the manager of Mr. Hughes. Harvey also has past history with Kamala, so let's keep that in mind as the match gets going. Bobby Heenan says, "You know why Mr. Hughes wears those glasses?" Jim Ross asks, "No, why?" Bobby replies, "Because he can." Simple yet effective commentary by Bobby Heenan. Hughes nails not one, but 2 impressive drop kicks for a man his size. Finally drops Kamala, but Kamala makes the comeback. He comes fighting back, sends Hughes to the mat, and delivers his finisher, the splash to the back of Mr. Hughes. But then it's Kim Chi to ringside. Of course, Kim Chi had the tie-in with Harvey and Kamala in the past, but we haven't seen Kim Chi in weeks. Seems a little bit silly to Kim Chi out here. He distracts Kamala, who then leaves the ring to chase Kim Chi around the ring and into the aisle where Kamala scoop slams Kim Chi to the floor and nails a big splash in the aisleway. Meanwhile, Kamala learns that he's been counted out. Thanks to Kim Chi, Mr. Hughes going to advance. Kamala, not a happy camper, he hits the ring and attacks Mr. Hughes, clears him of the ring, and then chases Harvey Whippleman backstage. I wrote another shit finish here in the King of the Ring. We've seen disqualifications and countouts. Now yet another countout. But Mr. Hughes will advance. He'll take on either Mr. Perfect or Doink to be determined tomorrow night on Raw. You figure this should have been an easy pinfall win for Hughes instead of protecting Kamala, because they've really buried Kamala at this point. Really no sense in saving him from being pinned here. But a countout it is. Mr. Hughes advancing on as we go back to another face-to-face for June 12th, Madison Square Garden. We know Bob Backlund will wrestle Bret the Hitman Hart. The Hitman talks about looking forward to a scientific match with Backlund upcoming at MSG between the two baby faces. Razor Ramon also talks his upcoming match against Shawn Michaels in a heel-on-heel match at the Garden.
As Shawn Michaels meets my guest at this time, face-to-face. What are you laughing about,
Bad
Ramon?
guy. Hey, Gene Mean.
Yes.
It's $2 off for kids.
12 years of age and under.
Then they ought to charge the chicas double, because they get a chance to see the boy toy and the bad guy in the same ring at the same time. NY, New York, New York, MSG. And that ain't no Chinese food additive, man.
Oh.
That's Madison Square Garden. The big time. Now, Shawn Michaels, he having a little bad luck lately. That's too bad. You come to the Garden, Chico, maybe more bad luck for you.
Very good. I thank you, Razor Ramon. Obviously, you do have a lot of fans. Well, you've got a few fans here in the greater metropolitan New York City area. Shawn Michaels, I don't know if he's one of your fans or not, but he is your opponent when the two of you meet here in Madison Square Garden Saturday night, June the 12th at 8 o'clock, folks. Don't miss it.
So the last time we heard from Shawn and Razor about this match coming up at the Garden, it was all fun and games. This time, Razor a little more serious. Of course, we know Razor's heading towards that babyface run, and here he's saying, Shawn Michaels, you've had a lot of bad luck lately. Maybe the bad luck continues at the Garden. I like that there. As next week on Wrestling Challenge, it's Virgil in the featured match taking on the challenge debut of Adam Bomb. And right now we're going to hear from Adam Bomb and Johnny Polo about that match.
They're standing by with these comments.
You bet.
Johnny Polo here, and I'm about to unleash the most awesome explosion to ever hit the World Wrestling Federation. Here he is, and you won't forget him. Adam Bomb!
Adam Bomb was built to seek and destroy, and soon you will find a new meaning of destruction.
And that's it for WWF Wrestling Challenge. I'm Jim Ross saying so long, everybody. Say goodbye, Brain.
Good night, George.
Wait, what? No Virgil promo? Just Adam Bomb and Johnny Polo? I guess we can see where Virgil's headed down the crapper. As Adam Bomb and Johnny Polo will make their challenge debut next week, taking on good old Virg. I thought we were going to sneak in a second Virgil of the Week promo there, but no dice. Thanks to those in the WWF. We move on to All-American for May 23rd. It's Gene Okerlund and Bobby Heenan. This time in front of the green screen and quote-unquote Worcester, Mass. We see pictures of places in Worcester, Mass throughout this episode of All-American on the green screen. Gorilla and the Wizard still here on commentary. Unbelievable as we go into like week 7 or something. I didn't even think they lasted nearly this long. The All-American exclusive this week, it's Doink the Clown taking on Verge. Doink the Clown getting the win over Virgil in 5 minutes and 20 seconds as he sprays liquid into the eyes of Virgil from his flower and then drops an elbow onto the back of his head. Doink over Virgil from Portland, Maine, taped back on May 5th. Sensational Sherri, as promised, joins the set of All-American. She joins Bobby Heenan and Mean Gene Okerlund. Of course, initially, Sherri cuts a promo on Luna Vachon, but you can't be on All-American with Gene and Bobby without having a little fun, too. So Gene accidentally lets the cat out of the bag. He lets Sherri know some of the things Bobby's called her in the past, including bimbo and some of the other derogative-type comments. This upsets Sherri, who says she always respected Bobby. Bobby becomes very scared and runs off set, with Sherri chasing after him. Comedy then ensues as we hear her off camera beat the living crap out of Bobby Heenan, and Bobby does pop back up later, worse for wear, after running into the hands of the sensational one. As we move on, I want to talk a little bit about WWF on TSN for May 23rd. Up in Canada, last week, Terry Taylor had promised Friar Ferguson would make his Canadian TV debut on May 23rd, but no mention of him here this week. Wonder why. Of course, Friar had gone, so he never made it to air that I know of up in Canada. And as I watched this episode of TSN, this is where I wrote it down. I finally jotted it down. I've noticed it in the past, but I finally said something about it here on my notes. Terry is awful hosting this show. They don't give him second takes. The things he says make no sense sometimes. He's very stuck for words at points trying to host a show. The editing and production by the company also equally awful. Just terrible what they do here with the international shows. Is there's the sentences are cut in half. Terry Taylor's sentences actually end before they really do. They start in the middle of sentences. He'll be talking about next week's show, and then they just edit in a like goodbye everybody out of nowhere. So just terrible, awful production here on the international shows by the World Wrestling Federation. And the reason in particular I want to discuss this episode of TSN was, if you remember, we had the Event Center, and in the United States we had Sean Mooney, and up in Canada it was Billy Red Lions. Well, Billy Red Lions, like Sean Mooney, no more because the Event Center no more. So as we change things up and face-to-face with Gene Okerlund in the States, well, some of the face-to-faces up in Canada now hosted by Raymond Rougeau, believe it or not. So something a little different there. And this week, Raymond talks to the Giant Gonzalez about The Undertaker.
Giant Gonzalez, word has it that you are afraid of The Undertaker because of the fact that he seems to be impervious to pain. Is that true?
Wrong! Wrong! Undertaker, you potato-head ugly man. Dead man, I can say. I'm not scared.
Hey, Harvey
Exactly.
Whippleman, in matches like these, reputations are made and lost.
Exactly. That must be where you got your reputation for having bad breath. But besides that, Undertaker, this is where you're going to get the reputation for being annihilated, completely finishing the World Wrestling Federation, because the Giant Gonzalez has promised me he's going to destroy you the next time he gets you in the ring, once and for all. And as far as you ugly-looking fathead Paul Bear, if you get in my way, I'm going to slap that fat face of yours right down to the ground.
Potato Head Ugly Man. And that's the sole reason I even grabbed any sound bites here on this episode of WWF on TSN. One of the greatest promos ever. The Giant Gonzalez referring to The Undertaker as Potato Head Ugly Man. Dead man, I can say I'm not afraid of you. Potato Head Ugly Man will stick in my head for many, many moons to come. I love it. A new soundbite for sure, making its way to the grenade. The Giant Gonzalez putting more words together here in English as we move on to Monday Night Raw, May 24th. Taped back last week, May 17th at the Manhattan Center. It's Vince, Macho, and Bobby at ringside as we kick things off with the King of the Ring qualifier. Winner fills the final spot to take on Mr. Hughes in the first round. It's Doink the Clown versus Mr. Perfect 3, and this time there must be a winner after the first two encounters ended in a time limit draw. Doink out to the ring first. He crawls underneath the ring. But Vince, he hears in his earpiece to throw it to Alfred Hayes, who's standing by outside. He has something to say. Alfred Hayes standing outside of the Manhattan Center. And who's with him? But Doink! Didn't we just see him crawl under the ring? So Doink's standing outside with Alfred Hayes, but Doink says, I'm not really here. It's all an illusion. As he sprays Alfred Hayes with water from his flower, and it's back to ringside, Macho Man says, this is too important, putting over the fact how important this match is heading into the King of the Ring for these Doink-type shenanigans as the Doink at ringside crawls back out from under the ring. And I love the fun selling point here that is if Mr. Perfect just has no chance, he doesn't even realize what may occur as both Doinks are clearly in attendance here on Raw. As Mr. Perfect tries to enter the ring, Doink jumps him. Doink jumps Hennig and takes him down. He grabs the perfect towel and begins to dry himself off with it, including his crotch area. Mr. Perfect makes a comeback, grabs his perfect towel, and delivers a clothesline with it. To Doink, Perfect then works the leg of the clown as we go into our first commercial. Back from break, Doink takes over, sends Mr. Perfect flying over the top rope out to the floor where he sends Hennig into the ring post. Doink then back in the ring wrestles Perfect down to the mat. Mr. Perfect with several counters, but Doink counters right back and stays on top. The announcers put over the wrestling credibility of the clown. Perfect goes back to the leg again to make yet another comeback, locks in an Indian deathlock, which keeps Doink's shoulders on the mat for a 2 count. Doink lifts himself up, which Hennig slaps the shit out of the clown when he sits up from the Indian deathlock. Doink goes to the eyes to regain control and out to the floor, where Doink posts Mr. Perfect's shoulder into the ring post, not once, but twice, as he continues to work the arm of Mr. Perfect, and we head into a second commercial break in the match. Back from break this time, both men standing toe-to-toe in the middle of the ring, trading blows, as Mr. Perfect makes the perfect comeback and clotheslines Doink the Clown over the top rope out to the floor. But from behind, here comes a second Doink. It's Steve Kern Doink to ringside, and he crawls under the ring behind the ref and Hennig's back. Kern Doink then crawls across underneath the ring and grabs Matt Bourne, the original Doink, pulls him under with him. Kern Doink now replaces Bourne Doink, follow me, as he crawls out to continue the match. Mr. Perfect, the referee, have no idea there's a fresh Doink ready to resume the bout, but Vince McMahon on commentary points out that the new Doink has his paint back on his face, so now we know this is a fresh Doink getting ready to step in the ring with Mr. Perfect. Now it seems Hennig has no chance, as the new Doink monkey flips Perfect out of the corner, then does the typical Skinner laugh. Squat and all, he squats and puts his hand on his thighs as I am right now. We get the Skinner laugh from Doink, who doesn't even attempt to do the Matt Bourne version of the Doink laugh here. Gives it away that Skinner's in the ring as Kern Doink tries wait a minute, you can't backdrop Mr. Perfect into the Perfect Plex. Hennig picks up the win, advances into the King of the Ring to take on Mr. Hughes in 13 minutes. And now the bracketing for the King of the Ring is all complete. Post-match shenanigans occur, though, when both Doinks beat down Mr. Perfect in the center of the ring, forcing Crush to come out and make the save. Crush runs off the double Doinks as they leave together. Crush congratulates Hennig on advancing into the King of the Ring as the Doinks leave. At this point where it became obvious that there were 2 Doinks. Yes, I know the fans always knew there were 2 Doinks, but now the wrestlers see it, the referees see it, everyone sees it, the announcers see it. We know for sure there are 2 Doinks. And it's at this point when I was watching this way back when that I assumed that we were definitely leading to a Doink tag team, which we may have been onto something there. They could have done something with that, especially with Kern and Bourne, the wrestlers that they were. Unfortunately, they decided to change Doink into the babyface character for the kids, and I guess that works out for the younger audience anyway. It's at this point, as I saw Crush in the ring, it made me realize, wait a minute, which qualifier replaced the Shawn Michaels Crush match? If you remember, they battled to the double countout, leading to an opening spot in the King of the Ring tournament. Who replaced that? Because you have to think it was Hughes and Kamala, because that was the actual last match that occurred here in the qualifiers, because Mr. Perfect and Doink had already wrestled twice before. So this is the second rematch, the third match between the two. How would this replace the Shawn Michaels Crush spot, as the announcers kind of allude to here in the match? Very odd that Crush and Shawn get 1 match, Doink and Hennig get 3. As we move on to the King of the Ring, Mean Gene runs down the entire first round bracket. Now we know it's Brett and Razor, Perfect and Mr. Hughes, Hacksaw and Bam Bam Bigelow, and Tatanka and the Narcissist in the first round. We also know Yokozuna gets his rematch with WWF champion Hulk Hogan, who's finally decided to grace the WWF studios with a real promo, brother.
Let's hear from the Hulkster.
You know something, Hulkamaniacs? It's great to be back here in New York City on Monday Night Raw, where Hulk Hogan rules, 5 times WWF champion. You know, the Maniacs are gaining momentum. They're running wilder than they've ever ran because I saw them posing in line outside the studios. I saw them getting ready for Monday Night Raw, and there's a good reason for it. Hulkamania is more powerful, bigger than it's ever been, with the 5 commandments of the training, the prayers, the vitamins, believing in yourself, and believing in Hulk Hogan. We are definitely going to live forever. But you know something, Jimmy Hart? Monday Night Raw has a special meaning for you and me, brother.
You better believe it, Hulkster, because you see, this is where it all took place. Jimmy Hart, I became a Hulkamaniac right here on Monday Night Raw. Now I'm wearing the red, I'm wearing the yellow, I'm saying my prayers, I'm taking my vitamins, baby. I'm a Hulkamaniac, Daddy.
Well, you know, we all know that the pythons are the largest arms in the world, but the only thing that's as large as Hulk Hogan's pythons, brother, is Jimmy Hart's heart, brother. That's because he knows what the mania means. That's because he knows what the King of the Ring in the main event, Hulk Hogan against Yokozuna. Everybody knows what that means. That means life itself to me and my Hulkamaniacs. You know, I'm tired of going around the country and having the non-believers say, well, was it your lucky day, Hulk Hogan? Maybe it was just a fluke. How come he didn't slam the big man? Well, you know, we're getting it all together for Dayton, Ohio. And with the momentum that I feel right here on Monday Night Raw, with a pump on the pythons, larger than they've ever been, with the shape of the triceps, the deltoids, the pectoral muscles. You know something, Jimmy Hart? Once I sense that big fat wad of sushi up, once I point him in the north, south, east, west direction and show off the power of Hulkamania, I'll slam him through the mat, brother. And just like everything else that I've said, it's been written and it's been done. So Monday Night Raw, Vince McMahon and Macho Man, friend of a kind, listen to me well. He's going down. But this time he's going down for the last time. Whether it's a natural disaster, whether the deck's stacked in my favor, it doesn't matter, because the Hulkster lives, the Hulkster breathes, and when you live by the 5 commandments of Hulk Hogan, what you gonna do when the Hulkster 5-time champion destroys you?
Sayonara, brother. And it wouldn't be a Hogan on Yoko promo without calling him a big fat wad of sushi somewhere in there. But Hogan, like I said, finally leaves Hollywood, dude, and cuts an actual wrestling promo for maybe the first time heading into the King of the Ring. As we go back to ringside, it's the Raw Girl of the Week. It's one of the Rosati sisters. I believe this is Diane, I believe Diane passed away just a couple of years ago. She was the last of the Rosatis to pass away. All the Rosati sisters gone now, unfortunately. They all had their own health issues. I believe a couple of them even passed away from cancer, Diane being one of them. They were always fun. I always enjoyed watching them pop up on primetime, the old superfan Rosati sisters. And yes, even here into the 90s on WWF Raw, Vince was a fan of theirs as much as they were a fan of wrestling. So cool to see them whenever they pop up. As we go back into the ring, it's Money Incorporated scheduled for a tag team match. But first, DiBiase on the microphone, and he offers a fan $100 to come into the ring to shine Money Incorporated shoes. Wow, we haven't seen a bit like this in quite a while. Of course, the young man enters the ring, and he does so. He grabs a towel, maybe the perfect towel, who knows, and he shines the shoes of Money Incorporated. DiBiase begins to hand the young man $100, but Irwin takes the $100, and he keeps $70 for himself, hands the young boy $30, citing it's earned income. So don't forget about IRS and paying your taxes. Lesson learned from Money Incorporated as the match gets going. It's Tag Champs Money Inc. taking on Tony DeVito and Mike Bell. On commentary, Bobby Heenan says the only thing worse than having a name like DeVito is if your first name was Basil. Of course, a rib on Basil DeVito, who had been on and off with the WWF since 1985. Basil had created the WWF's first marketing group. He served over the original XFL, which I'm sure he's kept off his LinkedIn profile. And he's been on the board of directors after the WWE went public. So Basil DeVito was around the company for a very long time. Bobby having a little fun here with him on commentary. And it's not shown during the match, but to Bobby Heenan, again, it's implied on commentary that Bobby's flipping the channels once more, seeing what else is on, with the end game being that Raw is the best thing on TV today. And the write-off by IRS on DeVito ends this match. in 3 minutes and 58 seconds. Vince proclaims DeVito is squashed. We've heard Bobby Heenan reference guys being jobbed a couple of times now in the past several weeks. Now Vince McMahon referring to DeVito as being squashed. Here as the show goes on, it's Crush over Bobby Who in 3 minutes and 25 seconds with the cranium crunch. And of course, they have fun with this on commentary because not only is Bobby Heenan on commentary, but Bobby Who's last name is Who. And we all know how Vince McMahon loves the Who jokes. So as they say Bobby says who, what, and all the fun shenanigans that go along with that. Crush their easy win with his usual Crush type offense. And then we learn on All American this week, the exclusive is Bam Bam Bigelow taking on Bob Backlund. Also, Mean Gene and Bobby Heenan will be coming to you from the Bill Fralick Golf Tournament this week on All American. Then to the ring, it's Vince McMahon to interview the bad guy Razor Ramon. Razor requested this interview. He wants to talk about the stickman little cockroach. He says the kid did not beat Razor. Nobody beats the bad guy. Razor is the main man. And the 1, 2, 3 chants start up. I believe Randy Savage out there egging them on. The fans chanting 1, 2, 3 upsets the bad guy. Razor then has a challenge. He offers the stickman kid. Well, that's not bad. Maybe better than the 1, 2, 3 kid. But Razor offers up the stickman, who he claims he doesn't even know the name of, $2,500 to step back in the ring with the bad guy. So we'll have to see what happens there as Vince McMahon pivots and turns the interview into discussion of the King of the Ring as Razor Ramon slated to take on Bret Hart in the first round, and out comes the Hitman. Bret Hart out to ringside. He doesn't enter the ring, just stands at ringside and leads the fans in a 1, 2, 3 chant as Bret Hart grabs a microphone. He says that Ramon couldn't even make it past one of the bottom guys, one of the underneath guys. And he states that Razor Ramon is too distracted with the kid to win against the Hitman at King of the Ring. Bret thinks at King of the Ring it'll be 1, 2, 3 yet again. And as Hart leaves ringside, Ramon having a fit. He is irate in the ring, livid at the comments made by Bret Hart and the fans, chanting 1, 2, 3. And as we come back from a commercial break, it's Bobby Heenan flipping the channels until he flips it onto a channel featuring Johnny Polo. Johnny Polo on the monitor. He tells Bobby to get ready for
Mr. Bomb, Mr. Atom Bomb.
And it is Atom Bomb out to the ring with Johnny Polo in his corner. Easy win over Phil Apollo after a top rope clothesline and a power bomb. Picking up the win, 2 minutes, 35 seconds. All I wrote here was, what a look. I don't know how many times I can say it, but it looks like a comic book villain come to life. What a look. And what ability Atom Bomb had in the ring as well. I don't know where they went wrong. I don't know where they went wrong with this guy. Then we close out this episode of Monday Night Raw. It's a quick Bam Bam Bigelow promo backstage. Bigelow is backstage stretching and warming up for his match next week. Bam Bam, I don't think it works like that, Bam Bam. Bam Bam says he has a match next week with the Intercontinental Champion Marty Jannetty. Title on the line. Bigelow learns that Sherri will be in the corner of Jannetty, so he says he will have Luna Vachon in his corner. Bammer says Sherri got into his business one time, but it'll never happen again. So next week on Raw, it's Jannetty defending the IC title against Bigelow, with Sherri and Luna in their respective corners. As we move on to the home stretch, it's the final week of May in WWF Superstars for May 29th, taped May 4th in Worcester, Mass. It's Memorial Day weekend, by the way. And Vince McMahon talks about what a huge weekend it is, as Lawler says it is a huge weekend for the King. This is the week he opens his swimming pool. Classic heel stuff there from the King, as this is when I actually take notice. Remember, we talked about in the news section at the beginning of the show, Meltzer talks about the WWF going to smaller venues for the TV tapings, the secondary venues in the towns. Very obvious here, the arena looking much smaller here in Worcester, Mass. As we go to the ring, it's Tatanka taking on Ricky Rich. Rich rocking some kind of tighty-whities or maybe a fat pack around his waist, as you can see it in the singlet, but it's the papoose to go that ends things. 2 minutes, 45 seconds. Jerry Lawler then post-match on the Royal Magistrator draws cigars in the hands of Tatanka. Of course, he calls Tatanka a dime store wooden Indian. Wow. And then if that wasn't enough, he begins drawing explosions all around the head of Tatanka, making the sounds of bam, bam, as in Bam Bam Bigelow. Tatanka could meet Bam Bam in the semifinal should they both advance to the first round of the King of the Ring. I love that they pointed out the possibility there as we go to the next edition of Update with Gorilla Monsoon. He talks about Marty Jannetty defeating Shawn Michaels as we see clips shown for the Intercontinental title belt. And then we also see clips again of Shawn and Crush from last week on Superstars battling to the double countout in the King of the Ring qualifier. The story is Shawn in a slump. He can't seem to beat anyone of any name value, any recognition in the last several weeks. And then we learn Shawn Michaels will wrestle Crush at the King of the Ring. As we go back to the ring, it's Doink the Clown taking on Kevin Armstrong. I'm not 100% sure here because I didn't go back to check it out, but I questioned, could this Doink be Steve Keirn? Because he looked a lot smaller, a little more trim than Matt Bourne here, but the stump puller gets the win, 2 minutes and 15 seconds. And then my favorite part of the match occurs after the match when Doink is leaving up the aisleway. Kevin Armstrong climbs out of the ring. He goes to leave himself. Doink turns around and goes running back down the aisle, clotheslines Kevin Armstrong, who takes a back bump, nasty back bump, right into the top of the steel steps. Oh, it was awful. It was fun. I don't think Armstrong knew it was coming. And Doink cackles, has a good laugh at the expense of Kevin Armstrong as the match concludes. Smart move here, giving Doink a solid squash on Superstars after losing to Hennig on Monday Night Raw. We go on. Bonnie Blackstone interviews the sensational Sherri. Bonnie first recaps the feud Sherri has with Luna Vachon, everything that has occurred up until now. Sherri says she's going to rip the weave right out of the top of Luna's head. Sherri then gets down on her knees as I have Royal Rumble 91 flashbacks with the Warrior. Sherri down on her knees at Bonnie Blackstone. Well,
now that is raw!
In all seriousness, though, Sherri mocks Luna Vachon's voice, actually does Luna's voice, which was so fun to see Sherri that animated. And then she says that when she's done with Luna, Luna will finally admit that Sherri is truly sensational. And it's back to the ring with Yokozuna Fuji in his corner over Tony Roy with the butt splash in the corner, and the Banzai drop picks up the win, 2 minutes, 14 seconds. Another edition of Face to Face. We hear from Mr. Perfect and Mr. Hughes. Both of them talk about their upcoming match in the first round of the King of the Ring. And if you recall, we were just talking about Monday Night Raw, Razor Ramon issuing that $2,500 challenge to the Kid. Well, the Kid responds here. We're going to hear first from the bad guy in that challenge he laid out, and then the Kid gives him his answer.
There you have it, Mr. Ramon. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Yo, Stickman, I don't even know your name, and I don't care. I am somebody important, Chico. Now, I got a deal for you. Mira, Chico, $2,500. These people here would sell their mothers for this kind of money. All you gotta do, you little cockroach, is come down, step into the ring with Razor Ramon. Otra vez. One more time. That's it, man.
You know, $2,500 is a lot of money to get back in the ring with you, Mr. Ramon. But the thing is I know that you're one upset guy, and you're not out to wrestle me this time. You're not out to just beat me. You're out to destroy me, cripple me, maim me, and I just can't do it. I got a family to support, and this is the happiest day of my life. This is the greatest thing I've ever done in my life. I come back to the dressing room after beating you. I just can't even believe I did it to begin with. I get back there, everyone's so happy, everyone's so surprised, and it's just incredible. And I don't want to ruin the fact that I actually beat someone on Monday Night Raw. It's the greatest feeling of my life, but I just can't accept $2,500 to get back in the ring with you. It's just not worth it. It's just not worth it.
It's just not worth it, says the Kid. He realizes Razor doesn't really want him back in the ring for another match. Razor was humiliated by the Kid on Raw when 1, 2, 3 pinned him, and thus Razor just offering him that $2,500 in order to cripple the 1, 2, 3 Kid, who says he has a family to support, and he declines the offer to get back in the ring with Ramon at this point. Says it's simply not worth it. Now, promo delivery-wise, obviously the Kid's still young here. He has a long way to go, but the story has been awesome up to this point. As we go back to the ring, it's the Steiner brothers taking on the team of Mike Bell and Tony DeVito. Bell, Biv, DeVito, as the Doomsday Bulldog ends it on DeVito in 3 minutes and 3 seconds. I wrote, great squash for average wrestlers, But the Steiners here, a little kinder, gentler Steiner brothers again this week. They're taking care of their opponents a little more. And I get that's the entire point of professional wrestling. But when you see the Steiner brothers, sometimes you expect just a little more, maybe a few more sniff and snug type moves here. But I'm sure DeVito and Bell will tell you it wasn't fun. The wheels, though, spinning in place, it seems, as of late for the Steiners. Yes, they've beaten the Beverly brothers a couple times, but what have they really done outside of these great squash matches? And, of course, that'll all change in the middle of June. But until we get there, it just seems like the Steiner brothers spinning in place until we have something more for them. King of the Ring report. As Mean Gene reaffirms that Crush and Shawn Michaels added to the pay-per-view. We hear from the likes of Hughes and Harvey Whippleman, Tatanka, the Narcissist, and Hulk Hogan, who cuts another WWF-esque promo as he's left Hollyweird dude and in front of a gray backdrop, brother. It's during this Hulkster promo that he says he prays to God, the good Lord above, but the devil is the one who gave Hogan his due. The devil is the one who gave Hogan, who gave him his destiny as WWF champion at WrestleMania 9. So kind of contradicting himself there. Also, that makes a lot of sense given the people involved, Hogan and Vince and such, that the devil was involved and got Hogan this belt from Yokozuna. Now it all makes sense. Later on in the promo, Hogan gives Jimmy the floor to cut a promo, but about 5 words in, Hogan cuts him off and tells Jimmy what to say. It was not good looking for the WWF champion, as he calls Yokozuna once again a living ball of sushi this time. As the show goes on, we see clips last week of the King's Court with the Giant Gonzalez as guest, putting over the new talk show. Back to the ring, though, it's Mr. Perfect taking on Rich Myers. And we see a lot of the typical good perfect shit here. The running drop kick. He holds Myers in place for not 1, 2, but a trifecta of knee lifts before he releases Myers to take the bump. The rolling neck snap and the perfect plex ends this in just 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Mr. Perfect finally heading to the King of the Ring after defeating Doink. And then it's more face-to-face with Money Incorporated as they talk their upcoming 8-man tag team match at King of the Ring. It's Money Inc. teaming with the Shrinkers to take on the Guns and the Steiners. We also hear from Mr. Fuji and Yokozuna talking all about their title match with Hulk Hogan at the King of the Ring. And then next week on Superstars, Bret Hart will square off one-on-one with Papa Shango. We also get closing comments from the bad guy, Razor Ramon. He has learned that the kid has turned down his $25 offer, so Razor has upped his offer. In fact, he's doubled it to $5,000, 5 large, 5,000 in cash. Razor Ramon offering the kid to step back in the ring for a rematch. Will the kid accept? We'll have to wait and find out. We move on to WWF Mania for May 29th and Todd Pettengill, if you will. Mania exclusive this week. Mr. Hughes over Owen Hart in a basic squash, sad to say. Hughes picks up the win with the sidewalk slam in only 4 minutes, 45 seconds. Taped May 4th in Worcester, Mass. As we head on to May 30th, Wrestling Challenge, taped May 5th in Portland, Maine. We continue on with Memorial Day weekend. We see last week on remember last week on Challenge, we kicked things off with a little intro. Jerry Lawler talking about his upcoming new segment, The King's Court. Well, this week we open up the show once again with another little teaser. It's last week's Superstars. We see Crush and Shawn Michaels battle to the double countout, double elimination from the King of the Ring tournament. And after the intro, we hear Jim Ross and Bobby Heenan talk all about the new mini feud between HBK and Crush. Jim Ross says Crush wants Shawn in the ring at the King of the Ring. We know that's going to come to be. As we go to the ring, we see Crush take on Chris Duffy. The commentary continues on. They talk about how upset Crush was after being eliminated from King of the Ring. He really wanted to be the king of the WWF. Crush wants the revenge match. He's demanding the match with Shawn Michaels at the pay-per-view. Offense here, Crush with some power moves and a jumping back kick, busting out one of his old American Ninja moves here. The big press slam and the cranium crunch ends this 2 minutes, 32 seconds. Shaka bra. And it's off to face as Gene talks about an upcoming Madison Square Garden card June 12th. We hear from Bam Bam Bigelow and Tatanka in this face-to-face. Tatanka shows off the top of his head the missing pieces of the red hair, while Bam Bam is holding those missing pieces in a plastic bag right next to him in this face-to-face segment. Loved it. Tatanka says he never attacked Bigelow, as Bam Bam says, on the stage, but rather Tatanka making the save for his friend Sherri. What Bam Bam did to Tatanka was an attack when he laid him out and cut the Native American's hair. So Bam Bam looking to get another piece of Tatanka. Tatanka looking for revenge at the upcoming Garden show, and this is what face-to-face was actually supposed to be all about. This was really good. And these two guys use it for what it's meant for. They take it seriously to put over their feud and their upcoming match between Tatanka and Bam Bam Bigelow. Of course, we've seen Hennig and Luger. We've seen Razor and Shawn. A lot of these other guys maybe not necessarily taking this as serious as they should, as they have a little fun here on the show. This week, very serious and good promos from both. I honestly wish this had been an actual segment on TV that aired nationally, maybe up on a stage, something along those lines, where Tatanka shows off the missing hair. Bam Bam holds up the plastic bag. It's right here, buddy. It was a great visual. I loved it. I thought they did a great job, both guys here, Tatanka and Bam Bam Bigelow. We go back to the ring. Head shrinkers with Alpha in their corner over Jay Sledge and Russ Greenberg. They hit a double super kick. Oos. As Fatu then eats a booger and nails a top rope splash on Greenberg. Picks up the win, 3 minutes, 38 seconds. As we see a special update here on the Razor and 1-2-3 Kid saga continues. They put over all the storyline up to this point. The Kid, of course, with the upset win on Razor. Razor offers the $2,500 from Raw. The 1-2-3 Kid has declined, and now Razor ups it to $5,000. So we'll see what the Kid has to say next. Will he take that $5,000? As we go back to the ring, in honor of Memorial Day, it's Hacksaw Jim Duggan taking on L.A. Gore. Hacksaw making an appearance here in honor of Memorial Day. And on commentary, Jim Ross, of course, Hacksaw being from Glens Falls, New York. Jim Ross calls Glens Falls a great place. Bobby Heenan replies, yeah, I hear they're going to tear it down to build some slums. Good old Bobby. As L.A. Gore looks to have trimmed down quite a bit from his recent Raw appearances. Maybe he's laid off that Ico Pro. And Hacksaw with clotheslines plenty throughout this match. He even looks into the camera and calls out Yokozuna before he gets down in the 3-point stance and nails yet another clothesline. This one hurts a little more, I guess, because of the 3-point stance. Duggan picks up the win, 2 minutes and 45 seconds. We move on to another edition of the King's Court. This week, Luna Vachon. And no disrespect to Luna, but man, who's giving Lawler these guests? First, the Giant Gonzalez. Now, Luna, probably not your best talkers in the company. Though, don't get me wrong, this is a fun one. Lawler rips on the ugly women in the crowd, but says none of them are uglier than the sensational Sherri. He brings out Luna Vachon, and they both do a hilarious sell job throughout with the comedy lines of the King and even Luna Vachon. She says she is the queen of the ring, refers to Lawler as the king of the WWF. Lawler continues to put over the beauty of Luna Vachon. He says, what a beautiful face Luna has. Eat your heart out, Christy Brinkley. What a beautiful body Luna Vachon has. Eat your heart out, Demi Moore. And what a beautiful voice Luna Vachon has. Eat your heart out, Macho Man Randy Savage. Oh, the comedy here by Jerry the King Lawler. I loved it. I literally popped out loud for that one. I was waiting to see where was he going with this, and boom, he goes to the Macho Man. Eat your heart out. The voice, Luna has a better voice than Randy Savage. So it kind of buries Luna a little, and Lawler was so good at burying the person he was putting over at the same time. He was just so good on the mic no matter what he did back in the day. This was a really fun segment. I've seen people online review this, and not maybe they're not necessarily fans of this particular interview. As Luna tells Sherri when she's done with her, nobody will call her sensational ever again. In fact, nobody will ever call Sherri at all ever again when Luna gets done with her. Lawler tells Luna the difference between Sherri and garbage is that garbage gets picked up every once in a while. And the segment ends with both laughing at the expense of sensational Sherri. I thought this was a fun segment. Did it really further the heat, further the feud between Sherri and Luna? Not really. Of course, we saw Sherri talk about Luna with Bonnie Blackstone. Here, Luna rebuts with Jerry Lawler as the host here on the King's Court. But the comedy made it worth it for me. Very worthwhile. So the point of this King's Court wasn't all that great to further the Sherri Luna heat, but the back and forth with King and Luna, hilariously good, and it's something I absolutely have to put up on YouTube in the weeks to come here. Did I mention?
There's no hope with dope.
Because the Undertaker PSA continues to play on every episode of WWF programming at this point. We go back to the ring. It's Bam Bam Bigelow taking on ECW notable Jason Knight. Bigelow carries with him to the ring Tatanka's hair in that plastic bag as Bobby Heenan says Bam Bam's going to keep that hair in the bag until it turns gray. Great line there by Bobby Heenan. Bigelow busts out an enziguri in this match, and then Senton of Death and the diving headbutt picks up the win, 2 minutes, 16 seconds. As we head off to the King of the Ring report, the brackets, the first round brackets are now complete as Mean Gene runs down the entire King of the Ring pay-per-view card. We hear from Yokozuna and Fuji, Bret Hart, Tatanka, Lex Luger, and yes, Hulk Hogan once again, cutting another promo, brother, on the living ball of sushi that is Yokozuna. And then, Mean Gene, he hears Virgil's music. So that must mean it's feature match time, and kudos to Mean Gene for recognizing Virgil's music. Feature match time as we go back to the ring. Virgil scheduled to take on Adam Bomb with Johnny Polo in his corner, and I wrote here way too much offense here by Virgil to start things off. Bomb bumping for hip tosses, drop toe holds, and a single drop kick. Yes, one drop kick by Virgil floors Adam Bomb. I wrote he is simply too big for this shit. He should have been booked like Mr. Hughes. I've said that in the past. He should have been booked to be a monster here. We saw it take 3 clotheslines for Duggan to take Papa Shango off his feet. Charles Wright, Papa Shango, he got it. Mr. Hughes gets it. But here, maybe not so much. Adam Bomb, he's green. He's new to the company. Maybe he's trying to appease everyone. Virgil, the resident veteran, if you will, in the company. So he's bumping for Virgil. Virgil does grab a side headlock, which Adam Bomb impressively picks him up in the air and throws him off. Virgil then tries a crossbody, but Bomb catches him and tosses him down to the mat. Virgil once again tries for a reverse crossbody block, but misses as Adam Bomb drops down. Virgil gets up, walks right into a power bomb. Adam Bomb picks up a relatively easy win here in 2 minutes, 22 seconds, and it looks like we may have to start digging for more old Virgil promos, because after this match, I don't know how many more new Virgil promos there's going to be here in 1993. As for the match, I wrote terrible.
That's terrible.
Just terrible. Terrible call here by whoever in charge. No idea if Bomb let Virgil call the match or what the deal was. This entire match, though, was Virgil making Bomb bump around the ring and then Bomb dodging or blocking things. This should have been a complete annihilation by Adam Bomb on the offense to get him over as a monster. Instead, it felt very flat. And I don't understand the idea going into this match. I don't know if this is an agent trying to sabotage Adam Bomb. I don't know if this is Bomb trying to win people over in the locker room. I don't really know what the deal was here, but I would have liked to have seen a whole lot more out of him and a whole lot less out of Virgil. Again, the match only goes 2 minutes. Adam Bomb does pick up the win as we close out this episode with Face to Face. It's Mean Gene standing by with Mr. Perfect and Lex Luger again. No, they take it seriously this time, guys. Nowhere near as good as the audio we played earlier in the show. But the upcoming match, they discussed the upcoming match at Madison Square Garden. And what a loaded card it is on June the 12th in MSG. It's Lex Luger taking on Curt Hennig, the Giant Gonzalez against The Undertaker, Bret Hart versus Backlund one-on-one, babyface versus babyface, and then heel versus heel is Shawn Michaels meets Razor Ramon, and let's not forget Tatanka and Bam Bam Bigelow. So a really loaded card coming up in New York City. Boy, did they get lucky on that one. And as May ends, so does May Sweeps. May Sweeps will go with it, so a whole lot less competitive matches coming up here in the weeks to come on Wrestling Challenge, I would have to think. And we talk about All-American Wrestling for May 30th, 1993. It's Mean Gene and Bobby at the Bill Fralick 2nd Annual Celebrity Golf Classic. Yes, they're actually there. It's not a green screen skit. And Fralick basically running this for charity to support local public schools who can no longer fund the sports and athletic departments. So good deal there by Bill Fralick. And the All-American exclusive as promised this week, Bam Bam Bigelow taking on Bob Backlund to a 10-minute draw. This was taped May 10th in the Manhattan Center at an episode of Raw. And the crowd solidly behind Bigelow for this match. So Bam Bam, quite the favorite in New York City. A lot of Bam Bam chants in recent matches here in the New York City area. Again, we head off to the WWF on TSN for May 30th, and we get a face-to-face here between Money Incorporated and the Mega Maniacs. Welcome back to the wrestling studios, Hulk Hogan, to finally cut some real wrestling promos. Let's see what Hulk Hogan and Brutus Beefcake have to say to Money Inc. And I guess, well, Money Inc., they're here too.
And standing by with me at this time via a special television hookup are the current World Wrestling Federation Tag Team Champions, Money Incorporated, and their opponents and challengers, the Mega Maniacs, Hulk Hogan, Brutus the Barber Beefcake, and their manager, Jimmy Hart. However, thieves, champions, Ted DiBiase and IRS, I don't know if this is good news for you or not, but you know who the referee is going to be? Sergeant Slaughter. That's not good news. I don't know if that will bode well for the two of you and your tactics.
Look, Hogan, you and Beefcake, we spoiled your great comeback, so you go crying to Tony for a rematch. This shouldn't even be taking place. We took care of you at WrestleMania. What happened, happened. You guys couldn't cut it, so you go get the briefcase, knock us both out, and you want a special referee?
Yeah.
It shouldn't be happening.
And you stole our money, too. You're going to pay for that.
Oh, you know, by the way, whoa, by the way, boys,
Thanks for the little party after WrestleMania. All that money that was in the suitcase, that went into the Hulkster's party fund, brother. A lot of training, a lot of vitamins went down. But you know something, dudes? This time in Winnipeg, Manitoba, the party's going to be at the Polo Park Inn. And not only are we going to be spending your money in the briefcase, we're going to be having the title belts on the table this time.
Yeah, well, look who's the champion. We're still the champions, and you're not. Don't count your chickens before they hatch, Hogan. Don't count our money before you have it in hand.
Well, you know something, dudes? When it's all said and done, when the money's gone, when the titles are gone, and when you're penniless $1 million man, the only thing you guys are going to hear when the Tweety Birds are going around is Irwin. Irwin.
Let me tell you something. Slaughter can be bought. Isn't that right, $1 million man? That's right. There's nothing that can't be bought, including that referee.
Hey, wait a minute. Slaughter can be bought? Are you kidding me?
Hold the phone,
We
brother.
take good care of it. Wait a minute.
There's not a way on earth, not all the money in the world, not all your mealy-mouthed tactics can buy Sergeant Slaughter. We just happen to know that.
Gentlemen, I thank you very much.
You got on your face.
Don't forget about the line. Well, one thing I can assure you, it is going to be a shootout when Money Incorporated meets the Mega Maniacs this Friday night at the Winnipeg Arena.
And another Canadian exclusive face-to-face. Where will we be without these last couple episodes of WWF on TSN? Very cool here. I still have to go back and laugh at the Giant Gonzalez talking about Potato Head Ugly Man, Undertaker. And now here this week, we get another great line by Hulk Hogan. He thanks Ted DiBiase for the money at WrestleMania 9 because it contributed to his Hulk Hogan Party Fund, which I have no doubt it certainly did. He said there was lots of training and partying. Vitamins went down. Lots of vitamins went down, dude. I have no doubt those vitamins were probably white in powder substance. As we continue on with this episode of TSN, as we close the show, Terry Taylor standing in Edit 1. Behind him, a young lady by the name he refers to as Jennifer. The running gag here every week, Terry Taylor hits on Jennifer. I hear that's a thing Terry actually did in real life. Maybe not with Jennifer, but with various ladies that worked behind the scenes in the wrestling promotions. Terry Taylor, though, hitting on Jennifer. She's finally had the last straw. Jennifer stands up and quits. As she walks off, Terry Taylor says, "You can't quit. You're fired." And as we close, we see ending credits that list Jack Tunney as executive producer. I don't know how accurate that truly is. And we close out this week's episode of The Grenade. We finally made it Monday Night Raw for May 31st, the final episode of TV here in May. And we're live here in the Manhattan Center, Memorial Day. It's a special holiday edition of Monday Night Raw. And immediately we go outside in front of the Manhattan Center. Hacksaw Jim Duggan standing by. Ho! Hacksaw out there with the fans, greeting the fans as part of this Memorial Day spectacular. Let's hear from old Hacksaw.
Hello! Hey, folks, on this Memorial Day, on behalf of the World Wrestling Federation and Hacksaw Jim Duggan, I'd like to dedicate this Monday Night Raw to all the brave men and women of the armed forces who made the supreme sacrifice to keep this country proud and free. God bless them all, and God bless the United States of America. USA! 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 USA!
I should mention Hacksaw standing out in front of the Manhattan Center in his blue singlet, carrying an American flag and a 2x4, but he was doing it for United States. He was doing it for the brave men and women who made the ultimate sacrifice. So on behalf of that, I do say... USA! USA! And it's off to the ring with Intercontinental Champion, as promised, Marty Jannetty defending his title against Bam Bam Bigelow. Jannetty with Sherri in his corner, Bigelow with Luna in his. But before the match can get going, Sherri attacks Luna before Bigelow can even enter the ring, so we have a cat fight to kick things off right away. And once the ladies are separated, Bigelow then attacks Jannetty and works him over, controls the match early on. Marty Jannetty taking inside-out bumps for just about everything Bigelow throws at him, which makes the bump seem less sweet and less special each time. But Marty makes the comeback with a series of punches, stunning Bigelow, and then Marty to the top rope comes off with a flying punch, which finally drops Bammer for a 2 count. Bigelow, though, comes back and launches Marty like 12 feet in the air for a backdrop, and Jannetty somehow miraculously lands perfectly on his feet. And how do they capitalize on such a spot? They go into a bear hug. I wrote, boo. Literally, Bammer sends Marty a good 12 feet in the air. Jannetty comes straight down, landing on his feet. A perfect time for Marty to make a hope spot comeback, or Bam Bam to really plow him over with a clothesline. Something cool like that. Instead, we go right into a bear hug. Marty finally escapes the bear hug by climbing up Bigelow's body and turning it into a flying head scissors. And then a second flying head scissors by Jannetty. Jannetty tries a victory roll, but Bigelow takes a fall-away back slam, crushes Marty to the mat as we go into our first commercial break. Back from break, Bam Bam has Marty locked in the chin lock, but Jannetty manages to escape. Bigelow, though, stays on top with a standing drop kick and an avalanche splash in the corner, gets a near fall before Marty Jannetty gets his foot on the ropes to break the count. Bam Bam charges then to the feet of Jannetty in the corner, which Marty jumps up onto the middle rope, nails a flying clothesline for a 2 count. Marty continues on offense, spinning elbow, staggers Bam Bam Bigelow, and a facebuster, gets another near fall. Jannetty continues on with a super kick. Smack! Another nice smacking sound super kick here, this time from Jannetty. But Bigelow only staggers around, so it takes 2 drop kicks. Are you watching this, Adam Bomb? It takes a super kick and 2 drop kicks to put Bam Bam on the mat for a 2 count. Bam Bam Bigelow then comes back and nails the double underhook backbreaker. Remember the move? He's been throwing the jobbers 8 feet in the air and letting him just fall onto his knee. Well, it's kind of funny when he's in here with an actual superstar like Marty Jannetty, because he guides it down onto his knee, takes care of Marty here. I wrote, isn't that funny how things like this occur? Remember Yokozuna protecting Kamala a few weeks back as well. When it looks like Bam Bam may be dropping a headbutt, Sherri grabs his ankle from the floor. Yes, babyface Sherri getting involved in the match. Well, she's never been an angel. As she grabs Bam Bam's ankle, distracts Bigelow long enough for Jannetty to send Bam Bam sailing over the top rope to the floor. Baseball slide dropkick sends Bigelow into the guardrail, and then Marty Jannetty off the top rope with a great-looking plancha all the way out to the floor on Bam Bam Bigelow. Once the 2 men are back on their feet, they begin to trade shots, and it's Bam Bam who posts Marty Jannetty and rolls him back inside. Bigelow tries to follow him, but he becomes distracted with Sherri on the apron, and it's Bam Bam who winds up getting counted out while arguing with Sherri. Jannetty retains the title, wins on a countout in 11.5 minutes, and once Bam Bam realizes what has occurred, and he sees Sherri applauding and smiling on the floor, Bigelow is upset. He attacks Marty Jannetty post-match and lays him out with a senton of doom. Bam Bam Bigelow screwed here. He'll lose the match on a countout. Marty Jannetty retains. And then we come back from break. Sensational Sherri still out in the ring all by herself. She challenges Luna. She calls out Luna. She wants her right now, 1-on-1, and out comes Luna Vachon. And while the referee tries to hold Luna back, Sherri jumps out of the ring and attacks Luna. Sherri then slams Luna on the outside on the floor.
Now that is raw!
But it's Bam Bam Bigelow who comes out from behind and grabs Sherri, jerks her and grabs her and holds her for Luna Vachon to lay in some cheap shots, and then they rip the clothes off of Sherri. Again, exposing those big jugs bouncing around everywhere as Tatanka runs out to make the save. He runs off Bigelow and Luna. Tatanka checks on the sensational Sherri as these angles continue on. 2 full solid months of angles between Sherri and Luna Vachon. A really great job so far. And even though I remember most of these segments between the two, I'd never really pieced them all together mentally before. I'd never realized how much work they had done to get this program over. Really great job so far throughout April and May between Sherri and Luna Vachon. And the action continues, though. It's the Steiner brothers taking on Rich Myers and the Executioner. And it's Rick Steiner with a tilt-a-whirl backbreaker for once. Rick Steiner busting out a tilt-a-whirl on the Executioner here. Rick even tries a camel clutch at one point, but he's too close to the ropes, and he loses his balance briefly. Luckily, Myers doesn't have to pay for it. Rick does continue on the offense, though. Then Scott Steiner tags in with Rich Myers. He goes up, picks him up for a vertical suplex. Kind of tame for Scotty. No, wait. He's holding him up there longer. Okay. Delayed vertical suplex. A little bit better. No, wait. Steiner's screwdriver. Oh, my God. Scott Steiner with the Steiner screwdriver on Myers. And then it's the Doomsday Bulldog of us, as if it was even necessary at this point. Picks up the win, 4 minutes and 14 seconds for the Steiner brothers. This Saturday on Mania, the exclusive El Matador, Tito Santana, takes on Fatu of the Head Shrinkers. And then we see Raw girl Themis Clarity's in the ring in a black dress. I just wrote, I love me some black dresses. The action continues with Mr. Hughes taking on Bert Centeno. No Harvey Whippleman ringside. Vince McMahon implies that Harvey's under the weather, though I don't know necessarily that that's the issue. Harvey does seem to miss quite a few Raws here during this time period. Mr. Hughes looking sloppy and stiff in this match. In fact, the first move of the match appears to be a punch, and it lays Bert Centeno right on his back. It looked like a legit punch. It could have been the finish, if you ask me. Hughes also later in the match goes for a powerbomb, and he kind of just tosses Centeno up in the air and lets him fall as he may. Very sloppy stuff here from Mr. Hughes tonight. And he does the old pull the jobber up on the 2-count routine a few times before the sidewalk slam ends it in 3 minutes. And then he tosses the job guy out to the floor post-match. My response here to this one, sloppy squash, great finisher. Mean Gene with the King of the Ring report. The card is now complete. We know all of the first-round matches. We know the heavyweight championship match, the 8-man tag, Shawn Michaels and Crush. It's all ready to go, and it's coming up in just a couple of weeks. And this week on All-American, probably the best exclusive match yet here this year, Razor Ramon taking on Crush. Okay, maybe not the greatest wrestling match, but it looks awesome on paper. And in honor of Memorial Day, it wouldn't be Memorial Day without, Hacksaw Jim Duggan stepping in the ring. He's here to take on Mark Thomas. Hacksaw Jim Duggan, the powerful new force in the WWF.
I got my 2x4. I got the American flag. I got my 2x4. I got the American flag.
And as the match gets going, Mark Thomas jumps Duggan, but Hacksaw no sells, and then Duggan commences to do what he does best. Bibba beats people up.
Hacksaw Jim Duggan beats people up. Hacksaw Jim Duggan beats people up. Hacksaw Jim Duggan beats people up. Hacksaw Jim Duggan beats people up.
And he beats up Mark Thomas here as Hacksaw picks up the win with the wind-up slam and a slow-motion looking 3-point stance clothesline, a walking 3-point stance in fact, maybe a power walking clothesline. Still, not very effective, but Hacksaw picks up the win, 2 minutes and 24 seconds. And it is Memorial Day after all, so Hacksaw Jim Duggan leads the fans in the Pledge of Allegiance because... And it's at this point in the show, I did make a note in my notes. Bill Dunn, the ring announcer at this point, he's replaced the Fink recently. We talked about that in the news and notes section. The Fink will be back next week, says Vince McMahon. He's had a surgery and he's had a little time off. Bobby Heenan then mocks the Fink as going to Denmark to have a sex change operation, or so he implies, as he says Howard went to go become a Howette. So they continue to screw with the Fink here. Poor Finkel. First it's his car. Now they're discussing his surgery. No, he didn't have a sex change, but they're discussing whatever surgery this is. Thankfully, Vince doesn't actually go into it on TV. And then, of course, Bobby implying that he's having a sex change. And it doesn't end here. There's more to come with the Fink in the weeks to come in June. Poor Howard Finkel. But as the show continues, of course, we know Razor Ramon offered the 1-2-3 kid $2,500 to get back in the ring. The kid said, I'm not that stupid. The bad guy then doubled the money to $5,000. And here's the kid's response.
You know, it's good to be back on television talking to everyone. Notice I still got my Lucky Raw t-shirt on. You know, I was sitting back watching WWF with my grandma and grandpa, and I look on the television, there's Mr. Ramon. He's offering me $5,000. I can't believe it. He's offering me $5,000 to get back in the ring with him. You know, before it was $2,500, now it's $5,000, and it's a really hard decision to make. But I just don't think I can accept the $5,000 knowing what could happen to me and knowing the consequences. I just can't accept it.
So the kid, he was sitting at home with his grandma and grandpa. In reality, he was over in New Japan. I think he was doing the Super Juniors at this point, if I remember correctly. But he was sitting at home with his grandma and grandpa when he saw that Razor had upped it to $5,000. That's a lot of money, says the kid, but he still declines the offer, knowing Razor's real intentions and what would happen to the kid should he step back in the ring with the bad guy. I put a couple notes here. I wrote Lucky Raw shirt. He says he's still wearing his Lucky Raw shirt. I wrote, he wasn't wearing a Raw shirt when he won the match against Razor Ramon. Not a great promo at this point as the 1-2-3 Kid, but he's still getting the points across. And I love that the saga continues, as I'm sure Razor no doubt has something to say back to the 1-2-3 Kid, who has again refused his offer, this time of $5,000. And speaking of the bad guy, we go back to the ring. It's Razor Ramon in action, getting ready to take on Tony Roy as Macho Man leads the fans in a 1-2-3 chant. To begin the match, it distracts Razor Ramon long enough for Roy to bust out a schoolboy for a near fall on the bad guy, and Razor Ramon not happy with that. He clotheslines poor Roy's face off after his troubles, so they're implying, or they're continuing to tease that anybody can win at any given time in the WWF, and of course Razor distracted by the chance of 1-2-3 to continue to get that over. There's even another distraction later in the match. Again, Randy Savage leads the fans in another chant of 1-2-3. 1-2-3 is Roy with another roll-up and another near fall on the bad guy. Oh, does Razor make him pay, however? As the match goes on, Razor Ramon applies his abdominal stretch in the middle of the ring. The crowd begins to chant, "We want the kid. We want the kid," and this upsets Razor again and causes him to break the hold and argue with the crowd. But the action continues. Razor Ramon delivers the fall-away slam, the back superplex, and that's it. The Razor's Edge picks up the win, 3 minutes and 29 seconds. I noted Razor Ramon looking much better now on his bum knee. Razor looks to be back to near 100% at least, so that's a good thing, especially moving into the King of the Ring. Razor Ramon, though, looking good here this week on Monday Night Raw, and a great story as they continue on with the 1-2-3 Kid angle. Post-match, we learned from Vince McMahon on commentary that Yokozuna and Mr. Fuji have arrived, and we'll be right back after this commercial break. When we come back, it's Vince McMahon standing ringside. He's going to interview Yokozuna and Mr. Fuji. Fuji waves the Japanese flag as Vince McMahon scolds him for doing so on Memorial Day. Fuji says, never heard of it. Never heard of Memorial Day, Fuji, but he says on June 13th, after King of the Ring, Fuji and Yoko will celebrate their own Memorial Day by destroying a national hero in Hulk Hogan. And then it happens, people. Yokozuna speaks his first words of English.
Your Hulkamania will die.
Hulkamania will die. Bonsai is right.
Hulkamania will die. Bonsai. I love it. And I didn't really remember this. I didn't remember Yoko uttering these words of English here, but it was very cool, very exclamatory. It sounded awesome. Of course, we know Rodney, I know why he knows how to speak English, but he does a great job here doing the Japanese accent with the English words. Hulkamania must die, and it will die in the WWF at King of the Ring. So I'm looking forward to that. Vince McMahon then announces that Yokozuna will be back next week as the guest of Jerry Lawler's King's Court, a special Raw edition of the King's Court. Vince says he wouldn't be surprised if Hulk Hogan himself shows up for that King's Court next week. Mr. Fuji says, never gonna happen, boy-san. Fuji doesn't think Hulkster has the guts to show up here next week. Fuji also says we're looking at the new WWF champion in Yokozuna, to which Vince reminds them of WrestleMania and Hogan pinning Yoko. Fuji says he has a short memory, boy-san. He doesn't remember the past. So that may work out in Yoko and Fuji's favor. And as we go off the air, Hacksaw Jim Duggan shows up in the balcony, waving the American flag as he leads the fans in a chant of USA! 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 And the show goes off the air with Jim Duggan waving the American flag from the balcony, Mr. Fuji waving the Japanese flag at ringside, and the fans chanting USA as Raw goes off the air. And that's the end of May of 1993 in the WWF. Yokozuna primed and ready for Hulk Hogan, but Jim Duggan's still lurking around the corner as well. And we are just that much closer to the King of the Ring, which will take place in just 2 weeks' time, 13 days away from the King of the Ring pay-per-view. All of the matches set, the first round set, everything good to go. And that'll close up this edition of the Wrestling Memory Grenade. And I got to tell you guys, in case you haven't noticed by now, some 4.5 hours later, four plus hours later, I was rolling solo this week, which made the show all that much harder to complete. But I got it done all on my lonesome. I tried to keep the energy going, the blood pumping throughout the show. I tried to make everything as entertaining and as informative as possible. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I got to thank you to all the loyal listeners out there, all of your downloads, subscriptions, everything you guys do for us, the Patreon, each and everything you guys do. It keeps me going each and every week. You guys are here. You tune in. You check back every single day on the social media. You listen to every single episode. You leave me advice and comments in the DMs. I appreciate everything all of you do. I am going nowhere. The Grenade is going nowhere. We are sticking around because of fans and listeners like you. I've worked very hard to get this show to where it is today, and I'm not going to let it go by the wayside now. The Grenade will continue. And the plan moving forward for the next few episodes of The Grenade, guys, because King of the Ring is smack dab in the middle of the month of June, and so many things change, house show-wise, news and notes-wise, all that good stuff. After King of the Ring, we're going to separate the June shows into 3 shows. And here's what I'm talking about, people. Next time on The Grenade, we're going to talk all about the first 2 weeks of June in the WWF. That's news and notes leading into the King of the Ring, as well as all of the TV heading into the King of the Ring. Lots of great stuff there. From there, it's the King of the Ring watch-along episode of The Grenade. And finally, we'll close out June with the final 2 weeks of June, as well as all of the post-King of the Ring happenings. As far as news and notes goes, believe me, there's a lot of them, especially involving Hulk Hogan and his future here in the company. So the next 3 weeks of The Grenade will feature the first 2 weeks of June news and notes and TV, the King of the Ring watch-along, and then the final 2 weeks of news and notes for June, as well as more TV from the WWF in June. From there, we're going to continue on with July, August, SummerSlam watch-along, September, etc., in the typical monthly format. We don't want to rush anything, as you can see by this episode, all on my own. I still made it through over 4 hours of information. I hope I kept it exciting and entertaining with the sound bites, and just being excited myself talking about this. This is one of the greatest months of 1993 in the WWF, and whoever missed it, I'm sorry to say, you really missed out. I hope you guys go back and watch this footage. Really, some really great stuff here in May of 93, and we'll continue to move on. I'm going nowhere. The Grenade's going nowhere. We got all kinds of June 93 WWF coming at you here to end 2021. I've got a whole lot more in store for you coming up in 2022, so stay tuned for that as well. I hope to be back soon, hopefully with a co-host. If not, I will continue this positive energy riding solo. I want to thank a few gentlemen. You guys know who you are, who I sent this show out to early, minus the outro, who were kind enough to give me feedback. I was a little worried. How did the show sound? Was it monotonous, me being on here by myself all episode? Because I couldn't just let the show lay by the wayside. We came back with a vengeance here on The Grenade. The show will continue on each and every week, whether it's me with a co-host, however we do it. Please rest assured The Grenade is going nowhere, guys. However, I do want to make note that I have a lot of things upcoming here in the month of December, a lot of plans going on. This coming weekend, me and the wife will be downtown doing our annual one night a year in downtown as we go see A Christmas Carol at the theater and do a few other fun things and have a nice dinner. And then the week after that, we'll be gone 5 days out. I'm taking the wife to Las Vegas for her Christmas present. We'll be gone from the 17th through the 21st. So don't expect a lot of activity from me during that period of time on social media, but we are scheduled to arrive back in town on the 21st. The shows should continue to go up nearly every week. I should have them in the can to go up. We may end up missing a week there right around Christmas where The Grenade might be lacking a show, but stay tuned to social media. I will keep you guys updated. I won't just disappear on you guys. I will let you know what's happening next. And then we'll be back in town, of course, by the 21st of December. And then the following weekend, Christmas, the following weekend after that, New Year's. So I'm kind of playing it by ear. The plan right now is to never have a down week of The Grenade here throughout the month of the holidays. But now that I'm flying solo, now that I have to do all of this on my own, very overwhelming on my end. I got this show started recording late because I was under the impression we'd be recording it earlier. It never came to fruition. I needed to get it out. And yes, better late than never. I do apologize for the couple-day delay, but I made it happen all on my lonesome. I hope I get props for that. A little pat on the back, Barry Horowitz style there. And yeah, guys, I will be back. I should be back next week. 2 more weeks of June. We'll talk about everything leading into the King of the Ring. The watch along right around the corner. I promise to have a co-host for that. I will not do that solo. So yes, I will find someone, whether it's Steve or someone else, I will find someone who can make the time to record the King of the Ring watch along. And then after that, I'll be back again with more June in the WWF as we close out June. I'm beating it to death. I just want to make sure you guys understand what's going on. I'm going to try to put the show out every week and Wednesday here in the month of December. I can't promise you it's going to happen only because of everything I have going on. But having to work solo on the recording, it's just quite an undertaking, very overwhelming. But I'm having fun, man. I hope you guys are having a blast listening. You know, like I said, I sent this out to a few feelers before I posted this. I had my own doubts. I had my own druthers. I was a little worried how it might sound, one guy on here doing such a long episode of The Grenade, but I got nothing but positive feedback, guys. And these are from some people who I credit as being brutally honest at times. So that's exactly why I sent it to them first. I wanted to get their honest opinion. So I'm happy that I was able to entertain all by myself here. And I hope you guys were entertained. The hopes are to have a co-host each and every week, but even on weeks where we don't, the show shall not die. Not on my watch anyway, people. I promise to be back. More Wrestling Memory Grenade on the way next week. Episode 42, I think we'll be on. It's the first half of June, 1993 in the WWF.
Promotional consideration paid for by the following.
Hey guys, just another final thanks from me to you for listening to the May edition of The Grenade. Lots of great stuff coming on the way. Of course, we know June through December still in 1993. Some watch-alongs still to come. King of the Ring right around the corner. Of course, SummerSlam, Survivor Series. Not only that, I got to invite you guys to go over to our Patreon account. Patreon.com/WrestleCopia. 14 tiers of goodies, but that favorite goodie that you may know by now, my favorite one, is the $5 tier, the all-access tier. Gets you everything on the tiers underneath, including early releases of the Wrestling Memory Grenade, as well as all of the show notes for Monday Warfare, The Grenade, and each and every other show that I do. Plus, if that's not all, unedited shows of TR Shocks the World. Yes, believe it or not, Tom says even more in the unedited versions. Wow. And the hard selling point, guys, the $5 tier, the all-access tier, what does that get you? It gets you our Patreon watch-along series, where we cover everything from Coliseum home videos to Clash of the Champions, Saturday night's main event, and WWF and WCW pay-per-views. Right now, we're doing all of the pay-per-views that coincide with the Monday Night War. We've done a lot of late 95. We're into the spring of 1996 and the pay-per-views. Lots of good stuff there to check out on patreon.com/WrestleCopia. Again, no subscription. Cancel anytime you want, but I don't think you will once you get a sniff of what we offer there. And as always, please follow us at Wrestling Grenade on Twitter. Follow and like us on Facebook at facebook.com/Wrestling Grenade. And now our own custom URL on YouTube. Subscribe and watch new videos there. I'll be dropping them. Maybe not as busy throughout the holiday season, but I will be back to dropping tons of videos relatively soon at youtube.com/Wrestling Grenade. And with all the social media talk out of the way, it's that time to say goodbye, but we will be back again very soon. More Grenade on the way, I promise. Whether I'm riding solo or I got a partner on my side, the Grenade will be back very soon, early June 93. The WWF want to say thank you again to everyone. So one more heartfelt thank you, as I believe.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have just been informed that Shawn Michaels has left the building.
Well, if old HBK has left the building, it's time for Ray Russell, double R as TR calls me, to leave the building as well before they shut the lights out and I wind up spending the night in the bathroom like Iron Mike Sharp. But we'll save that story for another day, guys. Once again, I want to thank you all. So from pillar to post and coast to coast, you pull the pin and we'll pick up the pieces right here on the Wrestling Memory Grenade. See you real soon. Don't miss it. Be there.
Mr. Bomb, Mr. Atom Bomb.
Hulk HOGAN will die. Will die.
Guess what? Me.